Ladies and gentlemen, 100 in the chat. If you can hear me from back here. All right. Hundreds in the chat. If you can hear me from back here. It's good lemonade. That's really good lemonade. Oh, yeah, that's good. Before we get into it, I thought I'd give you guys an update of what the fuck's been going on. What has been going on with John? I want to remind everyone that I think I went live 3 times in 2023 on my channel. And people will be like, what the fuck is the point of doing all those podcasts if you never go live on your channel? Because I don't do this shit, blood. It's not my job. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'll tell you whose job it is, though. This is Mizkif's job. This is Mizkif's HR place. This is Mizkif's dream life and soul. Right? Hundreds in the chat if you agree. He is getting nuked fucking hard by a nice woman who does not look like she's playing nice anymore. And obviously I'm going to relate today's topic to men's health, right? I'm going to go in, but I also want to bring it back to us, not as a selfish thing, but as to remind everyone that this is tribally, as a tribe, this is tribally what we tribally do, right? We relate it to men's health because let me tell you this, man. being incarnated as a woman is tough, sure, right? But let's be real. They have this thing inside them that they always have to be social. That even when they're alone, they can't be alone. And it sounds like I'm being insensitive. It really does. But if you saw how women actually live their lives, even the quiet ones, oh my God, even the quiet, yeah, even them, you would be shocked at how your lonely days look compared to a woman's lonely days. I mean, I'm not saying she's partying. I'm not saying she hasn't gone through many days alone. I'm not saying that she hasn't felt her inner flame. It feels like it's extinguished and she's depressed. The women go through a lot of stuff like us, but let's not pretend it's months. You know what I mean? Yo, come on, dude. I want a woman to look me in my fucking eyes, right? Hold the kiss, bitch. Look me in my eyes and tell me you've been alone for months. And I'm going to go even further. And here's where everyone goes. He's doing that. He's exaggerating to be funny. I'm not exaggerating. What modern woman do you know? And I haven't started talking about them yet. I'm just speaking in general right now. What modern woman do you know that has spent even weeks alone? Like weeks, dude. Weeks, like 14 days, bro. Like 2 weeks alone. And, everyone wants to yo, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about you saying that, but hold on. I'll go even further. Did you know that they can hang out with ugly men just to not be alone? Because, dude, last time I checked, I've never hung out with an ugly chick just to not feel alone. What? Ugly means like you can't even hug them. You're like, ugh. For me, what ugly means is, I mean, it's what it should mean for all of us here. It's usually someone inwardly ugly. Like, I'll say it right now, I would say inwardly, I'm a really good looking person. Inwardly, right? Not talking about the exterior, right? Exterior is kind of mid, actually. The exterior has it really hasn't done me any favors in my life. Exterior hasn't brought home the Oscars, let's just say that, my nigga. But inwardly, there's something about me that's so, and never trust a dude who talks about themselves like this. Because if someone's gassing themselves up, those people are mentally ill. But I'm doing it in a way where, like, I'll just say this. I don't like to show the good deeds that I'll do, but I've noticed when I do even bring it as a topic on one of these, I notice a lot of people who replicate what I do, and I'm like, oh, there's more good in the world, so it's good. But by inwardly good, I mean how attractive, how beautiful do you feel when you're alone away from the world? I mean, you're in a place, you're probably at a city where no one knows it's you, bro. How attractive do you feel when you walk around? I'm talking about inwardly. Now, I'm gonna be real, and maybe it's because we're in modern times, or I don't know what it is, right? I don't claim to know this because I feel like everyone tries to explain why society's at this place. But I'll word it like this: most of the guys in this call, most people on Earth, they don't have an answer for, hey, are you inwardly attractive? If I was to ask a bunch of guys, men's health call right now, men's health activists, if I was to ask you guys inwardly, are you guys attractive people? That means no one can answer that except you. It's not like external where the whole world can answer except you. It's the other way. And I'm not saying that you guys hate yourselves or anything, but a lot of people don't want to answer that. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. You guys are young guys, whatever. And I'm psychically reading you guys. I'm just reading your minds that, yeah, I don't want to answer that. I'm good looking on the outside, but inwardly, I don't know. I don't want to answer that. Like, nobody wants to claim that for themselves, right? And I think that's really fucked up, right? That's really, really fucked up because when I'm out in the real world, I can either be a good dude or a very violent villainous type person, right? I can go sympathy, antipathy. I could go this way, that way. I could go all sorts of ways with my soul. But when I'm alone, when I'm alone and inward, I can only ever go towards the good. There's something about when I'm very alone that I go, man, I need to be a better person. And if you feel like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. When I'm alone, I do get like that. Some people take it too far. Let me just kill this on the extremes, bro. A lot of you guys, when you're alone, inwardly want to be good people so bad that you start hating on yourself. Okay, listen, dude, I don't care if you hate someone outside in the real world or when you're alone, you hate the mirror. Hate is hate, and there's no room for that, bro. And I'm not saying that to be like a positive fucking faggot channel. I'm saying that you're changing the matrix and making it worse for me and everyone else on it. You have that much power. Yeah, like a ripple effect. You'd be shocked after death to find out how much power you actually had. You're gonna be terrified, you know? Hell is not what you've been told, but there is a hell, and you're gonna find out how much power you had in the world, and you're gonna be shocked at how many times you failed on sending that vibration out into the world. You're going to be, wait a minute, but Zherka, I was just in my room. From your room, my nigga, you're affecting reality. That's what I'm saying, that inwardly, when you go inward, you should not be these fucking guys who just get depressed. Oh, I need to be if you're ever depressed and a good person, bro, you're attacking someone still. That means when you're a good person, you're still a homicidal maniac trying to kill your own partner, bro, your own partnership with yourself. That's really fucked up, actually, right? And a lot of people think you can fake being a nice guy. No, you can't, because there's a vibrational quality to being a good person. For example, you give money to a homeless guy, and I'm not shitting on you guys. My whole life, I know the homeless guy, what he's thinking. All right. I get exactly what he's thinking. He wants the money and to be left alone, just like me. So guess what? I give him the money and I leave him alone. But that's not actually how you're supposed to help a homeless person. You're actually supposed to make sure you guys make eye contact and that he's seen. That is the most important part that we hate to do as human beings. We hate to give someone our attention. Why? Because we want to be left alone in our rooms gaming with our Halo and shit like that. And so we assume that's what he wants. And I'll tell you this, 9 times out of 10, that is what he wants. But you don't give the homeless guy what the fuck he wants. Are you going to give him a heroin needle too? No, you give him what he deserves. And it is tough, you have to make a bit of small talk with them and stuff. But I only recommend you get his name and you bring warmth with anything intellectual that you say to him. No cold intellectualism. No, there's no giving advice. There's a bunch of these emails I get every day. My job, don't forget, my job is to open your guys' fucking stupid ass emails that, like, some of them are so stupid where it's like you've got a family member or a friend going through a lot and you're convinced your advice can help them. When has giving advice to someone who is fractured ever helped them? Name one time in human history you could give someone advice when they're broken and the pieces are just back together. Are you fucking retarded? You lost your fucking mind? And this is my issue with. Give me hundreds in the chat. I see you guys laughing, but give me hundreds in the chat to let me know I'm still going. Because I did get a phone call right now. Don't call me. But yeah, there's this issue with cold intellectualism where people are convinced that advice is what humans need when humans are being very human and hurt. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I think I went up to 25 years old thinking like that until I had some moments that were out of this world. I don't want to call them magical or anything gay like that, but have you ever given someone the exact amount of comfort they need without saying anything? And when you get to this kind of higher level maturity of being there for someone, you kind of start to realize that knowledge eventually transforms into love, where you don't think about what should this person do to fix their life. You're just there for them. And you're like, whoa, when knowledge turns into love, there's life in people's eyes, both of our eyes. There's more to the world than just, well, this is what you should do because this girl's trying to cancel you. And it's like, huh. Now, when I look back at any time I've helped someone, it's kind of like those comments who say, Zherka, your tone helps me, right? I love your advice, but the tone. And when you look at how thinking works, which is this is going to blow your mind and probably destroy your life when you understand this, is how the mind actually works is that you become one and ensouled with the person you're listening to. So God forbid you're listening to some fucking faggot online. It's not really what they're saying. I'm just going to avoid XQC's advice. In my opinion, he gives some good advice here and there. But that spineless, pussy ass, bitch, nigga shit he's got going on is infectious. And a lot of people think, well, it's infectious, but XQC is top dog, so I'm going to be top dog, listen to him. And it's like, no, that's not how it works at all, right? Remember, your fruit has to pull out of the fucking earth. It can't be someone else's, right? Even if listening to XQC is making your kind of like tree grow, right? That's no homo, but you get what I'm saying. But yeah, we look at the world, and I talk about men's health because really, I don't like how many communities, especially the psycho spiritual communities, or even the psychologist channels, They love to talk about women's and men's issues bro, I every girl in my life that's been around me, whether they're having a mental breakdown or not, every single girl that's ever been around me, they all laugh at what it's like to be a man. They laugh at how hard it is. And once you're around a lot of women, you start noticing that like this whole nail polish, and I'm not just talking about hoes, I'm talking about like good women too. This whole chilling and really absorbing the drama thing that women do. It's strange to say, but you can be a good woman and get fucking absorbed in drama, even if you're just watching it on the TV, let's say. Whereas if you're a man and you're addicted to TV drama, I know Mizkif in person, so this is like more personal for me, right? But if you're like addicted to drama as a man, like usually other men are gonna be like, yo, there's something wrong with this guy. This guy's a fucking homo, right? And it's hard to say this because we are the commentary community. We talk about all sorts of this kind of stuff, right? But I want to talk about men's health, where it's like I met Emru. She's a sweet, adorable angel. I met Mizkif, and he's great to me, right? But again, I'm not kissing him on the lips, so it's a little different. Um, Number one, I just got to get this off my chest because I'm not an angel. I'm not perfect karma man. Okay, Emru's not attractive. She's not hot. Okay, let's just clear the fucking slate, bro. This whole fucking 20,000 likes on a photo, like my nigga, come on. She's cute, but come on. She's not. We've gone to this place in society. I'm gonna go into it, but we've gone to this place in society where we start idol worshiping Asian women. All right, listen. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like keep the cute category there. All right, let's not this whole thing about the internet making every single girl a Jessica Alba level. Like what? Like when did Twitch girls get this kind of authority that their whole audience is obsessed with them? And bro, Jessica Alba doesn't even have that kind of an audience, and she's literally karmically. She did great work on her soul and her subtle energy body, right? She did real good work. And if you're ever wondering how people are attractive, like why are some people attractive and some people mid and some people whatever, it's actually the soul component is being imprinted into the flesh, which is kind of the cosmic joke, right? But in our light astral forms, in our light bodies, we look way beautiful and radiant. Like if you ever wonder what your arm hairs are, all those hairs on your body, they actually straighten out and turn into rays of light when you're not in this shadow form, in this material, dense spiritual form where it's like just dense and ugly and fleshy. Be careful with a lot of these religious Christians who tell you, God made you perfect the way you are, and it's like yeah, in your original form, not your fallen state. That you are evolving over a long period of time. That's why you're balding at 30. That's why you have short niggas. And this is not your final form, trust me. And moral progression is the only way you get better looking over time. So you start getting a lot more attention and your incarnation starts feeling a lot more awesome. And this is called the ego inflation challenge, actually. It's the hardest lesson most souls go through. So, for example, you do a lot of good spiritual work, you become a beautiful woman or a stud, and then you use your powers for evil, right? I think this is kind of my story, right? Right? You become the Chad, and then the ego inflation challenge is, well, is Zherka going to transform his lower desire into higher desires, or is he going to start fucking sluts? And it's like, you know, you always say when it's your turn, and everyone's gonna have their turn. Make no mistake about that. That's why even the homeless guy, he's gonna be a god amongst his heaven. So show some respect. You don't understand that before the Devacon, in your personal heaven, you are a god there. Make no mistake about that. That's why God hates people who look down on the handicap and stuff like that, because these are children of the Most High still. But we look at the ego inflation challenge, and most souls that are good looking actually fail this challenge, right? They either spend too much time in the slut territory, too much time in the making fun of other people territory. You got to also word it like this. if someone sees you as an inspiration and there's nothing inspiring about you anymore, your flame is going out. This is very bad. This is really, really bad territory. This is like playing basketball instead of reading all day. This is like playing basketball with heel Mike and some bitches. You guys would be like, Zherka, what the fuck are you doing? Right? It wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make evolutionary sense. I'm talking about psycho spiritual evolution. And I want to talk about Emru, right? I guess she's karmically, we have to look at the truth, and we're looking at theosophical studies. We're not looking at fucking stupid religious shit. We're looking at facts, spirit science of facts, right? Yeah, she was a good person, right? That's why her features came out cute, right? That's why she came out with the bigger eyes and the whatever that guys like. I just don't get how she's a sex symbol. And I've always been offended by women who go for the cute look and become sex symbols because I can meme all day about a cutie pie on my lap for the camera to be funny. But at the end of the day, you look at my exes and they'll look more voluptuous. Like they'll be more sex symbols looking. They'll look a little more symbolically sexual. This whole idea of turning Emru into this sex goddess on fucking Reddit is fucking weird to me. And I know this has nothing to do with the drama yet, but to me it's weird because it's like, aren't you going for that 9-year-old thing? You're going for that like little anime girl look, right? And I'll just say it like this, man. Everyone on fucking LSF and those websites, they need their fucking hard drives. They got to go through those hard drives, man. That's some weirdo shit. Because I've always maintained that if you're from an anime background, which Trainwrecks used to make fun of me so much for this. He goes, Zerka's a weeb. Zerka loves anime, and I'm like, bro. In the animes that I came up with, they had tits and ass and skirts and schoolgirl look. But in the animes that they're watching in for the last, I don't know, 10 years, these are fucking children in miniskirts. It's fucking weeboo weirdo-ness. And I feel like Emeru plays into that. So I just want to say her community is a bunch of weirdos. We'll go off what she said, not her community, because I know everyone's on her side. And you guys got to remember that, yeah, I knew Mizkif. We were cool. No, we were really cool. I'm not gonna lie, we were really cool. I was more tight with Train back in my Twitch days, but yeah, then they had their falling out and stuff, and Mizkif saw that I was a little too edgy to be around, so we'd hang out for hours and hours off camera. But what am I saying? Every time he tried to put me on stream, I was like not in the mood, which is weird. If you have a buddy who's got 20,000 fucking viewers live at that time, he had 20 to 50,000 doing Pokemon openings, right? And I would ditch all the streams. I'd just be in the background. I'd do my own thing. And people don't realize how strange I am. Like, what the fuck? You're a part of the Twitch community, Zherka? What the hell? And it's like, bro, my first Twitch gone, they all made fun of me because they're like, oh, Zherka is that super extroverted guy. And no, they saw me at TwitchCon. Bro, I put my headphones on, not the earphones, headphones, big ones, so noise canceling, and listen to my own music at the TwitchCon house party with Destiny and everyone. It was packed and it was a real community and we were real friends and everyone was having an awesome time. Novu, everyone. But I just remember being in my own world still because I was from the nightclub. I was used to my music, not this gay Twitch music and shit like that. And I just remember being social enough to touch people, not on some creepy shit, but you know how everyone touches your arm and hugs you. And back then we used to all hug a lot. Like it was a real Raj Patel community, right? Which is not an Indian guy, it's a white guy. But yeah, when we look at it, this Emru girl who I guess, I don't know how to word this, she built up her following appealing to these weeboo types. So these guys who are into and I know you guys are gonna make jokes about about me and all that stuff, but right now is not the time for jokes. Weeboos are into 12-year-old looking bitches. Okay? And not memeing at the camera, not even noticing, just like running, trolling. They're not doing anything for the camera. They're behind their fucking computer in their basement jacking off to some weirdo shit. Like just search up weeboo online. It's anime girls that literally are toothpick skinny and 5'2", and it's fucking disgusting, right? And it's not porn, but I think that's what the animes try and go for. Like, it's always a sexualized theme, which is weird. You'd laugh. You'd be like, "How's it sexual if they don't have tits or ass?" It's just like, but Japanese people, they get fucking lonely. They get weird, right? They get really. They're too conservative. You get the political banter. Okay, so anyways, she built up her whole community farming the highest level, most severe kind of simps. And I know it sounds like I'm being harsh, but this is how I speak. I still remember Maya and all these people on Twitch, they'd be like, well, Zherka's just being Zherka. Because they knew I speak harsh, but I'm still friends with these people in a way where it's like if I see them, I'm friends. I don't know what you call that. But yeah, so when we look at 12,000 upvotes on Reddit against Mizkif, and this is not a defend, I'm not here to defend anything yet. Just hang on a sec. When you look at 12,000 upvotes on live stream fail for a girl saying that she got assaulted, right? You got to know who is upvoting that, right? And it's like these high level weebs, and not that it's not a true story or anything. We're gonna get into that, but it's more like just have that picture in your mind of who the fuck is upvoting it, right? Now, a lot of people are saying Mizkif's been a weirdo for a long ass time. I don't appreciate that, right? And this is not a defend Miz. This is not, I'm more with. I don't think Miz even likes me anymore because I'm with Train on a lot of things, right? But we never had beef. But now I will be fair as a men's health expert. I got to talk about men's health. It is brutal the way Emru is going about this because you could say Asmongold and everyone's saying that Miz is secretly a piece of shit, and who knows? Maybe he is, right? Maybe there's more to that footage where he fights Mick Jones and stuff. But I've never been a guy who judges someone off one bad moment, especially if it's one bad moment in 28 years, 30 years, right? Because most people have a lot more. It's just not on camera. And when I look at my life, it's like, where are the good moments? A lot of bad shit, right? But yeah, so my natural temperament is that give him a break, right? Eyes are on him. We'll see, right? So everyone's saying he's been a piece of shit and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't know how real these stories are. You guys were very close, and remember, I'm a fan of Asmongold. I think he's interesting, entertaining. I think he's on team men's health, believe it or not. And I've known Asmongold in person since 2019. Okay. Like this is Asmongold is someone who is so fucking cool in person. Where when I saw him first, I was like about to scream Asmongold because I was on some podcast with him, and that's how I found out who he was. And before I even said anything, he said my name, right? And I think I had like 50,000 followers back then, and basically I was like nobody, right? And he said my name first, and I was like, oh shit, this guy is he wants to socialize, right? And I could tell that he didn't give Nick too hard of a time on the Train Race podcast against Hassan, Sargon of Akkad, and Destiny, and all those guys. So I consider Asmongold an ally, right? The only time I've ever attacked Asmon is just his Zionist position. Didn't like that. And that's more for world karma, right? We have to save children. Doesn't matter if their skin is brown. One in the chat. We have to, right? W is in the chat. If we have to literally save children every day we wake up on Earth, doesn't matter the color. And that's not like a spiritual. Some people think that's like a Christian position. How about that's a we have to because we have to position. Okay, let's not just link it up with I have to make sure kids don't die because I'm a good Christian. Or how about just stop being a piece of shit. Like if you have to check back, does my religion say that I can save these kids? If you have to do that in your head, you're something seriously fucked up in you, okay? And I remember being a child thinking about, I can't wait to grow up and defend the honor of those who are fucking being slain, especially on camera, right, in the digital age. Because I was used to seeing it as a kid. I would watch the Iraq War and all those kind of leaks. And I was like, holy shit, these are atrocities. But now let's go back to Emru and Miz. We're talking about mental health, right? The first time Miz had like a mental crisis, I don't want to say breakdown, I think that's unfair, but however he worded it, he was nuked by train, and which, to be fair, Miz did start that war, right? Pretty sure Miz, it's been a while since 2022, right? But Miz started that one against Train, and Train took it to a different level. And then Miz was kind of never the same again. He would talk about that, how he was pretty shook. He went on a spiritual fitness journey and all that, the normal stuff people go through. And then when he came back, it just seemed like he was starting to bubble up this year, right? Not that I'm following this stuff, I'm just going off what I see on Twitter. It just seemed like his ego consciousness, after it totally shattered, is coming back in. And if you don't know what that is, it's your identity. Who in the chat has lost their dream girl, their dream job, their dream something? Um, yeah, your ego will shatter into pieces. And I want to say that it's like months, but the stories I've read is like years of people trying in a haze, in a blurry haze, trying to figure out who the fuck they are again. And it's very strange because by the time it comes back to them slowly, right, like out of the fog, they start wondering after this kind of psychological breakdown that needs to happen, right? This coming into consciousness through pain, or more consciousness from the pieces, you're back together, but you're a bigger self this time, right? Bigger to bigger man, bigger ego conscious center point of consciousness, right? Excuse me, not just center point of consciousness, like your whole everything about you is leveling up. Let's just word it like that, so it's worth going through. But yeah, it's strange to me how you know Mizkif went through all that, and now he's getting hit hard again, which, if you study anything that I've put out for you guys, you'll know that these are huge, huge karmic lessons. And a lot of people get confused with karmic lessons. They go, well, Zherka, since you used the word karma, does that mean Mizkif's guilty? Does that mean one person is telling the truth and one person is lying? And no, that's not what it means at all. Okay? A karmic lesson means a balancing of power, just to bring another person into more consciousness. So on textbook, it's the greatest thing that could happen to you. But in reality, when it's your turn, you're gonna be like, oh, this is this is the great equalizer. This is the whole, oh wow, God really has the laws of the game, right? The game of life. A lot of people ask me, can God make a rock so heavy that he cannot carry it? And it's like, yeah, he can. But how are you answering an age old question? That's crazy. And you got to understand that God's nature is perfect. Therefore, his law is perfect. So when he sets a game, he's not going to snake you by changing the rules last minute and fucking you over. Right? So once the laws of karma creation, which comes from the word kriya, karma, right? Creation, once they're set in place, it's pretty much everyone gets whatever they want. And we kept falling from grace and using our mental abilities, our powers for evil, stepping on each other's toes, etc., until we keep falling in layers and layers. And now we even take shits throughout the day to remind ourselves that there's decay in us, that stuff has to leave us. There's embarrassing things that happen to our bodily organism that, I don't care how grown up you want to be about it, you do realize why you pee and shit and have these impulses, these lower nature impulses. You should meditate on that and understand why you have these, right? You should understand what the Sphinx is trying to tell you in Egypt, why it has the body of a beast and the head of not a man, of a god king, of a pharaoh. Well, once you meditate on what the Sphinx actually is, you're going to be shocked at how bad you're living your life. That every emotional flux you have throughout the day is an opportunity for you to transform it upwards and move towards your godlike potential. And This is a sad realization to come to if you're 55. But if you're 25, my dude, you should feel motivated. Wouldn't it be funny if this was a beer? It's a Coke Zero. Now, why am I bringing the topic of karma into this? Is because karmic blessings come with a backhanded slap, right? Like I'll word it like this: karma will slap you out of the game for a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, depending on the severity. But you always skyrocket back harder. The only problem is every single time you come back to the game, you realize this is not the game you want. Actually, you want your trajectory to go upwards towards spirit. You're kind of done with this Twitch game. And it seems like that's Mizkif's fate. I really didn't think something like this would happen, but the first thing I messaged him, right? Listen, whether you're evil in the moment, right? Because no one's evil forever. Whether you're whatever you're going through, as a men's health expert, I messaged Mizkif one thing. I said, hey, you can beat this. Many have. Stand up for yourself. And am I saying this because I'm this detective who knows who's in the right and wrong in it? No, that's not why I'm saying this. I'm saying this as a soul who understands that men kill themselves. And women don't do that. I'm sorry. It's like every time I bring this up, every woman in the room gets awkward. Well, no, John, when I dated you, you saw like cuts on my wrist. And it's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up with that shit. Enough. Okay? We're talking about killing, a human being killing himself, and you're talking about some fucking dumbass nigga shit. Like, shut the fuck up, man. I'm so tired of women perking up and getting all quiet every time the male suicide topic is brought up. Why are you guys getting quiet? Just leave the room. Get the fuck out of the room. How about that? Okay? You don't have to say, well, this one time I scratched myself with a pencil. Shove it up your cunt, you dumb bitch. Now, don't actually do that, but shut the fuck up with that. Now, if you're in a male body, you go, oh shit, what Zherka's saying is right. Any man can jump off a cliff. Women cannot do that. Unless she's possessed, a woman never does that. So wait a minute, that's a legitimate threat? I've rolled the dice as a man? That is an actual possibility. This is why Zherka speaks of spirit all the time, because he knows most of a lot of members in his audience are growing up in this age of modernity where suicide is an option. Let's be real. It is for a lot of guys. Now it stays in the shadow and they don't know until that week they do it, but it's a real risk. And as a men's health expert, I'd say this, man, Mizkif is at risk, right? W's in the, not W, excuse me, don't encourage it. One's in the chat if you think any man being nuked more than this kid, it's our duty to reach out to these people, right? We don't ever want to be the community that looks at Ms. jumped off a balcony, let's say, knock on wood, and we'd be like, wow, that was so preventable. At that Zherka space, we could have flooded his DMs and said, hey, man, there's always something you can do in any position you're put in. Now, when I watched the clips of Emru, which is a very sweet girl, right? These people know her better, so we'll go off what they're saying. Every streamer is saying that she's a good person and Mizkif's just a piece of shit to his friends and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be honest, I've never really sensed evil from Miz, okay? I feel like they're putting him in this category of he's the boss who wants to see good numbers. Yeah, that's every workplace. Now, does he get sad if his viewer count is less? I'm not gonna lie, dude. There's this one. I remember the last day I was at Mrs. Place. It was me, him, and Slaker, and I can leak this. This doesn't hurt anyone, but he randomly opened up a tab to see XQC's viewer count because XQC was like shitting on him, and it was funny because Miz didn't say anything disparaging about him. It was actually very sweet how he's like, "Wow, XQC is just that good." But I could see there's like this lack of twinkle in Miz's eyes that he really cares about the viewer count, right? And if you want to know which streamers care about viewer count the most, it's the successful ones. To be a successful streamer literally means, I'm gonna just say it right now, you are so insecure you bought. You are so insecure that you go to every event. You are so insecure. To be at the top, you have to be at a high level of insecurity. And bro, there's been compilations made about streamers freaking out anytime they read a comment saying you fell off. Like they freak the fuck out. And I'm from a nightclub background, so anytime someone says Zherka, you fell off, I always think that the chatter is saying to me, Zherka's with bitches at a bar and having fun. Because I went from hot, beautiful women in a bar setting to ugly Twitch girls in an office room. And so to me, it always felt like someone saying you're on vacation. But to them, it's like the worst thing in the world. If someone, these guys don't even take like a week off streaming, right? But obviously, that insecurity keeps them at the top. Like that's super badass too. Like there's a light to the dark side of being an insecure bitch. It's um, there's a high level of insecurity that Floyd Mayweather has. That everyone attacks him on this, but he's the GOAT. You know, he's still the GOAT. But there's still that thing where it's like, like you can feel like, I don't want to make a black guy joke, but anyone else feel like you can be a slave to money even more at the top than at the bottom? Yeah, you can be. And you can always see someone who's a slave for money because they don't have an inner person talking ever, right? Like there's a bunch of guys who love my content and stuff like that, and they're just like super fans. But if I sat in a room with them, I'm not saying I've done this, but if I sat in a room with, or the guys I met from TwitchCon, from my chat and stuff, they didn't have anything else to talk about besides Twitch World. And I'm like, oh, they don't have inner selves. They just have that keyboard self, and that's it. And in the world, this world is cruel. If you build your personality more than your essence, bro, that is like you could have $50 million and then jump off a balcony because you don't have inner man. Right? For example, inner man is something like Khabib. Khabib is all inner man, zero personality, which is interesting because you always come off charismatic still with the inner man. That's why Khabib is so funny and he's so great, right? But then you'll have someone like Connor who's all personality, essence, but then the essence went away and the personality took over, and he's not happy with that, so he had to go on a spiritual journey to bring the inner man back out, right? You've seen this in every kind of person, right? And it's strange because these the personality and the essence of who you are, you cannot go hard on one and expect to be whole. These two have to get married as the lunar solar principles in your life, which is mind blowing to find out that your outer self, that's also kind of a compromise to the world, or that guy who doesn't punch his boss in the face and all that, your outer self has to merge with your inner being. And this happens slowly over a long period of time, but if it doesn't happen, you feel extremely unfinished. And when I mean unfinished, I mean like at a tie shop with a tranny saying, do you want a nut, or do you want to find out that you're fucking dealing with a man? I'm telling you, like, a lot of you guys think that being rich and successful is um, the complete part of your game, but believe it or not, you can't do that with the outer man. You can't do that with just personality. How many streamers, how many influencers do we know who have overdeveloped personalities, and there's no inner man, and they have like these boyish features, kind of like what does Nick call them, prey eyes? They don't have predator eyes. They don't have pedophile eyes. they don't have they they have prey eyes, right? And which is sad. Like I would say, Jack Doherty is a great example. Like Jack Doherty is my favorite example of I wish I could life coach him if I had the patience, because Jack Doherty has so much outer personality, which everyone wants to call it fake and all that, but that's not what it is, right? It's just something that has to be developed. And for Doherty, it's overly developed, right? That's why he feels the sense of loss, right? That's why he gets bad karmas, right? And that's why people leave him and all that, even though he's at the top. If people are leaving you when you're rich, that's a problem, right? So Doherty's someone who's so severely overdeveloped. You could get him to do 1,000 push-ups a day and develop the inner man, and it would still go to his outer man. You know, he would get cocky, he'd get loud on the microphone. You get what I'm saying? That he's very far gone. And what I'm trying to say is like the inner man of Alex Jones is very well. You can make fun of Alex all you want, but it's very well developed. I'm not saying it's all the way up there, but you sit in a room with Alex Jones, he'll tell you what he loves. You sit in a room with Zherka, he'll tell you what he loves, right? These types of people don't change their conversation because a hot girl is in the party. They're going to continue talking about the aliens and whatever, right? Now, the introverts understand the inner man a lot more, right? The extroverts, I got news for you. It looks like you dominate the world, right? But to a lot of extroverts listening, it's like there's a lot of these news flashes, these news flash situations. Like Mizkif is one of the highest level extroverts. How do I know this? He only gains energy being around people. That is extremely extroverted. That everyone loves to point their finger and say, no, Zherka's more extroverted than Mizkif. It's not true. It's not, or else I would be social on social media. I'm not social, right? I don't even have an urge to be social. And all my friends are these fucking famous rich dudes trying to get me crypto deals, and I'm doing my own thing. But Mizkif does not do his own thing. His only development of inner man would be going to the gym with Canute, right? And the rest is personality based. And when the personality gets too large, you get emotionally imbalanced, right? Very emotionally imbalanced. And I'm talking about like, I get these streamers push Adderall and all that in their body. So they're switching the thinking, feeling, moving centers in their body. Um, they're just fucking up everything, right? With these kind of enhancements, right? Psychoactive enhancements. And I get there's a lot of pressure, but I want to break down what happened with him and Emery according to her story. Okay. Okay. Number one, she said that they were dating. Okay. As a men's health expert, I gotta say, one in the chat or do whatever you gotta do. It doesn't have to be a one, but let me know you're listening to this. Let me know you're in line. One in the chat if most of the time the ex-boyfriend fucks the ex-girlfriend. That's just normal. That happens more often than not. Okay? So when they were dating, they were probably into some kind of rough play or maybe they were just rushing. They were going a lot faster. But now that they're broken up and he's comforting her as they're broken up, he tried to escalate things sexually because in his head he's still in boyfriend mode. Because that's how couples go. They go on and off. They break up 1,000 times. Like we've seen this with this is Ross and Rachel, man. He put his hands down her pants and she made him sound like a literal rapist, bro. And look, I know she's a sweet girl. I know everyone's on her side. And I know Mizkif don't even fuck with me like that. I should not be doing this. But as a men's health expert, I have to do this. She made a joke as she was talking about sexual assault and said he jumped off me like a cat. She paused to make a joke in the middle of her dry-eyed experience right now, live, as she's taking down Miz's whole life. Okay, listen, man. I've been around a bunch of women, and they would be terrified to do, especially to do that on camera where the world's watching, right? If I'm in Thailand and someone rapes me or tries to rape me, I'm not adding a joke to my story to make the rapist look bad. I'm not throwing it. She's trying to get like little jokes in the middle of her story. Very strange. Another thing is she said, I let him keep kissing me, which what the fuck does that even mean? So you're telling me it was escalating? How is he a rapist if he kissed you and you let him keep kissing you? How long? The way the whole internet spun this story is like he grabbed her, kissed her, shoved his hand down there, and it's like she's letting him kiss and escalate. And then she says, whoa, don't escalate like that. Now, if he had just bought my program, he'd know that she's not climbing on top of you, right? You're you probably shouldn't escalate. Okay? Unless you're in a long-term relationship where, like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. You guys are gonna get into long-term relationships where you're gonna realize they like the R play. I don't know what it is, but women like that. They really like that rough kind of like, hey, we're on vacation, let's get it going. But this is not one of those kind of situations. This is more like she's crying and he's trying to comfort her and whatever. And I guess he got horny. But do I want to just focus on him, or did she say something very weird? She said, I let him start kissing me. What the fuck does that mean? Like kissing on the cheek, on the fact that you're not adding those details makes the story kind of sound like he's just confused. And let me tell you this, if a guy's ever confused in the bedroom, I think that's the one time you can excuse his behavior, because guess what? If you have a change of mind in a split second, how the fuck is this guy supposed to know? You know? And the only reason why everyone's on Emru's side for all this is because they don't realize how many times they have hooked up. They probably hooked up 1,000 times in that exact sequence, minus the tears. So it was probably automatic to him, which I'm against automatic behavior. You should be conscious. And I'm really against guys jumping onto her. That's very strange. I don't remember ever in my life jumping on top of a woman, which I've been attacked by women for not being like that, right? I'm not trying to say I'm like a nice guy or anything. I'm trying to say, like, this whole, even if I was a smaller guy physically, I don't think I would get on top of a girl, right? I feel like she's not warm enough if you're doing that. You know, women rub their whole lower body against your knee when they want you, like cats. This is not okay. This is, you know what I'm trying to say. They literally start rubbing themselves on you when they want it. And when they want sex, and I don't understand how men go to the 0 to 60 thing and not the woman. First of all, women, I'm gonna just say it, are hornier than men. Only when we're looking through the scope of a relationship or even a breakup where your exes, right? Women are hornier than men in one aspect only, and that's in a relationship. Why? I'll just speak for all men when I say this, is there's something really unattractive about a woman when she's your girlfriend. I can never explain that to anyone correctly, but as soon as she's like, everyone on Facebook knows that's John's girlfriend. For some reason, she's not hot anymore. I mean, she's still hot that I'm with her and I'm loyal, but she's not hot enough where I want to peel her clothes off. It's more like she is poking me to get it started, and I'm more like this rhino that has to fucking get his horn hard. And it's like, nah, I don't know. I'm just like a big, fucking walrus. Just not that into it, right? Which is strange because when she's not your girlfriend, she looks like a fucking holy shit. She's glowing, dude. When she's not your girlfriend, when she's in that, yeah, but you're a player, and it's like, yo, bitch, does that even mean I'm a player? Like, stop talking so stupid. Like, you bitches fuck Drake. You know, is he a player? Anyways, that whole story looked weird, and I know you guys follow all this, so I want to play defense for the boys, right? Just slow down Emru's position there. Is there something disingenuous about all this? Do I think Mizkif can be an asshole to his friends? Yeah. Do I think that we should push him into a suicidal state for him being an asshole? Hell no. That's why I'm doing this call. And that I met him in person. I feel like I'm playing defense because it's the right thing to do, right? It's not like I'm ever going to see these people, right? Besides on my feed. But it is strange how this girl's under a lot of pressure. And I, I've rarely ever seen a victim make herself out to be a super angel when she's nuking someone else, you know? I've seen girls who are angels, kind souls, and when they nuke someone, they don't build themselves up. They just nuke the guy because it's the right thing to do. They want to feel safe. But this whole I'm hyper innocent, this is the perfect time after TwitchCon, I'm under a lot of pressure, and leaking his DMs. Like, first of all, there's never been an ex in history who didn't spam text his ex some mean shit. You know, like I feel like you missed out on the relationship if you didn't go through that phase of heat. Because when you have a sexual energy transfer, and this is probably where the red pill gets weird for a lot of you guys. You're like, yeah, Zherka, I follow you for the red pill. So when you start talking about mystical sex, I don't know about all that. But hear me out, okay? This is something Myron's never even understood. Have you ever had sex with a girl, you liked her, and you realize when you guys are breaking up, she still has a part of her mind in you, and it's really, really uncomfortable. And you want that piece of your mind that's in her through that sexual energy transfer back inside of you. Basically, hey, if we're gonna break up, give me that 35% of Zherka that's inside that I nutted inside of you, and you can have whatever this 35% of whoever you are, right? And that's where all the friction starts, where you start hearing her fucking voice in your head. You're driving home and you're like, nah, I broke up with this bitch like 2 weeks ago. Why the fuck is she in my head? And you start realizing, oh, this shit isn't free. Sex is not a joke. Oh shit, this is how people crash out and destroy their whole CEO empires. You know, you fuck someone you like, especially for long enough, and there's a soul transfer of pieces, parts of you. And you can't explain it until maybe years later when you start really looking back on your phone in the good old days and you realize, huh, my face even looks different when I was with that girl. Huh, I'm back to being myself. Like that was a kind of strange situation there. And here's the weird thing is, you look at some relationships you've had when you had no experience with women and you were getting blue balled and all that, and you were getting no play, but she was still kind of your girl. And you go, oh, wow, she didn't fuck with my mind until sex got involved. And you didn't fuck with hers until sex got involved. And so imagine Emru and Mizkif who have all that history. To me, this breakup doesn't look that vile. Now, him speeding, going fast, I found that really weird too. Like she said, he's trying to kill us both. And this is like a passing comment men make when they go over 70, right? He knows she's Asian. He probably said it's 150 to flex the Audi R8, right? I still remember Miz saying, you want me to pick you up in the Audi R8, Zherka, from the airport? And I said, bro, that is the gayest sentence I've ever heard in my life. You know, I think I'll just Uber. That, like, you know when you cringe? Because your homie is successful now and he's just sounding different. Like he was always doing good, but I'm like, damn, that was like, don't ever say that to me, okay? Don't ever make me feel like a fucking, all right? I'm Frank Sinatra on this bitch, all right? I'm doing coke off Amaranth's ass. Anyways, just want to get that out of the way. And there's other stuff with Emery where it's like she's losing her sweetness to this kind of energy that's vindictive and karmically evil, I'd say. That even if she's slightly in the right, doesn't seem like her story is 100%. And I'll say this, karmically, it's going to damage them both. Now, if you ever want to know how to move in the world, and just because I say this doesn't mean I follow it all the time, okay? But if you ever want to work flawlessly on your karma, you avoid getting back at everyone in your life who just got you hot, angry, emotional. And a lot of you guys are like, that's easy to do. I'm going to just avoid everyone. And here's the problem, though. You didn't do anything. You have to transform that energy. You can't just hold a grudge and avoid people. You didn't really do anything. So without that alchemical transfer, right, inside of you internally, you didn't do anything. And now you realize how powerful a bodhisattva like Buddha, who's the highest level master, or Jesus Christ, which would never be considered a master, right? These kind of teachings are so profound that eventually man is disgusted with how many times he keeps getting punched in the face, how many times he's punched others in the face, and how many karmas have to ripen for him to realize, I think I'm going to swerve. And you have to start swerving everything because everything's already handled. And now that's the worst thing in the world to tell someone, because what if you have Zherka's temperament, right? That would be the end of an angry person like that. And remember, that's a beautiful thing if you're an angry person, you know? You'll be remembered in history for your temperament. People say, you know, that Zherka guy was an angry guy. That's a beautiful thing. That is still you. I'm just saying that never go into a war where you're unconsciously just farming back and forth karma for centuries and centuries and centuries, right? Now, after this incarnation, you're going to have 500 years on the other side before you want to incarnate again. And remember, each incarnation, you are literally begging to come back. That is the cosmic secret. So this is like the place where you do your heavy lifting, right? That as great as the other world is, you want to still finish your subtle energy body. You want to still turn yourself into a spirit man, Atman. You want to go to the highest level so you can bring your affection back in that side. You don't want to just be on that side where everything's perfect. You want to be your own individuated self, but on that side. And so you're like, hey, man, what is it? Fucking 1 hour on this side equals to so many power ups. Now imagine 100 years, 70 years, or for some of the greatest power ups, some souls die at like 28, right? Some early souls. Excuse me, the soul doesn't die, but you hear what I'm saying, the physical sheath. Now, when you look at life, you're going to start walking around thinking like, so Emru and Mizkif have had problems 500 years ago as well. And it's like, yeah, they have. And they're going to continue to suffer together. And you're going to notice in your life that you're karmically locked. Not linked, you're locked with some people you really don't want to be locked with. And here's the truth, it doesn't unlock just because you forgive and forget them. Until, until the karma is transformed between you guys in person, it's still locked in there. There's very rare chances that you both get over it in a beautiful way. There's always some person holding on to it. And you got to remember that all suffering on earth, don't ever believe a modern Christian who tells you an amputee who grew up with no legs, God made him like that to test his faith. Like, these people are sick in the head. A modern Christian is a lying, sick piece of shit who can't deal with the problem of evil. Okay? They literally, it literally says to be born again, and they're so confused as to what that means. And, for ages, Christianity has always been for the stupid, and then the more conscious people got the deeper esoteric meaning, which a lot of people have DM'd me saying, "Oh, why would Christ make anything hard for us to absorb if the truth has to be simple?" And it's like, he spoke in parables, you fucking idiot. Do you even know what you're saying? He spoke in esoteric. Do you hear what I'm saying, you stupid fucking monkey brain? And remember, I'm not here to debate. I love to debate you guys, but you guys waste a lot of my day with this shit. I'm not here to debate a modern Christian, okay? The Listen, the truth evolves. It's still the truth, but it's like a more beautiful painting all the time. And so now we're using technology to spread the truth, right? But let's not pretend like medieval Christianity is not the truth. Okay? Let's just let's run away from this idea that you were born fat and bald because God is fucking with you. No, you did that to yourself. You were made perfect, dude. Soon as it was you wanting to be an individual creator, a co-creator, soon as you want to do your own thing, just like Luciferic spirits, which a lot of people are convinced these are just evils. These spirits are equivalent to children. They're way wiser than us. I'm not calling them children, right? Ton of respect for everything above us, right? Fallen angels, all that. But this is the equivalent to locking yourself in a room away from God to build your own world. This is what they're doing. And this is the light they want to give without love, right? The light bringer, the Promethean light, like trying to evolve you too soon. But no, you're supposed to take on your karmas. You're supposed to march forward and evolve at your pace. And that's the most important thing, is evolving at your pace. Now, guess what? When you evolve at your pace, you make tremendous leaps in one lifetime, right? You don't want to spend 2 years straight in hell, burning in agony over desires you never overcame, like Andrew Tate. That purification process in purgatory is going to terrify you. And I don't mean to fearmonger, that's never been my channel. I build courage in young men, but I'm telling you this, if you have this obsession with Bugattis and pussy, I get a bunch of people saying, "Well, Zherka, you're addicted to pussy too." What are you talking about? I think every clip you guys see me with a bunch of hoes is like 2 years old. I can go 2 years forgetting about hoes. What are you talking about? You know? I'm not running a porn website like Andrew Tate to keep myself surrounded with 10 bitches all the time. I've always been with one girl. What the fuck, you think I'm sitting in my fucking room watching a fucking Netflix movie with 10 hoes on me? Like, bro, I've had phases, but I've never had a 10-year phase of hoes. It's usually like one girl a year, and then hey, I became a YouTuber, and they're like, hey, how many can you do? And I'm like, watch this shit. But to think that Zerka's obsessed with whores, it's like, no, or else I'd have fucking millions and millions. Like, I'd have 10 million by now doing some fucking OnlyFans shit, right? Or being an OnlyFans manager like Andrew Tate and stuff. But no, that's not. I know what's gonna burn my. I know my attachment issues to which desires. Don't ever try and put Andrew Tate's fucking desires on me, right? Give me a break with that shit. Don't ever put Heel Mike's obsession on me. Like, don't ever do. You can even see when I'm around hoes, I'm having a blast laughing, and Heel Mike is literally having cum explode out of his eyes. Like, he's shaking horny. Like, that is someone who has a desire issue. Don't ever say Zerka's like Heel Mike, Zerka's like Andrew Tate. Don't fucking lie to yourself. I got so many fucking desire problems that you could attack. Don't ever fucking put me in with fucking hoes. Get the fuck out of here. I'll even push it further. If you were in my shoes, you would have fucked 10 million. You wouldn't fuck just a bunch. You'd fuck 10 million of them. Because you guys can't control yourselves. You guys watch porn. Fucking, that pissed me off so much that I'm like, there's people who think that I'm like Heel Mike. You know, when Heel Mike takes 4 months off the internet, he's still around hoes for 4 months straight. And people are convinced that me, someone who strives for mastery, someone who works so fucking hard all day, someone who did, I forgot to do entertainment because I work so hard on what I'm supposed to do on earth. You guys think I'm fucking hoes, you know? Well, I guess that's the world where it's like, you'll do 1 year perfect and then, have one summer with a couple hoes and they'll just write that comment. But I'm like, man, you should be able to look in a human's eyes and see what his issue is. Like, I think if you look in Zherka's eyes, you'd see cocaine is a bigger issue than hoes. I think I'd be more attracted to someone DM me in this chat, yo, let's go do fucking cocaine, Zherka. Let's get in trouble. I think that would be a bigger attachment than, hey, Zherka, I got a couple baddies. Like, get the fuck out of here. And why I say this is because I think it's hella unfair to me because I've never been a girl's channel, right? I love seeing through their nature because I have that thing where I don't break. Whereas if they bat their eyelashes, then Heel Mike will break right away, or Andrew Tate behind the scenes will literally fucking break. That's why he went on that whole fucking millionaire journey because some bitch got fucked in the club and sent him pictures of her getting fucked. Why do you even tell that story? That's a fucking traumatizing story. Don't fucking tell us that shit. Fucking cuck fantasy, bro. But yeah, this whole idea that Zherka is not a one woman kind of guy. Do you really believe that? Are you guys fucking retarded? Could you guys even see me if the cameras are off be wanting my house filled with a woman talking? Like Heel Mike loves to tell his whole stories and problems to a woman. I've never been. I'm nothing like that. What the fuck are you talking about? You know? And I guess I'm making a bigger deal than it is. It's not like I know that now that I've explained it, it makes more sense to a lot of people. They'd be like, yeah, I guess he doesn't look like he's drooling. Looks like he's memeing. Hill Mike looks like he's actually drooling when he's around hoes, bro. Like, I don't know why. I'm not trying to attack the guy, but the guy's into fucking, what does he say? He says, I'm a Scorpio, bro. Very much so. Yeah. But anyways, you don't want this karmic punishment to be for, let's say, Emru. She has to, all the ugly things you do to other people stains your mirror, okay? And that mirror has to be polished or else you're not allowed to see the king. And that mirror, I'm telling you right now, you could be the best guy in the world, it's going to be ugly. It's actually the guardian of the threshold. It's, you want to go to God, you want to go to the higher devas, you want to go up there. Everyone wants to go up there with their new powers. You have to clean yourself first. And that's why people freak out from death, is they don't want that experience of seeing what they've done with their own souls. You have to look in your own face. You don't want to be 72 years old like Andrew Tate and inwardly ugly as fuck, a monster where, the toughest guys are going to look like pussies on that side. You don't want to traumatize yourself like that and come reincarnated in a fucking uglier, weaker person to learn lessons. You don't want to step on people's toes and destroy lives. And Emily has that look on her face that it's like, come on, don't make him out to be a rapist. You know, you're a sweet little, cute little girl, but you don't know how much damage you're doing to your own soul. You're trying to make someone you cared about, someone that you have love for, you're trying to make them a rapist. Like, if you knew what happens on the other side of the gate, you would be terrified to do this, right? And a lot of people are like, Zherka, how are you so forgiving to even the people who have wronged you? And it's like, because this world is Maya. We're only seeing half, not even half, bro. We're seeing a bit of this world. This world is illusion, man. You're living for the. Do you know why there's like this joke, inside joke between people when they see someone ugly is that they're seeing a soul that has not done that much progression. Unless it's the rare chance that it's a master who incarnates in an ugly soul because he wants other powers, right? But that's a rare chance. For a lot of ugly souls, prisoner type looks, they haven't worked on their moral progression towards the Lord. So, they don't get the benefit. Then there's also the beautiful woman that worked extremely, a lot of these TikTok beautiful women. I've fucked so many of them. And I regret it too, right? It was fun, but these are not the type of women you want to be around. And a lot of them are gorgeous because they've worked so hard on their spiritual work back when the world was a more spiritual time, when everyone was spiritual back then, right? And now they're Instagram hoes, falling off the ladder. And I get it that it's like snakes and ladders, and eventually we get up there. But I'm all for anyone who follows me to literally, like a steaming train, break through to the next level. And I'm telling you, every incarnation gets better. Even if you fucked up bad, even if you have more karmas, in a weird way, it gets better. Can't really explain that, but there's a reason you have an affinity towards video games, right? To go to the next level in video games, it's hinting something at the way you live your life, okay, or the way life works. And stop thinking life is every soul you saw at fucking Walmart. Most humans you see are not even born yet, okay. It would horrify you to find out how many people are still dead, that they're not even born yet. Okay? Something else that'll scare you is that romantic love is only 700 years old. That's why in the old mystery plays they'd be raping each other. The rape of Persephone, which is talking about the psychic capacity of thinking, but the reason why they would have rapes in these mystery plays and stuff like that is humans were more brutal back then under Mars energy, right? About 700 years ago, romantic love starts to spring forth. In the beginning, it was awesome. It's gotten to a weirder place, for sure. And if you ever wonder why the Silicon Valley guys at the top, why these geniuses are all cucks, is because, believe it or not, to be a cuck is at the highest level of the evolution. Doesn't mean that you being a cuck right now evolves you faster. It just means they're over a lot of desires. So basically, they can give love and transform it into an offering thing instead of an I want, a desire. And they can let their partner go do something else because they know they're here for a really short period of time and they want to go to other places. These are the same Silicon Valley guys who work around Steve Jobs and they do DMT and this kind of culture, right? If you're ever around them, you look at them like straight in the eyes and you go, "You don't care that your wife gets fucked?" And they go, "Yeah, it's lifestyle. We just live lifestyle," right? And you try and convince yourself with all these red pill channels that deep down they care, deep down, and it's never the case because those guys are the highest. They have blue eyes, white skin, are extremely liberal, extremely angelic like, right? A lot of them get a little soft and demonic with how nice they are, right? That means niceness with weakness. But a lot of these guys understand how short life really is. They understand how big the other worlds are, how important it is to morally progress, how important it is to keep their wife's freedom at a maximum level, because they deeply understand that she is a spiritual being, that she's going to become divine, that in the other side of the higher world, you are not going to have this desire of keeping her for yourself. It's more like you can fly, she can fly, you guys are going to fly together, but you want to meet other souls to fly with. That feeling of orgasm is going to feel kind of like you're, not to be disrespectful, but like the shit between your toes. That just being on the other side is 10 million times better than an orgasm, and in a sustained, willful way, not in a short little burst, right? Not in a up and down, in a complete rising and MDMA type of experience. And you're going to want to go to higher worlds than that. And a lot of people don't realize that everything you're looking at in the outside world, right? Every person you meet in the external world, in the other side, All of this external you see outside is inward. So you won't be able to hide everything you've done. And you're going to be, I guarantee you, I'm not saying this to be a fucking content creator or interesting or anything. I'm saying this that it's not like a dream. You're going to remember everything. Remember, the draft of forgetfulness is only Earth incarnation. It's very short. It's like a speck in the whole timeline of everything you're doing. On the other side, you're going to be saying stuff like, yo, Zherka. Zherka's the reason it was always in the back of my head to morally progress because he painted that image. He used his moral imagination correctly to paint me the right image to see, to make me understand that, oh, it's not really about my bank account. There's a different spiritual economy I'm trying to strive for. I'm trying to enter. And a lot of you don't realize that you can go out in public and see the spiritual world. Dude, go look at a mailman. He's doing that job as an affection to the Lord. In higher realms, he's doing a job similar to a mailman in a way more fun way that I don't want to get into. But look at a lawyer. Many lawyers become angelic lawyers on the other side. Many jobs and skill sets you learned here transform on the other side. It's that much fun on the other side. Now, I'm not saying it's fun like you jump off a bridge today and you're there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's fun if you carry your karmas because this life flies by quick. You might think 72 years of fucking carrying my karmas. No, dude, you look at your body, you're looking at karma. You're looking at what you created. You're looking at your face, the way your eyes sit. If you're always sad, if you're always angry, you're looking at how you're structuring your subtle energy body. Now, in a fleshly way, it looks a lot different than a body of light. But you can see the eyes that look like they don't believe and the eyes that know. And those eyes that know are called heretics. And I'm telling you right now, you don't want to be spiritually a fucking noob like Andrew Tate. Because remember, if you have followers, this is the most traumatizing part you'll ever hear, right? You look at Swedenborg's work, the sins you do that you don't know about, you actually get away with those. Now that's crazy to hear. But the sins you do that you did know it was bad and you still did it, that is not good at all. And you're going to be terrified to realize, oh shit, there's a difference. Now, that's Swedenborg's writing. I'll take it further into saying you shouldn't be making these unconscious sins anyway against yourself. Sinning means to miss the mark. Remember, if you want to stab someone, you actually want to give them love. If someone makes you angry, anger is a forerunner of love. So instead of you shining a light beam of love at them, you go slap them out of anger. So you just missed the mark. That's why to sin means to miss the mark. But your mark is always love and freedom, right? Unlike the other angelic hosts, and if you really want to get into it, your angelic hosts, think of your body, think of your chest, and think of your head. There's three heavens right there. Every little electrical impulse is angels who want to tell the Lord everything you've done correct. And then you've got a bunch of other people that work through you that really want to fuck you over, but they're making you stronger too, right? And you have to just, no matter what, like tunnel vision to the top while being open minded, which is tough, especially because I'm not the open minded channel. But you got to tunnel vision towards your karmas. You got to do things correctly on earth. And I'm not saying you're not going to have a bad episode like me. That's normal, right? We get influenced, right, by these stars above the planets. We get influenced by that stuff, but that doesn't rule us, right? This is why concentration throughout your day is what you're supposed to be doing, developing thinking. And you're supposed to be developing being by meditation that doesn't involve thinking, right? So you're balanced out. And you're supposed to be entering a very deep prayer life. Now, when you start doing these kind of esoteric practices over a couple years, you're going to notice a strong intuitive faculty to run away from bullshit. Like, I don't need to be at this party. That's not how it works, dude. A lot of religious people will get very spiritual and religious, and they'll miss all their karmas because they didn't go to those parties. Now, at those parties, you have literally a duty to transform there. Like, I don't want to drink alcohol, but you have a duty there. You have stuff to unfold there. Now, here's the weird thing is the religious people are correct that if you go to that party, you have a high chance of fucking up and slowing down your progression. Don't think of it as sins the way they teach you normally, right? These are just lessons. There is no karma that is for punishment. It's always learning, okay? That's why I say you can get away with a lot if your consciousness is expanding. You can get away with a lot. You can jump with a lot, but you're not going to get away with the evils. And what Emma is doing to Mizkif right now, she's doing some evil, and it's going to make her inward subtle body a little uglier. She's not going to like the look after it, and it's because she's hurting Mizkif. She knows he's not a rapist. They just had an awkward moment. But this is something that we find out on the other side when consciousness is totally transparent. And every one of you, you got to remember, let's say you have followers and you're listening to this. If you misguide, you can be funny and all that, but if you misguide your followers, you're taking on all their karmas. You know that, right? They have their own problems, but you're taking a part of that. So if Andrew Tate is getting millions of people to sign up to Hustlers University off of deception, I genuinely think these sales types of people, with all the research I've done, these people are going to spend the longest time in Kamaloka. This is terrifying news for anyone who believes in afterlife. And I'm saying he's done a lot of good things, but be careful with the whole scamming thing, okay? A lot of you guys are convinced Zherka should run a crypto coin, and it's cool and all that, but if it fucks even one person over, you really think a bit of money in this side of the world where you can't even enjoy money is better than in a world where we can? Have you ever had dreams where you're flying? You were seeing yourself in a time where you had those powers in a limited form, though. But you were getting a taste of what you had. That is what you're working towards. And a lot of people think that this fall from grace is like an oopsie daisy mistake. No, as much of it as mistake it is, it's the highest level transformation you can do as a spiritual being. To separate from spirit and bring something unique. This is like God's ultimate gift. Now, you are going at it too fast, right? The fall wasn't supposed to happen at that time, but with free will, there's really no real time. We're going to fuck up. As soon as the word free will gets involved, there's always someone who fucks shit up and everyone follows that person or everyone falls together. But here's the crazy thing is the lower you fall, the more powers you get. And mankind is the most fallen, the crown of creation. So a lot of you guys who've always internally felt like you're gonna get your cake and eat it too, like you're gonna get to sin a bunch but have gray hair and become a good person and wrap up the incarnation correct. Yeah, it's true. You are gonna get your cake and eat it too. But I think why not run a perfect game starting today, listening to my voice right now? Like you gotta really ask yourself, is this nigga Zherka selling something? There's no link, bro. I'm not selling you anything. I'm saying instead of being like all your parents and all that, where they start becoming good people around 45, where maybe they're hardened and crystallized and just ugly inwardly, instead of being those people, why not start today and realize, wait a minute, I feel lighter living like this. You know, you feel lighter, dude. You're not carrying anything inwardly. And you're going to notice in the mirror, you're going to look more fresh, a little younger, a little less ugly, a little less hurt. Yeah, a little more boyish charm, a little more glowing. And you're going to be like, huh, well, now that I'm clean, I'm going to go out there and, dude, if you sit down and really focus on cleaning your soul, and that doesn't mean you can't go out and party. Actually, here's the crazy thing. Spiritually, partying is actually very healthy. A lot of people who avoid the party phase in their life feel like they have an unlived desire in them, so they keep incarnating even more aggressively to party, even more influence. Yeah, you don't want that. You want to get everything out of your system at the right pace. And I think the right pace is like in the movies, how they show in the your college years and all that, whatever they show. Now, if you're one, I get a lot of these guys who message me and say, Zherka, I lived my party years, but I've partied like 10% compared to everyone else, but I don't really have a need for it. I like the stuff you talk about and stuff. Those guys are the best. Those guys are, if you don't have a need for it, this is perfect, right? Now, there's a lot of cold, calculated types who make a lot of money who never party. Again, this is bad, right? We want to be always in the middle, just so we're not jaded and ugly. Anytime you feel ugly inwardly, you're imprinting that on your soul. And again, it's like let's say you're going to bar mitzvah. You're not going to want to face the Lord. You're going to keep coming back, making stupid progress. Like, I don't want you guys to make this kind of up. You look at the transmigration of souls. A lot of people are doing zigzags, and it's funny and all, but in my opinion, I like the ancient Egyptians who, before they became fucked up, when they were doing everything perfect, they said every child is going to know how to move quick upwards into higher worlds. They made it their duty. Just like when Christ washed the apostles' feet, he's basically saying, you guys are coming into divine status, right? Let me wash your feet. Like, remember, they had a problem with this. And he said, it has to go like this. It has to go like this, that you're going to be dirty. Like, go down there, jump, you're going to be dirty, and you're going to come back even better. And a lot of you guys are like, I can't grasp my head around the Father being this generous. And I'm like, dude, it's different. You know how humans are generous to be generous, or like how we feel like we're being watched, or Christ feels like when he met up as an initiate with the Essenes who took vows, they took their Gnostic vows. The Essenes were the top of the Christians. They took their vows, the first Christians, real Christians, and their vows were, hey, we can't take care of our family members. We dedicate our lives to anyone who's not our family, not bloodline, anyone else. And it was a beautiful vow, right? And they did everything perfect. And the first thing Christ noticed when he was around the Essenes, right? His people, he noticed that, oh, wow, you guys have morally progressed so far compared to everyone else in society. You're doing everything for them. You're helping the sick. You're literally saints. But they are still in the mud hurting, and you are morally perfect. Meaning, how the fuck are you going to think that you did anything? You spent all those incarnations being perfect, helping everyone out, generosity out the ass, and people are still suffering hard out there. Clearly, there's an ego involved. That a lot of people there's some people who just incarnate better and better, and it's only for them. They want just the powers and stuff, and it's like there's no real humility there. Where Christ said, you guys who are saints, you guys who are perfect, I'm going to show you how it's done. That I'm going to take the world's suffering. I'm going to take all of that because you guys are clearly playing a solo game. You might be helping people, but look at what it's generated, right? It hasn't done anything. Because, if someone's playing the game right, the whole town gets inspired. Some of you guys get inspired listening to me, and I'm not an Essene, right? Do you get what I'm saying? And so Christ became the Lord of karma for us, but did not take away our free will, that we still can do what we have to unpack ourselves, we have to do ourselves. That's why a lot of people who are like, well, Jesus died for your sins. And it's like, yes, But that man still doesn't have a leg and is in a wheelchair. So fucking explain that. Well, he just has to wait it out. You're not hearing what's happening, bro. You don't even get. There's no man without a leg and a man with a fucking without an eyeball. All this stuff you're seeing humans did to themselves with their own superpowers. You're gonna look in society and you're gonna feel this level of disgust, almost like, why the fuck would we do this? Why the fuck are we bombing kids in Gaza? No one gives a fuck about that. Everyone went back to change the channel. We have a problem in co-creating. We're fucking up hard. And there's evil spirits who are really fucking with us bad. Because let me tell you this is not to sound blackpilling, but we are out of the dark age and it still feels dark out there. We're out of the Kali Yuga cycle, and this transition has been really rocky. Just not so long ago was world wars. We are knee deep in materialism. We're in so much materialism that modern Christian churches are filled with materialists. There's niggas talking about if dinosaurs existed, a lot of weird shit, a lot of stupid shit. And how many people have messaged me said they went inside a church and they felt nothing? And I'm like, really? And they look into Steiner's work, his theosophical works and lectures, and they go, why the fuck does that resonate with me so much? Because that's what real religion is. This modern Christian shit is phony shit. Did you really think uninspired voices were close to the Lord? Bro, for all of human history, we've seen the inspired. We know what they look like. People with moral inspiration, moral intuitive powers, we know what they look like. Okay? We see that. Do you think Trump is one of these people? Are you fucking retarded? Right? Now, Trump's someone who's taking on way, way too much karma. His test is huge. Because when you're in a position of power that large, where you're changing the world, man, if you're doing things out of any selfish intention, you gotta literally take all that. For some people, Kamaloko will be a month for really good people. For people like Trump, it could be a very, very long time. So remember, hell does exist. If you're an evil person, until you burn off all those impurities so you can finally not be dragged down, you can fly up. And anyone who's ever had a psychedelic experience or anything like this where you feel like you're just rocketing upwards, you know what I'm talking about. I know these guys who went and done some ketamine therapy and they were telling me, Zherka, it's everything you talked about, and I felt like I'm just a rocket going up, and then I woke up and I forgot it all. And it was like, really, the horse tranquilizer? But yeah, it is like that in a much different sense, where you don't want to be held down by your karma. It's like, I'm gonna say this, man. A lot of these Instagram whores who have done so much work on their soul progression. That's why they're beautiful. That's why they're way more beautiful than a lot of Arabs that hate them. Arabs are a lot of them are very ugly because they're spiritually low at a very low level, which sounds crazy to say, but that's kind of why they hyper compensate with their religious attitude, is because they know they're lagging behind. That's why they hate these beautiful women on Instagram. And look at this, bro. These girls can be hoes in one lifetime. That's not the worst thing in the world, even though it pisses us all off, right? It's like a waste of energy, total missing the mark. But she fucked up one incarnation. Do you know how many fucking incarnations that Arab fucked up to be that fucking ugly? Probably 500 of being a piece of shit. And bro, I'm not trying to be racial. There's no racial component to the souls, believe me, believe it or not, right? Like black guys are better at sports, right? They want different soul powers. Everyone's going for different soul powers, right? White guys like this leadership thing. They love teamwork, so that's what they're working on. Everyone's working on different things, right? And I'm not trying to make it a racial thing, but yeah, you're gonna start looking around in the world and realizing, hey, I like my face. I've done pretty good. I mean, I've done pretty good so far. I might as well take it all the way, right? And you're gonna see some faces that are very ugly but beautiful inwardly. Some of those guys are the highest level masters. And remember, you'll always know you're around a master because he will never say anything to you. He knows exactly how history goes for his kind. People want to chop their heads off. They are they are they are the can you guys hear me? They are the lowest of low key. Okay? The lowest of low key. And remember, when I first got on the scene, I had all this information, not in note form, but in a form where it's like, I can't give it to my community yet. And if I give it to them later, they're always gonna call me evil and blah blah blah. But I knew I had to sit on it for a long time, for a very long time, until it's the right moment. So 2023, I said, okay, let's get everyone to Jesus first. That's step one. Okay, now they're here. 2024, let's get them individuated, right? The whole year on my notepad is they have to be individualized. That means even as an atheist incarnation, like believe it or not, to be a Christian is to have free will. So if you're an atheist and you're exercising free will in this incarnation like Destiny, Destiny's a good Christian because he's exercising his free will. Yeah, it's actually that mind bending that if you came to do something, that's what the Christ is encouraging you to do. So if you came down to say, oh, I don't care for the Christ and stuff like that, it's probably you lived a very dogmatic kind of lifestyle that tortured you before, and now you're balancing that out. But eventually, after many incarnations, you're going to come back to the Christ, not in no modern Christian, oh, I'm saved kind of way, but in your etheric eyes open and you start seeing Christ in everything breathing, bro. And you're going to start seeing the earth is breathing you. You're not breathing the earth. You're going to start seeing this deep level of family bond with the Uber driver that even when he pisses you off on some immigrant shit, you're going to laugh to yourself, being like, damn, he's in the state of being in the I am. He's a spark in that flame. He literally is anointed by the Lord. This fucking guy who is sinning like a motherfucker. But all these souls are evolving at different speeds, but to the same level. They're all going to get to the same level. You know, a human can only be asleep for thousands of years, right? To develop their powers, right? The more sleep, the better. But eventually, someone comes up and says, okay, guys, let's start waking up. And waking up doesn't mean what these fucking gay ass new age communities talk about, where your eyes open and you're free. Waking up is a very slow process. It's a extremely slow process, right? You look at the Garden of Gethsemane with Christ telling his disciples to wake up. Bro, these guys are the highest level masters, and they're having trouble because it is hard to stay fully awake, right? In this dense lower layer. Now, the crazy thing about this is you're going to start noticing the scripture is actually a guide of how to move in the world perfectly, right? A lot of us, when we get spiritually charged, we're like, I listen to Zherka, so I'm going to go fight that fucking devil. Uh, Careful now, because there's a reason why Zherka brought you guys to Christ in 2023. 2024 focused on your guys' manhood, individualization, right? 2025 unleashed everything, all the esoteric. Well, there's a reason why. If I give everything out right away, it's kind of like you guys become those crusaders who go fight evil. That's not a good way to fight something higher level than you. Remember, satanic forces and luciferic forces, whatever you're having an issue with, they're way wiser than you. Way wiser. The one thing they don't understand is why you want to go through this mess of Maya to gain powers, right? They don't understand that because they've fallen from their position. And remember, in any kind of esoteric lecture, evil is a misplaced good. Like everyone's trying to bring a love, but if you bring it too late or too early, it's a misplaced, right? An evil, right? Everyone should be in their own position that they decided they want that position to play. Now, if you go at it and start wrestling with one of these things, chances are you're going to lose, or even worse, you're going to win, and then you've lost everything, right? But you look at scripture and how Christ is offered the whole astral, which is way bigger than Earth, dude. It's infinite. It's like infinite, dude. And Christ doesn't, the temptation doesn't damage him the way some tits and ass damage us here, right? But you look at scripture, you'll realize how you're supposed to move on earth, right? And the beautiful thing about scripture is it is initiation. Like if you ever wondered, why am I in this waiting room to die at 72 years old or whatever, or younger or whatever, right? Knock on wood for you guys. But if you've ever wondered that, you've actually wondered your own initiation and how it's going to go, you know? And I don't want you guys to be old, decrepit people who rely on alcohol, cigarettes, and all this stuff at an old age, right? I want you guys to think of medieval times that, yeah, when you're 50, 60, 70, 80 years old in medieval times, you're sharper every year. That's how it's supposed to go. It's not supposed to go kind of like what our parents are doing or what really intelligent parents are doing. It's not supposed to go like that. It's not supposed to go full cold intellectualism into politics and none of that. You're supposed to be looking like the Christ by 70. Like you're supposed to be at a cruising altitude speed of holy shit, I'm going way, way harder than Zherka. Right? Actually, he's had a lot of problems. That guy has some anger. He's got some hangups. That's how it's supposed to look like. And the beautiful thing is, on the other side, none of what I said goes to waste. Where on Earth, it kind of does go to waste. You guys forget this in like a month or whatever. But on the other side, none of my efforts go to waste. And that's what super efforts are for. Because I'm telling you guys right now, if you really think it's about just accumulating wealth in your wallet, you're in for a shocking surprise. And you're going to be around us again. Except our incarnations are going to look a lot more like Dragonites, and you're going to look kind of like our squire bitch, right? So if you've ever wondered what beauty is, it's just an order, okay? The order that gets closer to the light and the Lord, the Christ, that's beauty. You want to go towards beauty, not away from it, okay? If you've ever wondered what someone who's beautiful, why the whole world revolves around them and loves them, it's because they're in the right path. They're going in the right direction. Do I think they fucked up their lives completely by being Instagram hoes? No, but I don't mean to scare anyone, but if you're an Instagram hoe who has 5 million of her followers addicted to jacking off, you have a lot to answer for. A lot. And this isn't like modern Christianity where you think you're going to get judged and stuff like that. You're going to be horrified yourself when you're seeing what you're doing to these poor souls who are hooked. And yeah, it's not like she's forcing them to jack off all day, but she's enticing them into that portal. Now, goes for Zherka. Zherka loves to joke about cocaine. All the souls that I've helped is going to feel so great. It's going to be structuring my subtle energy body like perfectly awesome. I'm going to be like, yes, that's the way. But soon as I still remember my strongest clairvoyant vision, which I don't want to get into this because it did start getting fucked up later for me. But I was on a stream with Sneeko, and before it got distorted, I was doing really good, and I didn't even think this stuff. I knew this stuff. I knew this stuff breaks into our mind as we're getting older, but I didn't know we can go there ourselves. And I remember knowing something I'm not supposed to know. I never read this anywhere, but I was so I had to sprint and tell the community. I'm like on Sneeko stream. I'm like, when you die, you're going to see everyone you've hurt through their point of view, how they felt it with their central nervous system. And this kind of investigation that doesn't require reading, that is just through knowing, it's a beautiful thing, especially when you don't pervert it after. But it was shocking to me that much later I find out that everything I've avoided, that I know all about this stuff, but there is one corner of this stuff that the material's too thick and dense. I don't want to read all that. When I finally got into that, I see it right there, and it's like, oh yeah, that's exactly the Kamaloko experience. And I really didn't remember. I put all this reincarnation stuff to the side, on my desk because I'm like, they're not ready for it, and it's just a total mess, and it kills credibility, and then they're gonna think Andrew Tate's the truth and stuff like that, and I'm like, this is a horrible thing. This is literally a horrible thing for me because it's like if you drop everything on their desk day one, there's a chance you terrify these people and they go become Indian scammers like Andrew Tate. Now that on my karmas, just selfishly, just me speaking for myself, that's fucking terrifying. If I have 300,000 people turn into Andrew Tate scammers because Zherka pushed them away, you know what I mean? And if you have a big following, you have to wonder how you're affecting these people. If I start posting a bunch of fucking whores on my fucking feed all day, uh, it's not really leveling me up quick enough. Remember, there's people who are leveling up every hour. Then there's some people who level up every few years, which is funny. You're still leveling up on just being on Earth. So don't get it twisted. It's not like you get just living on Earth doing everything wrong. Your experience bar still fills up. Your superpowers are still coming. It's just they're not. It's more like a bronze package instead of like a gold or platinum superpower package, right? And I want you guys to go up there as fast as you can without being fucking manic or stupid. But also realize that you're influencing others, right? And a lot of times it's you guys are gonna have big problems with your family members that you tried converting. I get a lot of these messages like, Zerga, I tried converting my father and my mom, and it's like, no, dude, nobody clicked follow on Zerka because he started speaking the truth, right? They looked at me, they're like, oh, this guy's glowing. Why is he glowing? And then they started listening to me speak. The truth makes you glow. Your family's gonna want to follow you, bro. But you're gonna have to lead by example in that moral progression. Moral progression doesn't mean being like a soft, nice cock. Okay, you'll know what it means inwardly. And everything I'm trying to say about Emru is that she's going to a dangerous realm. On this podcast, I just want to say that's a dangerous realm. That someone she has a love affinity towards, someone that she's building. She's using her sympathies and antipathies to build an imaging process of her heaven building, right? With that guy that she was dating, and now she's called him a rapist. And I don't think she believes he's a rapist, even though they had this weird moment. This is a terrifying thing for her if she knew what she was doing. Now, everyone in my life who's around me, some of them even get tired of it. But I'm really that guy that's like, hey guys, if anything, hey, I don't mind. You could be a piece of shit. At least work on your soul, right? Because if you're working on your soul, it's really hard to be a piece of shit all the time. But if you think soul and spirit, oh, no, none of this matters, none of this exists, you might fucking sell Hustlers University to fucking 10 million people and imagine how much damage you've done when Tate's done a lot of good things at structuring his subtle energy body, right? He's built a strong will. He's built, right? He's been fighting, he's been doing all this stuff. This is great. He doesn't want to let go of all this. Well, it's not that he lets go of it, but it does damage, Like some of you guys are going to be so good at becoming strong young men and like, oh, bro, the fire, the world just cooked me and I just crystallized it. But you're going to lose the feeling side to it. And so you're still going to be going slower than other people. And listen, anyone who says it's not a race, actually, motherfucker, it is a race. It is. It's you want to be the first fucking one, the first one up there with the powers. You want that. And I've avoided saying this for years, but now is the time. You want to be the first one with the powers. Why? So you can help other people, bro. Okay? And a lot of you guys have this instinct of, why the fuck should I help anyone on the street? They're just taking on their own karmas. And it's like, that's like saying you're in debt and you don't want to do anything about it so the balance can stay the same. Are you fucking stupid? No, everyone has a fucking boulder on their back. You're going to help some people, especially when you get stronger and your boulder gets lighter. Are you kidding me? If you have a following, you're not just going to fucking run a crypto scam. And I don't mean to scare you guys because eventually you can go as slow as you want. You're still going to get there, right? There is an awakening process to trauma eventually. But man, I really think that I know time doesn't exist on the other side. So everything I'm saying is kind of stupid. But we're talking about this side where everything feels super real in this Maya. I'll say it like this, bro. The first thing you want to do when you have powers and you go through that solar gate, the first thing you want to do is, as great as the eternal world of Devacon is, upper Devacon, the first thing you're going to want to do with those powers is come back to help people. And I can't explain that. I can't, I don't know what it is about the human, but man, they're beautiful on the side of beauty when they see the Lord. They become beautiful. There's, I'm telling you, you would be laughing that you want to hook up with girls on that side. That's how powerful you are on that side. And here's the crazy thing is, in order to have free will, you're not going to keep that memory when you come back to this side. Not without serious esoteric training. Okay? And even then some, you're still going to take on your karmas and your burdens, right? You're going to want to develop your skills enough to where you're not entering into insanity, which can happen even in masters. You want to have penetrate the spiritual world, but also be a part of this one. Keep your feet grounded so you can kind of tune into it like a radio when you need to, even though it could spook you. That's what a lot of schizophrenics go through, right? And these guys' karmas aren't the best, right? And I'm not saying that to like judge anyone. I'm just saying that we're supposed to see it like a boulder on people's backs, right? The ultimate free will, right? Like, to build yourself however you want. Remember, God loves even murderers. That's why they're allowed to kill. They shouldn't kill, but yeah, if someone runs up with a knife on the street, what do you think? They're going to get stopped? But it's against the law. Now, the system is set up so you can get away with it, maybe 50 years, 80 years, maybe this lifetime, and blah, blah, blah. But eventually you're going to start looking around the world and seeing people in wheelchairs and all these problems, which never judge someone, because there's a lot of people who come down in a wheelchair incarnation just to make their family more soft. There's a lot of souls who come down in the hardest incarnations just to make their Wall Street evil wolf-like family into soft little Christians, soft as doves, that they have to take care of a paraplegic, right? And on the other side, where time doesn't exist, it's the greatest gift ever, because it's like softening that nature makes you so powerful that you didn't lose yourself to harmonic, we'll call them satanic spirits, right? Some of the greatest masters incarnate as a homeless guy or someone with serious problems, right? Remember, very few masters incarnate as absolute fucking Donald Trumps, Donald Trump Chads and all that with billions of dollars. Okay? Now that's a huge karmic task that Trump has. And, I don't claim to know if he's doing it right or wrong, but I could tell that I guess he's doing his best, but if I was in Trump's shoes, I would be terrified. Like, straight up. And I'm a Trump guy, right? But I would be terrified. And a lot of you guys don't realize that the kingdom is either for everyone or no one. So we have to keep progressing. And there's a lot of layers. Remember, it feels like you ask someone who's broken into other dimensions with DMT, and I don't recommend that, but those dimensions feel infinitely large, let alone all the incarnations you're going to go through on Earth, right? Those are going to feel long too. But the crazy thing is, none of it is for free. And I've been waiting to talk about this since 2023. Although back then I wasn't that interested in getting everyone. I was like, yeah, I just want my tribe. If I could get a tribe of angels with me, let's go. Let's transform these guys to angels. Let's do my incarnation task, because I'm how you say, a really bad guy. you know, I'm like that kind of guy that's like, oh shit. Now it's time to go back to what I came here to do. And a lot of spiritual trajectories are like that. That you come in to do a mission and you're doing the complete opposite. And the reason why is you're building powers doing the opposite. You don't know it. You think you're just fucking up, but no. All that sin is building a power. A lot of people call me out here and they say, what are you talking about? The most powerful saints. We're the most hardcore sinners, right? That's why a lot of people will spend incarnations where they never have sex. You know, it's like someone who never speaks gets super sensitive to hearing. There's a power with the sex one too, right? Now, should we be having sex? Yeah, you're in this part of evolution. Yeah, we should be having sex. It's totally normal and healthy. But there are some incarnated masters who are really transcended above it. And it's not like they're just perfect beings who don't have the urge to have sex. No, it's more like they're in a willful energy that feels way better than sex. So don't ever think of these guys above you. Yeah, they've suffered, they've gone through all that, but don't ever think like they're getting nothing for it and they're just like totally abstaining for the sake of abstaining. No, no, it's for a trade. It's for a trade. In future Jupiter or Jerusalem period incarnation, when it gets really different for us, you're going to be having new creations happen by your sexual organs, which are not going to be on your lower body. They're actually going to go upwards in your evolution towards your throat area, believe it or not. And so you're going to be speaking things into creation. I don't want to go too far into that, but yeah, just so you know how this fallen state is going to be evolving. You're going to be a very different kind of creature. Okay? If you ever wondered why you put clothes on as a person, is you're preparing for the spiritual world as a reminder to put on your cloth, your white cloth that you're given by the Lord, right? Your real powers, right? Your astral cloth that you're building, you're working on that astral body, right? In the future, you guys are going to stop eating meat. That's normal, okay? Right now, if you stopped, a lot of you guys go faint. A lot of you guys are not ready for that. A lot of these cucks who watch their wives get fucked that are way higher on the evolutionary ladder of desires, they, believe it or not, they a lot of them are vegans, right? I'm not saying that I'm not saying you get powers by going vegan. It's actually very stupid if you're in a different part of your evolution. There's many different places in evolution. I would say thousands of different places, okay? But in types, I'd say there's 4 types of men. But there's like 1,000 different evolutions, you know? Some people have a desire to run like Usain Bolt. Eventually, that has to be overcome too. And you know that running power, it turns into something spiritual. That's a superpower there. That's why I really tell people in my secret society, guys, welcome to my online temple, but master something, guys. Don't just come here. You got to master something. It's going to be spiritualized on that side. When you master it, you're going to be, first of all, you're not going to thank me on that side. If you think of me as much as you love, let's say you love Zherka, I appear quickly, kind of like a Discord call, right? Now, on that side, a lot of people can tell if you don't love them because they appear a lot slower when they're thought about. If you really love someone, they appear a lot quicker through the power of thought, right? It's very different on that side. Just like how you see downtown East Hastings crackheads staying together, evil souls stay away from the light. They don't like the light, and it's nothing like Christians have told you. Okay? Yes, there's a battle, but all angels want evil to literally join our side. It's not we hate them for life. All angels want everyone upward. They know everyone wants to be upward. It's just there's this thing where you feel like you don't deserve it. So you start drinking with heel Mike and shit like that. You know, you start staying around the muck and all that. And that's fine, right? But only for so long, right? Until you have to go back into your journey, your path, right? A lot of you guys don't realize that a lot of you guys who resonate with what I'm saying are on seriously higher level missions. If you have a lot of you guys have big followings, that is a seriously high level of responsibility. You cannot lead those people astray. You cannot tell them to become good little Christians. That's leading them astray. You have to give them the full truth. Now, a lot of them are not intelligent enough to absorb this kind of truth. You're going to have to cookie crumb it and make it easier for them to absorb, but you don't want to lead them astray. That's why the greatest lesson you could teach someone is on karma, even though every human stops listening because it's the nastiest thing to hear. Nobody wants to. What? Every little thing just equalizes? And it's like, yeah, you'll get away with it, but on the other side, when you come back, it's gonna be like, fuck, why did I do that? Right? And it's only fuck, why did I do that when you see what you've done to someone else to hurt them. Because again, when you have your superpowers, I'm trying to make it a lot childish for you little idiots to understand, but when you get your divine like powers, we don't want you using them to hurt other people. And you can still break off, just like these eagle winged Luciferic spirits that don't have the bat wings. Just like these guys who do whatever they want, they do their own thing. You can still break off. So we're prepping you to be a good affection. Okay. Now a lot of you guys are going to break off and come back and join Luciferic spirits, and a lot of masters have done that. A lot of Eastern guys are obsessed with light for themselves, just wisdom for themselves, but not for the world. No, everything you receive should be given to the world. I'm not saying you make your whole fucking website free. Obviously, if you're putting 8 hours a day of trying to get this kind of message into an abstract PowerPoint presentation, yeah, charge the fuck out of them. My greatest mentor and master, rest in peace, to Dr. Robert Gilbert, go look at his pricing. Go look at it. Go look at any modern day. Well, it's very few, but you look at any master. They don't fucking do 8 hours of work for free. They get their bread. They go on Gaia TV and they spread the message even more. Now it's a narrow gate. Very few people on earth want to wake up in this lifetime. You're not going to force that. But anytime you see intrigue and someone is kind of like has that googly eyed, wants to learn more, it is your duty to spread that kind of content. Now, if you think this is Zherka just self promoting his YouTube channel, I haven't posted in 2 years, you fucking monkey. I think today's like the first one. It's my duty to post that kind of stuff on how to concentrate, how to meditate, etc. But this is not like a business thing, even though this is my temple, right? Another thing, do not allow these stupid fucking monkeys who spend their money on the dumbest shit ever tell you that your YouTube channel, that you're doing this kind of YouTube channel to repost and remember, I want you guys. A lot of you guys don't realize I want you guys to be my copycats. You don't even have to give me credit. I don't give a fuck at all. But I do want the message to spread out as far as I can until I see the word karma on every YouTuber's channel, right? I want to be that kind of a force of influence because a lot of people are really convinced about religion and not what they're doing inwardly in the shadows when no one's watching. That's not good. That part is just as much for your development as what you're doing out on the streets, right? Now, when you absorb this message fully, you're going to be kind of numb and shocked, realizing that God has never done anything to you. And, I've gotten messages that you guys start crying and weeping and realizing that the Lord is perfect. And it's like, yeah, he died for you. I'm not saying that as a modern Christian. I'm saying that as a literal universal theosophist, that it's like, forget your religion. The Christ came, took on all that pain and suffering and died for you. Complete darkness for 3 days. And a lot of you guys are convinced, yeah, that's because the Christ that is the all cannot feel pain. Where if I had powers like that, if I was the all without end and all at the palm of my hands, if I was the all of the whole universe, then I could do that too. And it's like, no, the Christ felt all the pain, you fucking idiot. That's the mystery of Golgotha. And you cannot wrap your head around that because no human's ever done that for another human. People don't do that for their own family members. And if they do, it's with a ton of like fears and regrets and all that. But do you understand that that whole mission is why have you forsaken me, Father? As in, I'm feeling all of it, shutting out from all the light, all into darkness. Whatever you're going through is nothing compared to that. And you need to smarten up that this is not a Christian message I'm sending you. This is a universal message from above. And a lot of you guys don't realize that in these higher worlds, there's a lot of places you guys are going to go to It's not going to feel that Christian. It's going to be other things to you, right? Just like the imagination, the astral. You could go to a fucking bunch of different worlds, man. You could totally forget about Christianity. But the reason why your senses don't always hurt you, the reason why you're not sucked dry when you look at the color blue, the reason why colors, when you look at them optically, don't hurt you is because of the Christ. Your senses are not for this fucking world, bro. You're literally not even built for this world. You're adapted because of the Christ on your fall, your mistake. Okay? That thing Christ did in Golgotha only happened once cosmically, never again. And all the seeds of what he did, that blood dropping onto the earth and becoming the earth spirit, right? Right from the sun into the earth, all of this ends in the year 3000 by the end times. And I'm going to tell you right now, we're deep, knee deep into materialism. Don't forget about what Alex Jones and everyone talks about. Let's get real. We're knee deep. If you think, oh wow, look, that there's so many guardians and the top rishis and the seven and the Elohim and everyone's trying to help us out, and it's like, dude, no. I'm saying the opposite. Our trajectory wasn't supposed to be this knee deep in materialism. Okay, 1890 is the end of the Kali Yuga, right? Then boom, we had the World War, World War One, World War Two. This transition period. Now Gaza, which is happening in Palestine. What else happened in Palestine? Huh? The baptism at what happened in Jordan? What happened in Palestine? This is all connected, dude. And I'm telling you right now, in 2025, we are, I would say, hundreds of years behind. And it's not a good thing because a lot of you guys are like, oh, we're saved. And no, 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 dude, that means a lot more suffering. It's not supposed to go this way, right? Think of it like we each get a handful of suffering. It's not supposed to be 10, 20,000 handfuls. It's not supposed to be like this at all. Okay? So we're fucking up. Every human on earth is deeply unconscious, thinking Alex Jones is speaking the truth. Political Hassan is speaking it. Everyone has the truth. But nobody realizes that, hey, dude, we have to clean our karmas first before we can even start talking about spirituality. We have the gunk, our thought forms, we have to clean that up first. Okay? And I'll tell you this, bro. A lot of you guys are like, well, I'll just incarnate next time. And next time you incarnate, it's like 400. We don't know, but it'll be like 450, maybe 500 years. Yeah, that's pretty close to the year 3000. You're really close to end times. Really close, dude. Okay? Not as close as these dumbasses on TikTok will say it's in 2027. That's funny. But I don't blame them. Like, this is tough literature to swallow, and we don't have real religious institutions. We don't have anything, and you can't trust mystics because a lot of them are having these weird illusionary experiences that are not earth-based, ground-based. Like, you look at someone like Helena Blavatsky. She says the only way she awakened her higher level of powers and perception is through moral progression of being a really good human being. But she doesn't want to follow the Christ. She wants to follow some beings of light like those fucking Eastern mystics who just want to meditate all day, learn everything about the universe in a fucking cave, and bring none of that light to the world. That's fucking retarded. Right? And then you'll have someone like Steiner who says, without the Christ, nobody's going anywhere. And this is a guy whose whole message is on free will. Do it yourself. Right? Never step on someone's toes. Right? Even if they chop their own leg off and they don't want help, you can't force it. You can't force help on them. His whole message is free will, but the message, the one time it changes is if you talk about Christ, where that's the all without end. That is the only direction. And a lot of people are like, but I don't get it, Zherka. Like, you're saying if I go this way, I can't do what I want on earth. Dude, what you want is towards the Christ. You're going to realize that much later, but that's what you want. Okay? You don't want to be neon. You don't want to be, right? You don't want to be failing your incarnation miserably like Aiden Ross and being a part of this gambling stuff. And okay, it's like money is fun until you're on the other side, and the other side is way longer, bro. That side is way longer. It's not like 100 years. It's much longer, and you're gonna see the souls that progress high up there, right? You're gonna see beautiful people in history. You're gonna be like, damn, I want to be like these guys, right? You don't want to be like Aiden, Neon. Um, Hell, I don't have a problem with what I was doing because at least it was somewhat spirit based. At least I had somewhat of a plan. It's just when I look at it from my progression, it's like it's kind of slow. I think I want to go a lot faster than that. And that, you get a lot of lessons after that whole Saturn comes 28 to 31-ish years old. You really get bogged down with this is not fun anymore. We can't really procrastinate anymore. We gotta go faster, which is cool too. But you guys are gonna see around 28, everything's gonna start changing for you guys. You're gonna come back to me and you're gonna be like, oh shit, this is all real. And that's totally fine. Remember, like, I'm not here to make a 22-year-old into anything. But I do want to plant the seeds of the next time you're about to snake someone in private. That I hope you guys are like me, where a lot of times where I didn't snake someone because I just intuitively knew better. And then 28 years old, you start getting all your mega downloads and you go, oh, I intuitively knew better because I'm a good looking guy. I've got good karma. I'm like literally a good person. I've always wanted to be close to the Lord. And I don't know why I'm taking a break from that. Now you look some fucking evil ass nigga just fucking robbing and scamming and nonstop. Like I say it like this, bro. No one's ever gonna say this because this is especially the people I'm around, the mentors I've had. They don't like when I speak like this. But you look at some black people, bro. Some black guys have some of the highest spiritual buffs, man. You don't even know. Like LeBron, he's huge on the inspiration train. He's doing so good. But then you look at like these Chicago black guys just blasting each other on the street. You got to remember that the conscience was developed. Like as we're in a fallen state, we developed it slowly. It's evolving. But bro, it was done thousands of years ago, right? It was done in uh, during the Odyssey, right? When the rape started changing for a different kind of love. Then much later it became romantic love. But dude, you look at some of these black guys and black skin doesn't mean someone. First of all, a lot of black skin guys are way higher developed than you. Don't fuck around with that. Okay, I don't want anyone confusing this. But then you got a bunch of Somalis too that are very low on their development, and I'm not saying low like oh they're low compared to me or you. I'm saying you can tell that they're making the same mistakes over and over again, right? And usually that comes from being a piece of shit. There's a lot of these Somali pirates and stuff, bro. These are tough incarnations they're going through, and they're actually entering even tougher ones, like Somalis without legs now, and they're just going further and further as they go to bed. They water new seeds, right? Their will is asleep. They wake up to new problems, new karmas. This is terrifying. This has to be taught. A lot of people won't listen, but you're going to realize, holy shit, everything good was from the Lord. Everything bad I did to myself. This is legit like a dog wanting to play in lava. And Christ is like, no, you like the water. But then the Christ is like, if I touch his leash, if I don't let him get burnt, he's never going to grow thicker, uh, thicker skin on that part he burnt. And so that's kind of what the process is, where we go get burnt for a stronger soul skin, for new powers and all that, and to be free will, right? Because remember, if we're all under the authority of the Lord all the time, he doesn't love you. And it does sound like you're getting your cake and eating it too, because you are. That's why you should be a grateful, real bearer of Christ, not a Christian, like a real bearer of Christ. If you ever want to know where the Christ is, close your fucking eyes right now, squint hard, and you'll see the cross right between your eyes. He sees everything, and he's always smiling. Just like you can't be too cold, you can't be too hot. What's in the middle? The Christ is just warm, because that's how you describe a soul, is warmth. That's how you describe the perfect spirit, is not too hot, not too cold. right? Not too luciferic with passions and fucking this girl's brains out in her throat, and not too cold using a bitch, right? But you get to play still. You get to be in that middle. I'm not saying you guys are gonna run it perfect, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're all going the same way. And it's going to be awesome seeing your guys' wings, especially when mine are way higher level than yours. That's the best part, where it's like, hey, man, you can still be competitive. You don't have to be you don't have to be a boring angel, right? A lot of you guys don't realize that just like how you think you can control a snail's life by kicking sand in its face, a snail on the ground doesn't even know what the fuck happened. It's like, oh, nigga, what the fuck? It's just sand in its face. That's the same thing with the spiritual world and us. You don't know why a car crash happened, but when someone's karma meter is filled up, some spirits grab that fucking wheel and crash that shit. Yeah, you want to radiate the good vibrations, dude. That's why there's a lot of calamities and crashes in the world, right? We're like those snails. We don't have the senses to know what's going on, but there's dirt in our face. That's how the spiritual world is. And it goes much higher into the celestial. It goes way above. Now, here's the crazy part is, for some reason, being human is the most awesome part of the game. The only difference is we're humans knee deep in materialism. But if you could see the spiritual world, right? If you had these powers, you would want to be a human. You would want to finish this incarnation strong. But right now, it's just words to you guys, what I'm saying, and it's going to be kind of like a haze. And a lot of you guys are going to have mystical experiences that you won't be able to tell the illusionary ones from the real ones. That's fucking retarded. You'll know when you have a real one, because the illusionary ones will be just kind of like bad dreams. I got a lot of these guys messaging me, Zherka, I've been doing my meditations and this thing happened to me in the dream. And it's like, okay, what did you eat before bed? Okay, because digestion plays a huge factor. Another thing, even when you're becoming a strong spiritual adept, you are still level one playing with your own imagination and astral. So you can really, like Swedenborg, never penetrated to the secrets of reincarnation. He just penetrated into the Christian mysteries. Why? Because he had a Christian background growing up. You get it? So the first step is a lot of illusions you can do for yourself, right? So when you're feeling like godlike in your powers, you're still in a place where you can fuck yourself up and totally fall off. That's terrifying because you have powers now. Okay? Then when you're above the astral and into the lower deva, the devacon, then it's a little different and you're working with the masters correctly, right? Another thing is a lot of you guys don't realize that by 28, and I don't give a fuck who you are, bro. By 28, you should know your incarnation purpose in a vague, foggy way, but you should know it. Okay? You should know it like I knew it in 2023 intuitively, but I didn't want to sit into it fully. Or if I did, I didn't want to do entertainment while I'm doing it because it's kind of like you're doing it's kind of like you're serving two masters, even though one foot has to be on spirit, one on earth, right? And even though I'm not going as hard as I could, I think the best thing for me would be to make content every day, and every day. It's just it would kill my studying. And remember, I'm the kind of guy that didn't come into my intelligence until 25 years old, so very late. If you didn't come into your intelligence until very late, uh, you have some making up to do. You didn't really spend your time sharpening that in school. Remember, I was more imaginative kid, more clairvoyant in the imaginative sense, right? That's what imagination is in this weaker form. So any of you artists or guys who can sketch and see lines and feel energies, stuff like that. But yeah, the whole point of this thing is Emu fucking up structuring her subtle energy body by calling someone that she loves a rapist. Listen, I have exes who are evil to me. I love them to death. I love them to death because they transformed me, especially when I was in a fog. You got to remember, I'm the kind of guy that knew exactly what I came here to do, so much to the point where it's a responsibility. Give me the fucking drugs. I want to get luciferic in this bitch. I want to be in hot passions. I want to be just like too much responsibility right now, right? Then stuff starts happening, and then you get a few mystical experiences, sets you on the right path, and you're like, okay, yeah, now I'm coming into my memory, and I'm not a kind of guy who enters into consciousness every 6 months. I think every few couple days, there's another bigger leap and a bigger leap, and you can see that on my content too. That I've never been like Sneeko. I love Sneeko to death, but I find him deeply unconscious. I find him like he's doing everything way better than other YouTubers, but to me, the way he's doing it is how you say kind of like a more lazy path of consciousness. Like if you ever outsource your expansion in consciousness to an Islamic channel, a Christian channel, whatever, they're not going to do the thinking for you, bro. You're not going to expand. Like it doesn't work like that. There's a lot of people who watch Nick who are just, they're not expanding their consciousness. There's a lot of people who watch X, whoever the fuck. And remember, every single day of your life, you should feel a slight expanse in consciousness. Okay? Now, I don't know how fast it'll go for you guys, but there'll be some pain with some of it, but a lot of the times it's going to feel like a relief. And you guys want to, I mean, a good way to look at it is that by the time you listen to this call, and let's say Zherka is 72 years old, what is it going to sound like then? What did it sound like when I was 20, in 2023, 2024? And then you compare someone like Neon, and there's a lot of people not doing what they came here to do, right? Now, a lot of the guys who don't know what the fuck they're doing till 40 years old, and then they get banged out, fucking totally transformed. Yeah, I'm telling you, a lot of time wasters for some reason rebound way faster than the guys doing it right. Okay, so it's not something you should ever worry about. Okay, if you ever wonder if you're wasting your time on earth, I seriously recommend you get into concentration meditation practices. And the greatest spiritual guard would be in stillness, deep prayer. I've been doing this for over a decade, but on and off. And I'd go into my adventures because remember, I'm the kind of guy that I don't want a world filled with adventures, but when I do, I want dragons, I want whores, I want bitches with 3 tits, I want milfs, I want everything you could ask. Just give me all that fucking stupid shit. Make it as colorful for the world as possible. Make it as humiliating as possible. Make it as everything to learn my lessons. All that. Now, I don't know I want this until I'm out there getting it, right? That's when oh, shit, the shit you signed up for is kind of crazy. A lot of you guys are like, well, Zherka, we chose our parents. Like, believe it or not, a soul that really is addicted to sex, he chooses parents who have bigger genitalia. Mozart chose a family who had very strong ear genetics. You can see that on the other side, and you incarnate because you want to do music, whatever you're trying to get through. A lot of people incarnate a lot of people who want to be gifted, who want to be gifted speakers and help people, want taller parents, so they choose taller parents. Now, your parents are, sorry to make it less mystical, love your family, but your parents are your friends from your past incarnations that you met when you're 30. Now, you might keep coming down with them. That's very normal, but that's how it works. And they're on their own journeys. And it sounds crazy because a lot of people get cold here and they go, well, I thought they're family. And what do you mean they're just friends? And it's like, yeah, but they're the people you share the deepest love with as friends. And you're going to start looking at your dad and realizing he is your friend. And this is not to make it cold or anything, right? A lot of people, when they realize this, actually forgive their parents and they go right back to them. So that would be cool. But you gotta remember, you chose your parents. You chose what you incarnated to do. And I'm not saying this to sound like Alex Jones. And I do the truth, bro. I'm real. Look at my good-looking face. Look at my karma. I really take this shit serious. Okay, I'm in it for my powers. Okay, I'm not just in it to help people. I'm not an angel yet, but I'm in it for my powers too, man. I'm in it so that when I grab the fucking microphone and speak, yeah, they're coming with me. They're not going to fucking Indian scammer Andrew Tate and shit like that. Fuck that. We got way more we're supposed to do here. Now, do I love Andrew Tate that he's got a lot of men into crazy fitness shape? Yeah. Body, soul, and spirit. You better be fit. You better be developing your body. 100%. I love that he did that, right? A lot of things he did good. At the end of the day, it's up to him to look at where he fell short and all that. Some of you guys listen to this call, some of you guys are literal spiritual masters, and it'll come to you at 28 to 31 years old. It's, all of it is going to come in a fucking wave, right? It'll just unfold over a year straight or 2 years, however your Saturn turn uh, opens you up, right, in between your eyes. And some of you guys are going to be so high level that your mission might shock you that it doesn't involve other people. A lot of masters missions don't involve having a big following. Am I saying that all YouTubers are masters? Fuck no. 99% of YouTubers are literally fulfilling a desire of fame. Okay? That's why Neon has big tits on his stream all day, right? There's nothing balancing that. You can't just get kids hooked onto big tits on your stream and not bring them somewhere else, right? Don't be venomous, right? There should be a method to that madness. Now, a lot of you guys don't realize this, but for the newbies, the guys who are really low on their training, let's say you're level 1, level 10 swordsman, whatever, you're going to have the most fun, believe it or not, okay? When you start this, you're going to have the most fun because you're going to realize, oh shit, I am very far behind, but the powers that I'm cultivating, no one else has, right? There's many different kinds of powers. They're all unique. It's like a different, I would say it like this. I don't know if I'm supposed to leak this, right? I don't want you guys fucking thinking too much about this, but think of on the other side is there's every human being is a different color. That's how many colors there are on the other side, right? And you're structuring the shape. So it's really something you want to work on. It's the greatest rejection of all these beings that are literally doing everything they can every day to make sure you don't die in a car crash. Would you get saved like 50 times a day by your angel? You have no idea what's going on there. You don't you don't realize how blessed you are. And there's immense shame on the other side when you realize you wasted your time. Have you ever seen an alcoholic that he keeps drinking, he doesn't know why he drinks? Because he's not fulfilling his incarnation task. And a lot of people think having kids is like the incarnation task. It's, if that's true, then a lot of these dads would not be alcoholics. And no, it's not because we're just in knee deep in materialism. It's because they're not doing their task. Some of these guys even know what their task is. A lot of these guys talk about, when I was this age, I could have had this and blah, blah, blah. A lot of these guys know what they were supposed to do and still didn't do it, right? And that's where you're going to have a lot of these druggies. And this is why a lot of people who suffer with addiction get really, really cured when they hear me speak, because you look at Jungian studies or Jung studies, and he shows that giving someone a spiritual experience is the best way for them to break free of that habit. That once you realize there's way more to this video game, you're not going to grab that bottle and weaken your spiritual perception, your intuitive qualities, because those need to be developed. Now, in 72 years, how much can you develop? A shit ton, dude. A shit ton. And when you think of what the dragon is in mythology, the dragon is literally your mind that can give you everything, every desire you want at the same time, and you get fucked up for it. That's the dragon of desire. That's why we meditate, to calm that shit. All right, I think I'm gonna end it here. I'll grab some questions and let's go. Uh, how long was that one? Emru, you gotta do better. End it like that. Okay, got this guy. Go ahead, speaker. What's up, man? Yep.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
That was impressive.
Yeah. I haven't done one of these calls in a while, but you can tell I'm not these fucking dumbasses that when they stop the entertainment side of their life, that they're not concentrated 12 hours a fucking day studying audiobooks, runs, literally doing everything, and I finally get to unleash some of it. And it feels good, but there's always so much more to do. And there's something really sad about Twitter, where it's like, I kind of feel weird dropping all this on Twitter, because doesn't it feel like from all platforms? And it's funny that I'm here because this is my favorite app, but Doesn't it feel like Twitter is the darkest app of them all? Is it just me?
I think for sure, bro. It's like it also like cognitively dulls you, I feel. It's not like the kind of input that can build off what you see. You know what I mean? Like each thing is unrelated to the thing before it.
Yeah,
So it's just like total slop.
oh, dude,
But I mean,
I had a cousin I slapped in the face. I was like, I'll easily take on that karma. I slapped him in the face because I saw him. He watches fight videos all day, and I'm like, bro, you watching Shaniquas beating the shit out of each other every single time you watch two black chicks fighting on Twitter. You're actually a part of that karma from your phone from your phone. That's why you have a spike in emotion. A lot of people think, oh, I wasn't there, so I'm not a part of it. It's the emotional spike, you fucking idiot. That's why in every single kind of Rosicrucian initiation training, you're not supposed to spike into aggression or into passivity. You're always supposed to be in the middle. You're not supposed to have that emotional swing. And if you do have that swing, which is totally like the forerunner of love, is anger, you're supposed to transmute that, right? Every time you get angry, you're like, there's another chance for me to transform this, right?
do you yeah, do you I'll ask you if you scroll, but yeah, I think like also the
No,
path to God
I
is
do not doom scroll. I do not, if I ever doom scroll, I'm never getting emotional spikes watching this girl cheated on this guy. As soon as I feel an emotional spike, I go, oh fuck. That people don't realize it's not doom scrolling that keeps you addicted to doom scrolling. It's the emotional spikes, and they burn you the fuck out. There's a lot of people who don't realize. Like I'll just say it like this: there's a lot of people listening to me right now who's been doom scrolling. They don't realize this. They've been doom scrolling for 12 years straight. I swear to God. And these are a lot hornier types of souls. They like the big fat asses and all that, which is crazy to me because I get that being a distraction in person, but not on your fucking hand. That's fucking
or,
wild.
or or like their personality is just the YouTube algorithm, right? Like it's like the same kind of nonsense trivia or Vox videos and shit like that. But it's like hard to keep the delineation, bro. Like I have to like delete the app. I re-downloaded it just because I think Myron's gonna start doing spaces again, and I co-host for him.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's important, right? But you end up in the feed and you don't realize it. It's just like absolutely need zero tolerance for it. It's
Yeah.
just destructive.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like the thing is, um, I think you should be doing this more. You have a lot to say. I think I watched some of your older videos, like some of your older streams. I found you like obviously like just like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
When you blew up, and like, bro, some of the stuff you say is like was genius, like from like your life advice streams, things like that.
Yeah, and I always feel guilty that I don't post more. It's like I see a lot of salesmen who do motivational stuff, but you could tell it's just sales. There's no soul
Yeah,
architecture, and I'm like, dude, the self development channels that are supposed to be for soul architecture, they're literally giving sales tips. And I'm like, damn, this world is knee deep in materialism. And I have like this Luciferic kind of tendency to, I want the wisdom for myself, leave me alone. You know what I mean? I have that thing where it's like that, but all light you get that you don't pass on to others will be used against you. You'll learn the hard way. All right, let's see
but
party. Yeah.
until it's like a compulsive though, then people don't appreciate it, right? But like,
Yeah,
but
there's some
when
people who just go live to yap, and that always feels insincere to me. It's so true.
but bro, like you were talking about something like you how how do I not screw people over? How do I not fuck people over, right? Like obviously, like we're just like being honest here, right? Like you definitely have like a lot of dark triad traits, right? Like,
Yeah,
but you use it like you've been able to use it productively,
yeah,
and I'm kind of wondering like, I mean, you kind of fell into that little trap with the sales a little bit with like the numerology thing a little bit with the streams like last
yeah.
when you were on Kick, right?
That's more me being a good friend to Gary and entertaining his bullshit because he got me out of some trouble. But man, being a good friend doesn't mean you gotta entertain bullshit. It's not like I don't ask for people's birthdays today. It's just you have to be a fucking moron to base. I mean, I remember laughing on.
But it took over.
No,
You know,
bro.
it's like lucrative. It was
And anyone
lucrative. You
who
can't lie.
anyone who loves numerology, you guys got to remember one thing, okay? No, nobody's betting with that shit. Are you'd go dead broke betting money with that fucking shit. Now you might win some bets, like I've had some luck, but goddamn, if I gave 100% of that luck to get the fuck out of here. The best part of numerology, I'll tell you, is like this: you meet a girl, she says she's born in the year of the cat. You say cats are selfish, and she starts leaking her traits of being selfish, and you get to know her quicker. You know what I mean? It like pulls that thing out of her, even if it's not accurate, she's giving it to you. Now, that's a little manipulative, right? And remember, there's a lot of bad karma with being manipulative. I always talk about counter ops, right? You want to be counter
There,
manipulative.
you think
If
so?
that means if someone is being manipulative to you, I don't believe in that whole I'm running a perfect karma lifestyle where they can just rape me in the ass, right? This whole passive, there's nothing passive about this existence. Now, yeah, you are supposed to avoid them and let what's coming to them go to them. But I've always come from the position that if you're a salesman and you're trying to manipulate me as a woman, I'm Zherka. I have anger just like any other human. I will counter manipulate you. That is a karma I've chosen to take on. Now, is it like these karmas that these politicians take on? I think it's just as bad. Yeah, it's such a waste of time, right? But I do love the idea that a lot of people have messaged me and said, I know exactly when a woman is manipulating me. Like we could laugh at Gary all day and all that shit. And that numerology stuff is super fun and stuff like that.
I love Gary. He loves me too, to be
Oh, you guys
honest,
are
bro.
friends, yeah? Yeah, we can
Yeah.
talk about that all day. But at the end of the day, the one thing that guy does right, Gary, is he really preaches having a wife and kids, which is strange. It's like, doesn't the guy hate Christianity? What the fuck? Like, shouldn't he be against that? You know?
That shit goes. He was over the top sometimes with that. Like some of it's like flagrant,
Yeah.
but
A lot of
I,
people said to me, he's the devil. A lot of people on Twitter I saw recently said Donald Trump is the devil. And I'm like, do people really buy this shit? Like, that's the devil's game is when you start pointing at another human and saying they're the devil. That's literally the devil's game. You're supposed to remember that the devil is you. Like you're the one being influenced by these spirits, you fucking idiot. Right? And remember,
but the thing also, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? Like
yeah.
I heard, I heard someone say like the path to God is neutral, or that God is neutral. He's not good or evil because he treats both the same. You know what I mean? He's like kind of a neutral arbiter. So you got to be like kind of in the middle.
Yeah, I could see that in this world, but in higher worlds, you're definitely not going higher without moral progression. It's never happened in history, not even once. And I'm not saying that it's like just the gates are locked. Have you ever seen heroin addicts grouping together? Why don't they just group around some rich, nice Christians? Well, for one, those Christians would fucking be disgusted, right? There's no such thing as real Christians anymore. That's like rare to find. But why do these homeless heroin guys only group together with each other? And that's identical to how the lower astral works, or the lower hell works, where they're invited to the light, they don't want to come up, right? Which is really strange to think that we wash ourselves to go to the Lord. But this is not the Lord's telling us directly. This is we internally want to do that because we're from Him. We know how we're supposed to show up to this dinner party, right? All right, let's go to someone else. Hold on. Requested Douglas. Let's go Douglas. Let's go V next. Thank you, Ivy.
You can toss me co-host if you want.
Yeah, got you. That's how you do it, Ivy. Douglas, what are you underwater? Are you on speaker, Douglas? How about we cut that? How about we cut speaker and talk normally, dude? Dude,
I dropped him.
fucking black guys every single time.
Yeah, change that smoke detector battery, bro.
All right, who we got? How many viewers we got in here?
We have over 500, bro.
What the
Like
fuck?
you pull numbers, dog. Like it's kind of insane. You didn't even like push it. Guys, bottom right hand corner, the purple pill shaped button, guys. Tap that and then retweet the space, share it, or quote tweet it. It hits the algo harder, actually.
You know, I need something I'm terrified about, and I remember just pushing the Christ message in 2023. 'Cause I remember being around my mentors. I would ditch them. I'll do my own thing, and um, I remember feeling so guilty because I'm like, bro, when I start pushing everything out there, they're not ready for that. But believe it or not, this is a this is not the main concern. My main concern is, have you noticed how many spiritual channels will say words like astral and all the nice buzzwords, but they're going to get everything wrong. Now there's going to be a new subsection of zircoids spreading what I teach, but they're going to be spreading it wrong. And I have to, like, that's normal. There's people who follow Nick and they spread what he spreads, but they fuck that up somehow and they make him look bad. But here's the problem is this is linked to my karma. I guess it's the same for Nick. But
Nah, bro.
this
They
is
don't go. It doesn't go in it. They don't gain traction. Like
Dude,
you
dude,
know the.
dude, dude, go search up New Age. This is a little different for me, but go look at this New Age spiritualism community, which is fucking
Oh,
retarded.
that's but okay, but it's like wine moms and like literally idiots. Like, bro, the thing you have to remember always and never lose it from your brain is like literally half of the population has an IQ less than 98, bro.
I forgot. Are we doing that? I think it's a lot lower than that, dude. I feel like I look at it like how many people are unconscious.
No,
Let's look at a
Belka, like
football stadium. How many people in a football stadium are unconscious?
all of them, all of them except for the actually the black guys on the field are probably. Look. To be honest, look, there is an allure kind of to like the cultish, like small, keeping the community small and like on message. Like you see
Yeah.
with Nick's super chatters like are just a disaster now, right? Like
Yeah.
it's like embarrassing. He hates them, but like
Dude, I still remember
when
watching
is it?
Nick
When is
when I was watching Nick in 2019, 2018. Yeah, it was 2018. I remember thinking like there's no way it's ever going to get better than this. And you know, it sounds mean to say now that I know him, but I just remember I'm like I know this guy's going to be big and the day he's big, I'm going to hate politics. And what happened? Nick is big and I'm smiling ear to ear for like the last 6 months. But the smile always fades when I read the comments, where Nick's comments always taught me something. And these kids were way younger than me. The
Yep.
comments always said what I'm feeling, but in a short sentence. The comments always, if I didn't want to read a whole Pete Buttigieg fucking Wikipedia, they would give me the gist of it right away. I always attributed the comments as being like Nick's super thought. But it's been like fucking 2 years, or it's been like a year, maybe 2 years. I don't, you know, it's been like 2 years since I've seen a comment section of Nick's where I'm proud of his community. Now the comments are W Nazi. It's gotten like a mascot on a football field, and I'm like, holy shit! I've always been the guy that's like, hey, everyone should be dressed up in that Halloween costume. And now, for the first time ever, and I disagree with Nick. He says they're making a joke about it and all that, and it looks stupid. I disagree. I like more people dressed like that for Halloween. So 100% disagree with Nick here. But there is something that it's like, how are you in a? I'm not talking about that guy I posted on my Twitter, but 90% of these guys who wear the Nazi hat, anyone else feel like they look kind of gay doing it? And I'm not trying to tell them to stop doing it. I'm just saying do it in a look when I put the arm up and I do the whole fascisto thing. When I was the first one to fucking do it, it was great because Nick was like, he was over the moon when he saw it. Right? He's like, oh, Zherka's from my community. Look at that. He doesn't give a fuck. But at least when I do it, there's this dark, evil look to it. Like we're going for the right portrait, right? Like the spirit of Wotan, like German spirit, has possessed Zherka. These guys wearing the Nazi outfit, a lot of
He
them,
went to a tailor,
I'm gonna
bro.
just say that a lot of them make it look gay. That guy I posted on my Twitter, I thought he looked cool. I thought he looked straight. I thought he looked correct. I didn't like that. Now look, we're talking about karmas. If that woman pushes you, push her back. What are you doing? Like, I know we're talking about karmas, but I'm still giving the Zherka message of what I would do. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say I'm perfect. He got pushed out of a club illegally. She's not allowed to do that to him. I worked for fucking 5 years in nightclubs. The fact that he did, the fact that he's too fucking pussy to push her back. And I get that in that outfit you could get jumped doing that, which I almost think is more admirable. I know this is not something I want to be teaching right now, or this is not a part of the temple. Or just want to like get this off my chest. It's one of those moments where I wish I was there type shit. But bro, she's not allowed to put her hands on him over a Halloween costume in America.
Yeah, but imagine explaining it to Judge. You don't understand, Judge. It's illegal to push men in the club like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
and there's like
exactly.
a picture of him in the Nazi uniform. Like, come on, bro. Like optics. But like that dude went to a tailor. Like that's the faggot. Like that's the gay part. You know what I
No,
mean?
no,
Like he
I thought
literally
he
went to
looked
a tailor,
awesome.
bro.
I'm gonna disagree. I thought he looked awesome. I mean, everything was on point. Milo made a tweet about it, and I thought he looked awesome. It's just the level of aggression in his face was
Yeah,
wrong.
but the suit, but bro, the suit he wears to his fucking job interviews is probably not that nice. It's probably not. He didn't put that much attention to that. Like that's what they should be putting their attention into when he says that you need to infiltrate the positions of power, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
right?
Did he get arrested?
I think he did, yeah,
Damn,
right. But
damn.
bro, I mean, what about you? What's your excuse? I mean, like with Nick, the community when it grows, it's politics, so like it becomes faggots. But like with you, I think you
I,
undervalue the impact you can have. Like you
No,
really
I've
do.
never seen a community grow that doesn't turn into a bunch of homos. Like I've never. I have. Remember when Trump came on in 2016, and we were all in Antifa rallies and shit like that, and they fucking hated us, and now it's Amber Rose, dude. Like Trump has
And
that
Shabbos
highest
Kostenbaum.
level fall from grace, and a lot of people don't realize that Trump's wave, as much as it does look like a white identitarian movement in 2016 in the beginning, the Charlottesville and stuff, it was really a free speech thing first. A lot of people who got fired from their jobs for making a joke were with Trump, and they didn't like Trump, but they joined that side for that 1,000% reason, for that, just to make that masculine joke. Remember the humongous guy? That was a whole thing, right?
Yeah,
And there's a whole ANCAP movement that turned very gay after that with the bald guy, Stefan Molyneux. And I still remember being like, "Am I an
fuck that
ANCAP?"
guy.
I was having spiritual awakenings, and I'm like, "Maybe I'm an
The intellectual
ANCAP."
dark web.
I was like, "Maybe I'm an ANCAP. Maybe I'm an anarcho-capitalist back then," which is funny. Now, if you call yourself an ANCAP, you almost look like a time traveler. Like, what the fuck are you talking about anymore?
Bro, um, I actually like you put up that tweet about the payout, and you're like the best tweet gets it, right? The one I actually replied, and I was being honest with you.
Yeah,
Did you see what I said to you?
I probably did, but refresh me.
All right. I said to you, bro.
Yeah. Hurry up. Is this just a broadcast, or are we letting other people talk? I said to
No,
you.
no, no. We let other people talk, but I was gonna ask you, should we do one at a time, or do you want to have a panel?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're on topic, just so it doesn't turn into me just laughing maniacally. I don't want to get hit by a fucking sniper rifle tomorrow by Mossad and not finish my purpose here, bro. I gotta. All right, Barty, let's go.
Yeah, I said, bro, listen to old
Give me a second.
content. You keep repeating something. Twin brother is the
Yeah,
genius of the family. He
yeah.
has the master's degree.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
genius self-destructs and limits himself out of love and respect for his older twin brother based on a boomer metric of mental horsepower. Crazy. The proof of one's intelligence needing to fit on one line on a sheet of paper because 40 years ago boomers hiring managers wanted to get out and join the three martini lunches is a forced constraint. It's not God's gold standard. The master's degree doesn't matter.
Yeah. And here's the crazy thing is,
You're the
you,
genius, bro, of the family.
bro. Here's the crazy thing. I appreciate that. The crazy thing is, You know, everything you can be good at in grade school, high school, and college literally is retard shit. Everything you're taught in, I'm shocked that the best things you learn in school is an agenda, so planning your week. That's really important. Another thing is a PowerPoint presentation. That's really important. Confidence, right? That's YouTube channel. And then third will be like something like a Venn diagram of everything you want in life, everything you don't want, and what the fuck falls in the middle that you have to compromise for. Bro, high school teaches you, bro, what did you guys learn in high school history? Let me know if that shit was useful at all. Slavery? Like what the fuck? And
Yeah, they don't. It's bullshit.
you know what's funny about reparations is how can you want reparations when you have bad karma? Like that's why you don't like your incarnation. You don't like your incarnation because you have bad karma. You're literally paying your debts. You're in debt in the matrix. You're in debt. How the fuck do you want reparations when you're already in debt? Right? I'm not saying we don't help them, but damn, reparations.
Dude, people made a lot of mistakes. Like they really want what they want is a fucking time machine, not reparations. Like they want to change them and fix the mistakes that they made in the past, right? And people are just destined to repeat them. But like, if you, the thing is, I always tell myself, dude, you can't change the past unless you have a time machine. If you have a fucking time machine, you're not gonna want to go back into the past and change the past because you invented the fucking time machine. Like you're the inventor. Like the future looks a lot brighter.
Yo, Zherka, I was actually gonna
Go ahead,
ask,
Sasha.
like, what you keep talking about incarnation, like, how'd you get to this?
You're gonna have some things that if this stuff intrigues you, then I got news for you. It's going to happen to you maybe 24, 25, definitely 28 years old. You're going to go through some stuff, some serious self remembering phases, and you're going to remember some skill sets you have. Maybe you were not a gifted speaker and it's going to come to you. Maybe you're going to have an urge for politics or whatever, but you're going to start realizing that you're not learning things, you're remembering stuff you've already trained and worked on. And then you're going to link it to theosophy because we look for inspired geniuses throughout history. Those guys hold the truth, believe it or not. And I'm talking about genius that changed the world. I'm not talking about genius that fucking invented a TikTok, okay? I'm talking about genius that says one lie kills in the spiritual world. So don't even, not even white lies. But yeah, you're going to have certain people talking to you from the dead, right? And your angel is going to send you images of who you can be and who you're supposed to follow, who you're supposed to read on, Thomas Aquinas, whoever it is. And for everyone, it's different, but you're going to realize that LeBron James' talent, it comes from his karma, right? He's done a lot of soul work. That's why he has that talent. All talents are from a lot of spiritual training, a lot of spiritual work. Now, just 500 years ago in your last incarnation, everyone was very, how you say, more medieval thinkers. Okay, we didn't talk about Fortnite and all this gay shit. We are in the age of self initiation. That means, yeah, you're supposed to get a mentor eventually, but you're still going to do it yourself. This is the most terrifying age in history in most people's opinions, because in the past there was bodhisattva masters who, in a school of 300 people, they would touch you and awaken you. They would literally touch your forehead and awaken you if you're having trouble waking up. They'd help you, and that's a little unfair because if you're born in 2025, you have to do it yourself, which is extremely long process unless you're picking up on old talents that you've already worked on. So for me, you can always see someone's content and what they've worked on. For me, it's kind of like it's always the opposite of what you're good at. You know, what I'm really good at is comedy, entertainment. So this stuff is like such a drag. It feels like always being in university and shit. It always feel like I have to get everything perfect, and it's it's like almost a burden. But it brings me peace that I know what I'm here to do, And obviously, a lot of people don't realize that, yeah, you make the plan of how your incarnation is going to go, but you don't know how it's actually going to go. So you make a plan that you go to the playoffs, but you don't know if you actually make it into that hockey team, right? So the execution is all on you. That's why you're always shocked and surprised when you're down here, right? It's like a constant state of shock after shock. But you do have a plan that starts revealing itself when you look at the world backwards, right? When you look backwards into time, you start reflecting. And a lot of you guys will unfortunately come to me when you're 28, so maybe in like 10 years, which is kind of sad, because then everything I'm saying will make total sense. Um, but
Can
again,
confirm.
that is like, that's the unfortunate part. Because let's say if you totally understood everything I was saying at 18 years old right now, holy shit, would you make serious spiritual progress? But there's a risky part to this too, because you can't just sign up and join me if you're 18 and say, I want to get ahead, I trust you, Zherka. It's not really about that. It's more like, if you ditch out on the partying phase and the individuation process, you're building up a shadow. So now you're fucked. Now you come get higher level skill sets with me, but you fuck yourself up completely because all your friends did things that you wanted to do. So now you've built up a shadow of desire that actually ruins future incarnations for you. That's why this is not like a self promo. You don't come to me just so you can, hey, I want to be locked in for this. It's like, no, you kind of have to live life. And unfortunately, it's bad for my business. But in 10 years, you have to, you know, come back my way. And a lot of you guys think, well, why the fuck would you even say this part if this is like going to bring you less people? Because it's actually worse for my karma. If I benefit off you financially, it's worse for me, right? It's not like I'm Andrew Tate that doesn't give a fuck. I actually give a fuck. Like, I don't want to incarnate with Andrew Tate's chin or his face, or I don't want none of that. I want to keep going on what I've got working for me. I don't want that weird penis head. I don't like how his soul is come out. I'm an artist still, right? And you guys got to realize that, as funny as that sounds, what I'm saying, the beauty component is the power too on the other side. There's a power component to that, right? It's not just the things you can do with your hands and stuff like that. I don't want There's a lot of people have penis shaped heads because they're addicted to sex, and there's a lot of cosmic jokes that play with them. I don't think that's cool, especially because in a lot of incarnations you're going to be aging and you're not going to be holding up together on the skin as tight as you think you will, and there's going to be problems, right? There's already going to be enough problems. You don't want to fuck that shit up. There's a lot of people who incarnate as fucking literal midgets, and God knows what the fuck they're doing wrong. But I don't want that kind of stuff because for me, there's an aesthetic component to the day. Now, I'm not like those guys. A lot of people are like, whoa, dude, that's kind of like womanly and aesthetic component. No, I can get fat. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm just saying I don't want. Uh, Soul damage to where it's not an art anymore. Just like how a Greek master sculpts his sculpture of like a perfectly jacked guy, and just like in the bodybuilding days, that's how you should see the soul and how, or your subtle energy body, and spiritually how you want to level it up. And you are an artist. Like, if you have ever um, really been into developing your courage, that is a really good looking look that comes with immense powers on the other side. And on Earth, you can kind of see it in people's faces, right? So every time something bad happens and you're courageous, in that impression right there, you're structuring the subtle energy body. Okay? Every time you're like greedy and evil, you're getting uglier with different powers. It's always distorted powers and just stuff that it's like eventually you're going to be last in the race. And there are people who are very far back in the race. Okay, there's a lot of Somali pirates, and God knows what the fuck they're doing with their incarnations, but at least they're working on courage, because it takes a lot of courage to be a Somali pirate. Those niggas don't give a fuck. So at least they're doing You know,
That's
they're
not
working on.
courage, bro. That's hunger. That is hunger. Hunger does not stop until you eat.
No, there.
All right.
Believe it or not, there is a good component to evil too, right? So like they do have the courage to raid ships. There are Somali pirates who don't want to be pirates because they're too afraid, so they don't go on. They don't go on the boats, right? But some of them are working on some stuff they wanted, and it's kind of funny because on the other side, you're going to realize that some of the most fearless people, warlords and stuff like that, it's not that they weren't afraid, it's that they knew their incarnation purpose. They understood it intuitively, not like written, but they knew it in a deep way. Like, have you ever met someone who is um I'd say like my older brother? He's such a morally perfect person that you wouldn't even think he's my brother, and but he's not religious, so he's like a spirit Christian, right? In spirit he's a Christian, but really he thinks religion's stupid, right? Believe it or not, you're going to meet a lot of white guys who are very high level in their spiritual progress. Doesn't mean they don't have problems. A lot of them like to see their wives get fucked. We've seen that problem with too much
Yo,
openness, that unbalanced openness and all that, or just indifference, which can get kind of weird for the woman. She should feel loved, right? But a lot of these white guys who are very spiritually progressed, they never speak about God or religion. Why? Because they intuitively just do the right thing. That is the next step, believe it or not. That the guys who speak about religion are actually probably the worst at being a part of their faith. And the guys who never speak about it are the best. Then there's guys who want to run away from their incarnation task just for a few months and then it turns into a year, like me, right? And I'll half ass my task. But when I'm half assing it, I'm screaming Christ is King because internally my soul is saying, this is what you came here for. And it's not supposed to sound like that. It's supposed to sound more intellectual. But when you don't want to do the job and you just kind of want to throw people, you want to just tell people, go that way, go that way, go. It's like you're half-assing it. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. But at least you're getting the job done in a weird way. It's like I'm being like a weird janitor. I'm just mopping everything up and just fucking shit up and dumping water everything. At least it's clean, right? So shit like that.
bro, but you
But
only know that you're half-assing it because you have other content. Like we know what it looks like when you're Sneeko can say the shit you say when you're half-assing. They're like, wow, he's extra insightful today. Like
yeah,
the
Wait,
Sneeko
deepest
is
he's
this.
gotten was his rat race video. That was the only like thing I felt was like,
Sneeko is a Sneeko is a friend that I had a one-on-one talk with him, like just a month before he got on ban. And I said, "Hey man, feeling is the secret." And I'm gonna just say it right now, I don't even know because you've been good to me, but you have some dog shit karma. And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I had a long talk with him. I'm like, "You're not supposed to be banned for 3 fucking years on YouTube. That means like the lesson has to be fulfilled." And I get, all that he's going through. A lot of people are going through a lot of things, but man, when it got released, I was so relieved. And I'm like, no, no. I don't want to be just celebrating with Nico. I think I want to remind him, hey man, stay on your path. Don't don't fuck this up because a lot of YouTubers get pulled out of the game or they self-sabotage and they say the wrong words just so they're forced to be out of YouTube so they can go into a spiritual practice like Islam, like whatever it is that morally progresses them forward. I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm just saying it morally progresses them forward. Now, there's a lot of unconscious Muslims on earth who are very stupid. Like they'll literally eat you alive. They're like cannibalistic stupid. Yes, Islam is great for them. I'm glad it's there, right? I'm glad they have that desert religion. If you want to look into esoteric Islam, which is Sufism before Islam existed, it's extremely based. Now, if you look at Islam, I'd say it's more for the masses. Same with there's esoteric Christianity that's literally the
Druze.
truth, and then there's modern Christianity that tells you something Westboro Baptist Church told you. But I'm really happy that these fragments of moral progression come as forms of religion. I'm really happy for that in different ways. Like the Eastern guys evolved differently, so they have to do it through a Buddhist kind of way or this kind of way. But let me just tell you this: some people are lagging behind. For example, the highest level geniuses connected to spirit were the ancient Indians, and you've seen their structures. But nowadays, they're so disconnected in their evolution from spirit and this dense materialism that they're like throwing cow shit on each other. and they don't have an intellectual passion to develop intellectualism. Then you have the Chinese who want more group kind of intellectualism where they're cogs in machines. Then you have Westerners who have the highest level of intellectualism, but it comes with, yo, you gotta go, bro. Okay. Then you have Westerners who come with ego consciousness, the highest level types of ego consciousness where they're solo dolo players. A lot of these guys ditch their parents at an early age. Have you noticed that? There's a lot of imbalance.
Zherka,
You know,
I have a question about living unconsciously. Like, let's say since you can remember, since you were a
Yeah.
kid, you
Yeah.
were just fucking just unconscious, right? You were just watching videos, fucking scrolling, eating like shit, not having friends, just fucking stuck in your room, playing video games, not doing shit with your life. And now you're hearing this and you want to wake yourself up. You want to become conscious, right? How the fuck do you exit that feeling of feeling so for fucking 20 years you've just been living like this, living like shit, right?
Yeah.
And you hear this and you want to become conscious, but how the fuck do you take that step?
Yeah, 100%. I already heard a tremendous amount of good news. You said 20 years, so you're 20 years old. Okay, you haven't been unconscious for 20 years. You've been growing up, first of all. Okay, it would be different if you were 40 and you said that, but saying that at 20 is a beautiful thing. You can't say you were unconscious 20 years. You literally are a fucking child. That's like, you got to remember every 7 years, a different body's developed, right? 14 starts the astral body, and then you're not even coming into your ego consciousness, your I, right? And that doesn't finish till you're like an old man. So 100% you're not behind the race. Anyone behind the race will always be around the age 28. That's when you can tell if someone's really lagging behind, or if someone is. I think Sneeko is a lot more conscious than the average YouTuber, although, in my opinion, I feel like YouTube or just internet takes too much of Sneeko's time, which, who knows, maybe in the future it'll work out. If Sneeko turns into a Malcolm X type figure for what he's trying to do, that's how you know he's fulfilling his purpose, right? It's always the people who speak to you. Like, you're fusing minds with the dead. So Sneeko fused minds with X, Malcolm X. You guys know my guy. Everyone has a guy, right? And if it's not, it'll be like a desire of greed or lust or something like that you're not deepening your study in. But 100%, let me answer your question directly. How to snap out of unconscious behavior, and it's going to take you a while, is you want to trade all of, and write this down, you want to trade your passive suffering for conscious suffering, meaning something you chose to do, intentional suffering. All passive suffering comes from entertainment, right? I'm really against that. I don't ever want that linked to my karma too much. I like to uplift people, but come on, let's keep it moving. Right, let's focus on the big shit. You have to master something. And I'm telling you this, mastery requires 6 to 8 hours a day of doing that one thing. And that one thing is going to lead you somewhere else, I guarantee you. But you have to master something. 20 to 28 years old, you have to master something. And I'm telling you right now, it's a beautiful thing that you get to choose, because for all of human history, your temple would choose for you, your tribe, your bloodline will tell you this is the way it's going to go. You are incarnated in a place where you get to choose, which is fucking awesome. But I'm telling you right now, trade all of your passive suffering. Don't listen to these motivational channels. Don't listen to all these red pill fucking almost. Don't listen to anyone giving you advice. Remember one thing, if you're ever going to fucking remember anything I say before I die, remember that I'm telling you to trade your passive suffering for intentional suffering. As soon as you make this trade, holy shit. It's like the way starts to appear when you start to walk on that motherfucker. You do not want to be passive suffering. I'm telling you, Tyson is a kid who is intentionally choosing suffering with building his channel. It's like a lot of work and a lot of tedious stuff. Tyson without that channel is literally a dog in the fog, does not know where to go. Now, that channel doesn't really save his ass, but it's intentional suffering, meaning it has a target. That's the number one most important thing you can remember on earth. From all the videos I've ever posted, every time you've heard my voice, this is the number one most important practice. And yes, concentration is more important than meditation and prayer, even because through concentration, you will be individuated. You will understand prayer. You're not going to understand prayer if you're just some dude praying and doing nothing with your life. There's a reason your limbs are connected to the ground. Never believe a little Brady Protestant channel that tells you faith alone. It's works, 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 sweat, sweat, sweat. Never start. You don't want to sound like Sneeko every fucking year. Yap, yap, yap. You want to sound like me every year, evolving. And when you leave entertainment, you become 10 times what the fuck you were. You enter mastership of what you're doing, right? You do not want to be these guys who are, hey, today we're gonna shit on Pokimane. You don't want to do that, dude. People want to see high level mastery of something, like not abstract, something you chose, something, and that's step one, right?
I, I dude, I love that, and it applies, I think, to also like when you're in that state. I think there's a lot of guilt. It sounds like, you know, for other people's standards for you, like, you know what I mean, like taking care of your hygiene and stuff like that. Like, I would say if you have it from your own self, like that's your own choice. Again, it's not passive. It's not someone outside. And like
Yeah,
also talking to yourself like more like gently, like, you know what I mean, on the inside in your head, but like.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, bro. Let's hear Tyson.
Yo, how's it going, Zherka?
What's up, man? Welcome to the pod.
Appreciate it, man. Dude, I was just hosting a 4-hour debate with Suleiman Ahmed and Nima Yamini, bro, and I was like, I had a pee so bad, bro. I had a pee so bad.
Who won that?
I would say like Suleiman, but like it got to a point where they're just like screaming at each other. It was like a dog match. I was like sitting in the middle. Like I was trying to moderate, but it was like really hard to moderate. I was kind of just sitting there like, what the fuck?
Those are actually the best ones. Like a lot of people don't know, but the souls that hate each other the most on the in higher worlds on the other side, they actually love each other the most. So your biggest enemy on earth is your closest friend on that side, and they transform you the most on this side because they see your progression is slow. They come down and transform you, or you go down and transform them, and you guys choose to incarnate in the same time. So
Yeah.
anytime you see two people yelling at each other, you're seeing high levels of love. I'm gonna take a piss.
Tyson, that shit
Well,
was hilarious, bro. I was dying watching it. It was
oh,
so
you
fucking
watched it?
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I was listening to the space, and then I got on the other phone while I was doing work on my laptop. But like, bro, it was I was dying, bro. When he started like he would not let the ISI thing go, and then eventually just Suleiman just fucking snapped. And he was
Bro, he
like, "You
kept saying
see,
the same. Like every time
rumor."
it was his time to talk, he would like bring up the same shit. Like he'd start every sentence with the same thing. And I could just see Suleiman's blood boiling, bro.
He was getting a script. He was like Sullivan was saying that, but like he was literally getting a script because he was drowning, bro. He was fucking drowning. And
Yo,
I
Ivy, you could bring people up, right?
yeah, yeah,
Is there any way you could bring up my boy Noxter? I think
yeah. I just brought him up.
Zerka
I just
knows who
brought
he
him up.
is too. I'm pretty sure.
I just brought him up.
What's
But
good? What's good? Tyson, you
yo,
had the
W
debate?
Noxter. Yo, what's good, bro?
What's up, my nigga Tyson? You had the debate? I need to watch it on stream.
Yeah, no,
I
it
brought you up,
was good.
Knoxter. By the way, Master Networker. Like I brought you up because I saw the follow come through. So guys,
Of
like
course.
that's someone that's
Oh.
actually understands. Like
Bro, he bought network IQ, bro. He bought network hack.
Yeah. Tyson told me you have to buy Network IQ. You guys gotta buy it. I bought it. I hit the follow. It worked. Bang.
Look at that, bro.
Yeah,
Noxer buys my course, and now he's on the Zerka space. Yes, sir.
how it works.
Yeah.
Well, Tyson, how was it though? How was the fucking debate?
Bro, I had fun for like the first like hour or so, and then I like just spaced out, bro, because like I got dude, I was just sitting there. There's one point I was like sending like Snapchat videos to my friends because I was just like sitting there like, oh my god. Like we went 4 hours and I was just like sitting there. Bro, I don't know if you've ever streamed for 4 hours before, but like
I
sitting there
have,
for 4 hours literally feels like you're dying, bro. Like
bro. I
sitting in
had to
front
buy
of
a
a
new
computer
chair.
screen for 4 hours when you're not even like saying much, you're not even like that engaged in the conversation, you're just like moderating, bro. It literally feels like death, bro.
Bro,
Bro,
yo,
but
I help.
Suleiman kept going because like he was kicking his ass. Bro, the fucking Nima guy, like, can you imagine that guy, bro? He sat there for 4 hours getting his ass spanked. Bro, like that's like a
Nima,
different level.
Nima's a weirdo, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
twisted, bro.
he every single time I get him on a debate, he just starts turning red, bro.
Yeah,
I
Nemo
feel kind
loves
of
getting
bad for him.
embarrassed.
I feel kind of bad for him, to be honest, because like I feel like his ego's so high, like he takes that shit so serious. Like he needs to be winning debates for his ego, and if he doesn't, I feel like he's the type of guy that like cries himself to sleep if he like doesn't feel like he performed well on a debate. So I kind of like feel for him.
Yeah, well, whatever. He's got money. He does hard money lending.
Yeah, bro, that shit was so funny, that clip.
Oh.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
he's he's got the face of a scammer. Doesn't he feel like a scammer?
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
trust that guy.
He has
we
that
had
penis head you
beef.
were talking about. He has the penis head you were talking about. That guy's
Yeah.
doing some twisted shit, bro. I'm telling you, like,
Imagine Nemo trying to sell you a car. Like, fuck no. I wouldn't even buy it. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, no, he's an interesting guy. Like we used to have beef, and then like we became friends, like kind of like associates, I guess, like content wise. But no, there's a while where he blocked me because I was like talking shit about him, and I was like posting like pro Zherka and Sneeko stuff. That's like when he was like beefing Zherka and Sneeko the most, and like
Is he trying to be an influencer still?
I think so. I mean, I think Elon Musk just reposted him not too long ago. Like his Twitter's been actually growing.
Oh,
So yeah, not to give the guy any promo or anything,
TA,
but
do you wanna ask a question?
Yeah,
Your hand
I
up.
wanted to ask John a Carl Jung question. It kind of touches on what he was talking about before with the like 28 and stuff like that. I'm like mid 40s. I got like a PhD. I'd like to think I'm a master, but ever since I hit 40, like my whole like perspective has changed. And you got me into Carl Jung, John, so thanks. But what do you think
no
about Carl
problem.
Jung's quote, like, well, life begins at 40? Because like ever since I
Hundred
hit that,
percent.
like,
I 100% agree with that. 100%.
okay. Because like ever since I hit like early 40s, my perspective's totally changed. Like, oh, that member of the family's totally messed up. You see things from a totally different angle. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
But I hope at 40 you don't think that family member is messed up. I hope you're progressing morally where you go, I can see his point of view, even though he's a liberal. Like that's the direction you want to go. And you can't force that. You can't just be a hippie. I would hope that my heart is less armored at that age. You know what I mean? Like a lot of you guys don't realize, but some of the hardest things you'll go through in life is because you've closed your heart. The last time your heart was open was when you were a child. And here's the crazy thing is you meet anyone who's killing it in life, has an awesome life, you're going to see a childish like thing to them where you can feel like you can fuck them over, you know? You're going to see everyone who has an awesome life is almost easy to scam. They're easy to because when they do get scammed, they don't have their heart armored. They don't go back into this subtle energy body of anger and density. They go, well, I should learn from that, and then they keep it pushing because they intuitively know how to, carry their karmas. A lot of the most successful people you meet, they're not going to hold the kind of grudge you think they're going to hold. You may be Trump, but most of these guys, like Steve Jobs, they're going to move on. They're going to move on and they're going to forget you, and the world will forget you too. So you say you just turned 40. I would say I don't really give a fuck intellectually or material wise what you've done. I want to know inwardly how you feel you're gonna go towards, the above. Because either way, the next world is gonna be up. But I'm saying, don't if you think it's just this lifetime and you're done and everything that you've done in the shadows is you're gonna get away with that. That's not how this works, right?
Yeah.
So
The point I was trying to make is like I haven't wasted 20 years, but I totally feel like the Carl Jung quote, like your life begins at 40, because like like I said, what he said is your ego gets less powerful. I wanted to get your thoughts on that because I was just trying to say like I've been
well,
busy the last 20 years, but between 20 and 40, like once you hit 40, like my whole perspective on life totally changed. You like see things from a different angle. I wanted to
well
see what your thoughts were.
you said you have a PhD.
Mhm. Yeah.
And according to Jung, your ego should actually get stronger the older you get.
Oh, I might have messed it up, but he basically,
Yeah.
I was kind of going off his quote that like life begins at 40 because like you start to like not care what other people think. You start to just care
Right.
like what you think, and like maybe I'm messing it up. Like I'm a novice at that subject, but that's why I asked you what you thought about that.
Yeah, I don't claim to know. I'm not that age yet, but I do think his quote is 100% valid. That up until 40, you're just collecting data, really.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Cole. What's up, Cole? Look at the fucking hurricane. Fucking this guy's
Yo,
got.
what up, Zherka?
What's up?
I'm
Is
gonna
that your
move guys
car?
down after
That
you've asked
don't
guys
tell
out.
me that's a rental, bro.
Nah, it's my buddy's car.
Okay, that's what's funny is if you take a photo like that and keep it on your IG, you can actually get more bitches like that. 100%. I'm not even joking. 100%. The perception is reality to these women. Okay, you gotta unmute if you want to
Yeah,
speak, bro.
cool. And they don't even know what fucking model. It's like an old Mercedes from the beat up
Oh,
bullshit.
yeah. That's the worst thing about a dude who's got a Huracan, and then you pick her up in an Aventador, and she goes, "I like your Huracan."
Literally, yeah, dude.
What the fuck, you dumb bitch?
And you can't rage. You can't rage because it's like, Cole, you gonna ask a question?
Yeah, wait, I got muted for a second. No, but that's actually true, Zherka. I actually posted that picture on my Instagram, and I got a lot of buzz, a lot of people talking about it. So, but I am buying a real Lamborghini in 2 weeks,
God
which is
bless.
pretty
God
cool.
bless.
Yeah,
Big, like a V10 or V12?
yeah. Evo, Huracan Evo. So it's
Oh,
V10.
Shit.
Yeah,
nice.
door to door sales money.
But the doors don't go up.
No, they don't.
Yo,
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, I wanted to ask you. I see you tweet a lot about, or I've seen your tweets in the past about backwards daily review, active imagination, and I think like what you're saying about how everyone has a different like karmic task here. It's like all very based on intuition. Like some people, they're like karmic tasks right now is to like go party and explore like the chaos in their life, and then other people need to be like inside meditating and reading, shit like that. But like, how do you like know kind of like what you're supposed to be doing? I know you said like increase concentration, and I see you like posting a lot of like doing active imagination, like backwards daily review. Like as a young man, like what do you think the daily practice is to kind of like find your path should be?
Yeah, I think the number one thing is developing the inner man through meditation. And we're talking about esoteric Christian practices, no Hindu gods and all this gay shit that people keep texting me about. Like we're talking about Western practices, but we're talking about developing the inner man of who are you without your personality, persona, who are you without your job. That inner man has to be developed. Now, as you're developing that through meditation, the practice bleeds into concentration. So look at someone like Khabib. He's very concentrated for 8 hours a day, right? And he develops his inner man and his outer man that gets to play. They fuse into one, and usually that's where that intuitive, I know what I'm supposed to be doing energy comes from. But it sounds like you're like 25 years old, right?
No, I'm 21.
Yeah, it's something that's like you have to be working at something every single day and achieving a mastery in it, and it always, for some reason, you can always use it later. Even when you stop using it, you always want to use it for something later. But without this mastery, the concentration is not there. Therefore, you always have this brain fog, right? If you really want to take things serious, which I don't think a 21-year-old can even do this, is I would add esoteric meditation practices, because it's literally 10 minutes is like fucking years and years and years on the other plane. So it's totally worth it. But up until 28, I really don't think you're going to know exactly. And like you're at 25, I knew it was something to do with the following, but 28 is when I really sat into it and I knew exactly what I want to do. And then I got that done in a more superficial way. And then it got deeper and deeper. But bro, you're 21, so it's like you're in that phase where, let's not pretend, a lot of people think 21 to 25 is like fun years. Bro, ask
shit
any
sucks.
21-year-old, ask any 22-year-old, ask any 23-year-old, 24-year-old. These are torment years of I'm working hard, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and I'm still confused. These are called torment years, right? Now the cool thing is that if you're not those guys who just works hard for a good life, but you're like a Nick Fuentes type who you work hard to have a mastery, to be better than everyone, to be literally singled out of the group. If you're working towards mastery, for some reason the anxiety goes down. I swear to fucking God. Nick Fuentes did not have anxiety at 23 years old. He didn't have it at 22. He didn't have it at 21. I'm Zherka. I don't follow channels. Why would I follow a little kid? Okay, pause. No joke. Don't even try it. Why would I follow this kid? Is because I knew he did not have anxiety at those ages because he was going for mastery. And he even talks about it today. I would say Nick has way more anxiety today than he did at 23, 24. Nick is a good example of, I mean, can you name another kid who achieved mastery but also had sex? He didn't have sex. So you look at these college guys, a lot of them is they get distracted by the woman, but don't get it wrong. There's some guys who will have a girlfriend and they will literally achieve maybe 70% of Nick's concentration. Remember, I don't really care how intelligent someone is. I just want to see how much of their intellect they're developing. There's a reason why there's four horsemen at the end of the apocalypse in the third millennium, and the horse, when the horse nature came out of man, that's what thinking is. You're supposed to be developing this horse. That's why at the end of thinking and knowledge is the end times. You're supposed to be developing thinking. A lot of you guys think, well, my parents retired, so they're not thinking anymore. Your parents are fucking losers. Okay, everyone's parents here are fucking losers according to medieval statistics. Okay, never in history have humans retired from thinking. Never. Okay, love your parents, but don't think. Look at Trump. Now that's someone developing his thinking. Maybe you could say he needs to develop his being more and his thinking less and equal it out a bit. You could say that, but Trump is someone who is at least fulfilling a purpose, right? A task, all the way into that ripe age, right? Now, if you ask Trump, does life begin at 40? What do you think he'll tell you? His fucking best years was like the last 8 years. You know what I mean? You look at any genius who has a best selling Amazon book that made $100 billion, they're 55 years old when they get their first big hit. So, yeah, for a lot of people, life does start there, right? But I'm telling you right now, man, you're a young dude, Cole. The fact that you guys don't want to be like Nick, where you have a literal mastery over something. I don't care if it's politics or tennis, I don't give a fuck, or that's up to you. But the fact that you guys don't want to mastery shows me that you want to be those guys that when you sit around the masters who mastered something, don't look at your wife like, why is my wife drooling for this guy? You chose your wife. He chose the mastery. He's gonna take your fucking bitch. That's why fucking Nick, who doesn't have experience with women, women fucking run to him to try and suck his dick. And your wife's gonna try and suck his dick too. And it's a beautiful thing because he literally chose to be alone in the chaos, form himself through that loneliness. It's a beautiful thing. You're seeing a hardened, like a strong avatar, right? The only difference is you guys have sex. I don't know one fucking chatter of mine that every single guy who follows me, oh, I had sex at 16. How? Girls were not even attractive back then. When I was 16, no 16-year-old girl was even hot. I had to wait till 21 and all right, enough of the jokes. I see all that shit. But you hear what I'm saying? It's like they got hot later. You know what I'm saying, bro? This is fucking crazy. Listen, man, the 16-year-olds were not hot when I was 16. No, that's not what I'm saying, and that's actually not what I'm saying. And that joke will never stop being funny. I don't care if I have a fucking daughter on my lap. I'm literally gonna tell that joke again. That's a funny joke. But yeah, this is a scary thing that you guys don't have a pointed form of suffering. So you have passive suffering where you do nothing. Where a lot of you guys don't realize that when you guys have a shit ton of money from doing anything, let's say you do some YouTube or whatever the fuck, you're gonna get very weirded out. You have to choose your intentional suffering package. It's going to make video games fun for you again. You're going to love video gaming after your intentional suffering. If my intentional suffering is tennis and I'm mastering it every day, bro, Call of Duty is so much fun. Halo is so much fun. All these games are so much fun. But if you're in passive suffering, where you're just doom scrolling, Halo sucks and you want to jump off a bridge. Passive suffering leads to unconscious, weird, gloomy states of mind that why are we pretending like people wake up from this? They go 8 years until they freak the fuck out, right? I remember it was so dense for me, the fog, that I said, okay, you know what? You know what? I'm going to do the most unconscious thing you can do. If this is how my life's going, I think I'll do every drug until I overdose and die. And I think I managed that twice. I've had a bunch of near-death experiences. I'm not talking about just car crashes, that stuff too. But I'm talking about trying to crack.
DMT.
I was literally trying to crack my mind, and you know what's funny is it sunk me even into deeper unconscious states. But there's this world of the living and the dead, and right between it, that brings you back. And I would never want you guys to do that. I would much rather. Why do you think when I first saw Nick, I was like, that's how I was supposed to do 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 years old. He chose his suffering package to not be abstract with other things, but it was pointed. It was politics. It was this. And and it doesn't mean he didn't suffer. It doesn't mean Hassan Piker didn't suffer when he chose the political package. But bro, I'm telling you right now, this striving for mastery is so much more important than anything you do in your life. Your girlfriend only has a crush on you when you have the eye ridge formed from concentration. Like your eyebrows should be literally coming out like a caveman from you concentrating that hard. You should have a dense looking eyebrow ridge. You should literally have pointed concentration. She should literally be looking at you while you're deep into something that is not her. A lot of you guys look like little cuck faggots when you're just sitting on the couch waiting for her to cuddle you. She wants to get fucked by a concentrated person. I'm telling you, she wants to get fucked by a mind. I'm telling you, she wants to initiate sex, not you. I'm telling you, she wants, when you're direct and she's turned off, it's because you're not a concentrated male who has a suffering package he's chosen. You're not even sentient. You're a fucking pig, bro. You're as sentient as a pig, let's say. But I'm telling you right now, when you're concentrated, you can literally look at her and she feels something in between your eyes cutting her down, and she can't help it, but she's turned on by it, right? That's why I don't say take your clothes off. I don't use your gay ass language. I literally take her clothes off until she screams, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I go, "Oh shit, I'm in the wrong hotel room." And I do another line, and I'm like, I'm deeply unconscious, but I'm fucking individuated. What the fuck was Olga on about? That is the wrong room. That is, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I definitely resonate with that a lot.
You
Uh,
resonate with a fucking rape story?
no, no, not that.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kidding.
No, just
You,
about choosing your own
you,
suffering and
yeah,
choosing
yeah.
something to like have mastery over. And I actually felt like there was a time in my life where I was super conscious and I felt like the most free will. Or like I felt like I was truly free. Like I was going up and talking to girls if I thought like they were pretty on the street. Like anywhere I went, I was like very, very focused, locked in. And there was actually that time in my life, like I felt very lucky. Like like really good things started to happen to me. Like I started getting business opportunities and like hella girls wanted me. And I feel
What happened? Sounds like a
I,
disaster.
yeah, no, it was great.
Mhm.
And I feel like since then I have it's been a
Your
lot more
sister.
like drifting.
Dude, if you
Yeah,
if
well,
you
what?
if you have put like the women wanting you as like as your measurement of you're gonna be miserable, bro. And, like they're fucking retarded creatures. Like you can't put so much value on on their opinion of you. It's kind of a disaster. I would say counterbalance the natural. You seem like someone that does a lot of action and stuff. You do door sales. But if someone like you, you'd want to hit the books, like Zerka's saying. But then some people, their heads are totally in the fucking books. Like, bro, you need to go take a fucking trip to Italy and see the Duomo that took 600 years to make. Like, that's what you need to see.
All right, go ahead,
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah. Thank you,
Cole, let
Zherka.
me tell you, you're going through a disintegration process, but the pieces come back together, and that your ego is going to be stronger. And then you're going to break again after your fucking breakup or divorce or whatever. But you're 21, so this process is so normal. The only thing that's scary is that a lot of people, when they're disintegrating, right? They're shattering. They're in pieces of what they just were, and now that you're building up into a bigger ego, which is great, but it takes some time. The only problem is that a lot of people become antisocial in a disintegration process, which is very stupid. Which is really, you can't run into a cave when you're disintegrated, right? You should be consuming more of the world. Like, you think of Trump when he's had ego damage or any disintegration process, or a coming into consciousness that kind of made him go more inward for a few years, let's say. You really think Trump was antisocial? No, he was out there still. He's got that Germanic flow to him. And a lot of people are like, well, if I'm designed to be an introvert, why the fuck should I listen to you, John? And it's like, no, no, no. It doesn't matter if you're designed to be an introvert or an extrovert. You have to play the extrovert's game. You literally, you think I like to be on this fucking call with all you guys? I don't like it at all. I've been gone for years. I don't like this shit at all. What the fuck? You have to play the game. Okay, Jack, go ahead.
Wait, Zherka, what do you mean by disintegrated?
I mean, eventually, Cole, when you, let's say you achieve like this higher level form where you're picking up girls and stuff like that, did you probably get to a phase where you're like, what's the point of this?
Um, I can't really remember, to be honest.
Well, I'm pretty sure you did, because you said everything is going smoothly and you fell off for literally no reason. It's not like someone threw you off. It's not like you
Well, like, I got
fuck.
my heart broken. That's what happened. And then,
Okay, so that's literal disintegration at the highest level. Like, you are in pieces. You should have added that part. You should have added that part. That is
what
okay.
does that
Listen.
mean, like
Jack, go ahead.
disintegration?
Jack, go ahead.
It means you lost your your sense of identity, and it takes a while to build back up. The more you're a pussy about it, the longer it takes. Some fucking faggots take 4 years. Some winners take 4 months. I really think that some people like Andrew Tate will take 4 weeks. That's something really badass about Andrew Tate, is that, yeah, he might have emotional blocks that later will manifest as some ugly shit. But I like Tate's method of, she's getting fucked, bro. She's literally getting fucked. I love red pill channels who say she's getting fucked. She put the dick back in her. All those fucking comments that make you feel like a bitch, like she's literally fucking some dude and you're just moping and crying. All those comments that you hate to hear, I think they're super good at expanding consciousness, right? And remember, if you ever think, oh, it can't get worse, bro, I'm in the streaming world. When we break up, every comment is saying, "No, she's now she's doing this. Now she's with Neon. She's with Sam Frank. She's with like, bro. Imagine being a streamer and going through a breakup, which is funny because at the end of the day, believe it or not, you shouldn't hate her because she is your best friend in this whole world. She literally chose that friction to level you up. It's a beautiful thing what she did. Every enemy you have, every ex girlfriend you have, every ex wife you have, literally did you a huge favor for your soul architecture, because they know you don't want to stay here in the flesh world of disease and cancers. You want to be in higher worlds. They want to progress you up faster. So they come down, they do that friction, and they don't know what they're doing it. They don't know why it's irritating them. But a lot of times women get irritated by you going nowhere in life. So they fuck someone that's a Chad after you that has millions of dollars, and you literally become that guy after her just to see your own soul's powers. Now, she doesn't know that she helped you, but intuitively, she knows exactly what she did. And she provided affection to two dudes, but only one of them got superpowers from it, which is you, right? The guy who got cucked. And that's why if you look at anyone who's very successful, you'll always see the largest cuck in the universe. Andrew Tate only made millions of dollars because the girl sent images of herself getting fucked by a loser at the club. Some loser at the club fucked this bitch when he already had a Bentley. And he tore him into shreds. And he turned into Andrew mainstream Tate, which is great for his desire world, what he's trying to do. But if you think about it, it's like you when you look at a high level winner, you're seeing a high level cock. They never forget that. Donald Trump has had 3 divorces. There are 3 wives, excuse me. So he's been cucked with billions, and it stung. One of his wives fell down some stairs mysteriously, which, look, I think we should look more into that. I love Trump, but what the fuck is that about? And when we look at Marla, Marla is, am I saying it right? She is a smoke show. She's the only one that I'm in love with. I love Marla. I never found Ivanka to be that attractive. Sorry, Trump. I've never found his daughter to be that attractive. I've never found anyone in his family to be that attractive. I never thought Melania was attractive. I think she's a sweet woman, but always gave me man vibes. But Marla is such a smoke show to me. I've always loved Marla. And let me tell you this, Marla broke Trump. And it literally brought him back into his incarnation purpose. It's a fucking beautiful thing. Now, a lot of you guys are gonna be like, but how is finishing your incarnation task more important than having a wife and kids? Are you fucking retarded? You're when you someone who has a wife and kids, the only reason they're doing it, they can't tell you why they're doing it, but the only reason they're doing it is for those superpowers, right? Yes, it's an affection. Yes, it's love, but they're doing it intuitively. They know why they're doing it. They'll never say it out loud, but it's to progress the soul. That's why they'll stay with the wife that they don't have sex with for like 50 more years. Are you fucking retarded? Everyone wants their wings. That's what they're on earth to do. Okay? That's why the Sphinx is half lion body and half God King. It's not a human face, it's a God King face, right? It's like, dude, everyone's here for their powers. Now, here's the weird thing is the sexual powers turn into something very different up there, and you're gonna want to share them like a cock. That's the craziest part. You're gonna want to share your powers with men and women on some bisexual shit.
Pause,
Not
pause.
that, not that you want to have sex with them, but have you ever played football with the team in, let's say you're in high school, PE class, and you and some of the red bib team are just killing it. You're smoking, destroying the other team, eviscerating. They're crying, but the teacher is one of those teachers that kind of like the tears, and your team is just fucking hammering, destroying everyone. Literally like puberty versus the other side of the classroom. Like we went through puberty early. Everyone's getting dominated. It's one of those things where it should not be allowed to happen. If you've ever had that, that is what combinessing with an angel is you guys are becoming one soul group, one mind, and you love being together with that team. This is what sexual orgies are in the lower form, but on the higher form, they're intense. Now, you're a spirit of love and freedom. That means you're going to want to combine into these group minds and separate. You're going to want to be like a cock. You want to join the orgy and leave the orgy, but not in a physical, dense, weird form. Now, a lot of people are not going to want to combine with you unless you bring this same vibration, which means loyalty. That's why people get married. When people are getting married, they are developing their powers of loyalty so that other people combiness with them. It's not that other angels don't want to do that. It's that you literally have to be on their frequency to do that. That's how it works here. And there's way higher levels to the game, bro. There's so much. Have you ever had a dream where you're flying? You're literally remembering your old powers in one of those kind of dreams. But it's a lot way faster than what you can dream of with your stupid earth memory, because you mix it up with your earth memory consciousness and all that when your astral and ego separates from your etheric and physical body in dream sleep. But I'm telling you right now, everyone's on earth to build their superpowers, their super sensible powers first, and then their superpowers after. And I'm telling you right now, that's why you want to have a high level of friendship with people and all this kind of stuff. All of this stuff makes you better over time. That's why if you do
Can I ask
cocaine,
a question?
if you do cocaine, you smoke cigarettes, well, every time you take a hit of that cigarette, every time you're drinking alcohol, you're hurting the angelic host, the little impulses in your electrical system of your body. You're literally hurting the angels when you're hurting your body. You're literally attached to them, and there's a lot of them rooting for you. And bro, I'm telling you right now, alcoholism and smoking and all this stuff is very stupid. You can gain your powers and then have a cigarette. How about that? But here's the thing, as soon as you start to become a little sensitive to this stuff, you'll go 40 years without any of this, right? And you ask anyone who smokes cigarettes, they have a fog in between their eyes. They're literally fogging their third eye center. So imagine if a girl's like hitting on you, you can't even tell because you have no intuitive energy about you because you smoke cigarettes. You know what I mean? Like it fogs everything, not just regular perception, spiritual perception, everything. And it's like, dude, a lot of you guys are like, you'll see me incarnate smoking cigarettes and fucking these fat ass bitches. But let me tell you this, man. Don't worry about what I do, okay? I'm way more advanced than you. You guys sound like monkeys when you speak. Go ahead, Jack.
Yo, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, why are we pretending like I haven't had a cigarette in like 2 years? I'm sure I've had cigarettes here or there, but I've never consistently had a cigarette for 2 years. Maybe I've had like 4 or 5, and they're all probably on stream within the last 2 years. Stop pretending like I smoke cigarettes. Get the fuck out of here. Before that, I had 7 years of smoking, like legit on and off, 3 months off, 3 months on, shit like that. Cigarettes are stupid, and here's the interesting thing is a lot of you guys are going to learn the hard way, but I think smoking and alcohol, if you can just delete these, you could be like Trump, very intuitive, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, he knows what's next on the plate. You want to be like that? Yeah, who's next?
True. Jack. I
Yo,
invited
What up,
Myron, by the
guys?
way. Go ahead, Jack.
yeah, so I just came across your stuff recently, dude, and I really like it. I really resonate. I'm not from the streaming side, I'm more from the esoteric spiritual side, and I resonate with what you say a lot.
Yeah,
I'm curious, I want to make a quick comment to TA because I
there's
think what he
TSA on this call now. They're gonna.
TA,
Okay.
TA, the 40-year-old Carl Jung guy, like to me,
Oh,
bro,
hey guys,
like
I'm back. Sorry about that.
no, you're good, bro. Use that as inspiration. Like use that as fuel. It sounds like you're looking for permission to just fully step into what you want to do. Go take it,
Are you
bro. It
selling a
sounds
course?
No,
Are you selling a
that's where
course,
I'm at.
bro?
Yeah, I feel like
no,
I've
I'm
been
not
holding
selling a
like
course.
no.
I do have stuff, but that's not the reason I'm saying this. Um, but yeah, question for you, John, is I think these topics of soul mission and purpose of your incarnation, they can be super abstract, especially to young guys. That there's a ton of young guys in this call. And for me, that only became more clear through deep plant medicine psychedelic work. So I'm wondering for you, have you had psychedelic experiences or what's your perspective on that? And would you recommend it to young guys that are looking to discover why they're here?
Was that
Yeah,
guy just making fun of me and now talking about psychedelics? That's a
yeah,
Yeah, when
yeah,
the
Jack.
host is talking? Yeah.
Yeah, I've
I'm
had.
not making fun of you, bro. I'm not making fun of you.
Yeah, no, Jack, I've had a lot of experience, but I'll say it like this. If I, let's say you talk about to an audience about psilocybin, let's say you talk to them about seeing the archetypal planes with DMT, right? What you're effectively doing is telling some young dude who is prone to schizophrenia to destroy their whole incarnation just because you're on a clean karmic path and yours wasn't that distorted. You didn't have astral figures that raped and tormented them. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot of people who blow it open and it's like the craziest experience for them. But would you want Heal Mike to do that? No. Would you want anyone close to you to do that? There's a lot of people with dog shit karma that 1 little gram of mushrooms will astrally, they won't be able to meditate to a safe space. They won't be able to do anything to keep them guarded. What's the first thing that's going to appear is the devil. They're going to literally be hospitalized. Their girlfriend's going to say he's a psycho. Their girlfriend's going to break up with them. It's a terrifying experience. Now, if it was Dr. Robert Gilbert, right, and all of that group, who are literal hippies, very, very kind people, but they also worked with NATO military companies and their geniuses. That's very different, right? I'm not those guys who say like this shit's evil and stuff like that. I'm saying think of the karmic role of the modern teenager, 18, 19-year-old. They are in a very horrific karmic state. Like, let's look at an Aiden Ross viewer. Would you want an Aiden Ross viewer to blow up the super sensible in his fucking mind with, I don't care. A lot of people are like, well, it's the dose. It's the Paracelsus says the dose makes the poison. Dude, you have not worked around enough people. Just look on the streets, look at people driving to work. People are ugly in the face for a reason. They have serious baggage, serious emotional blocks. Look at ugly people in society. They're deeply unconscious. They cannot go that inward. They cannot go into something that intensive. But when we look at Jordan Peterson and his clairvoyant investigation with psilocybin, was he could see up to the atom level. It was a 7-gram trip he talked about. Sure, dude, you can be that guy who says, hey man, let me just structure the bundles of nerves we call chakra perfectly. Just take this plant medicine, and you could be that channel that promotes that. But let me tell you this, man, if you knew how fucked up people's incarnations are, the average Aiden Ross viewer, the average 18-year-old. Now, I'll say it like this. At 18, I was a virgin, and I was very clean karma. Like, when I talk about, I was literally very, very not a bad boy. And you could see why that kind of fucked me over, because then, you feel like you missed out, and you start to do the bad boy shit and all that stuff, right? But I'm telling you this, man, if you think promoting, let's say I promoted steroids for muscle growth, yeah, you're gonna look your best on steroids. Yeah, some guy who has average to decent genetics on steroids will literally look better than anyone. Yeah, that happens all the time. Actually, they have Instagram followings and all that. You can promote steroids, but bro, if you told people your dick isn't going to work for a year and a half on your recovery phase, even with HCG, if you told people all the horrible shit that happens after a cycle of steroids, a lot of people would be like, you know what, I don't know if I want to do that. Now that's steroids. Imagine you're this fucking delusional. You're telling people psychedelics when this fucking society is filled with schizophrenics like Mike and people who are diagnosed that they're in danger. This is not steroids that you're giving them. This is not limp dick and endocrine problems. You're literally blowing their minds, the gates of spiritual perception right open, and they have horrible auric fields already. Their auras have holes in it. So imagine it's like those guys who do MDMA and they're like, my heart chakra has fully opened, John. My heart is not armored. I'm like, yeah, I know. I've been with two beautiful women. We're on MDMA. They're curious why my dick doesn't work, and I'm just like, I'm in love with you guys. And they're like, we love you too, John. And we're all hugging on some no sexuality shit. Sometimes you get horny on that stuff, sometimes not. But all of our heart chakras are fucking exploding. Now, as soon as I burnt out my system, because remember, you can't hold that kind of light. You can't be a vessel of that kind of light for too long without burning yourself out. That's why you're building your astral body. You can't just fuck with your physical body like that. As soon as a couple of days passed and I'm living with these girls, and now I feel like shit. Now I'm like depleted and totally down. Now guess what? Now I'm close to slapping that bitch because she fucking took my charger. Literally, I'm about to grab her by the fucking hair and slap the shit out that bitch. And I was literally telling her that I love her. And these are like my incarnation sisters. Don't get me wrong. I had sex with both of them, and I loved it. I loved having sex with them. But it was like a huge lesson of you're not supposed to blow open your heart chakra. The 6 petals are already fucking done in a past lives, but you have another 6 petals you have to develop on earth gradually, slowly. You can't just rip those petals off. Do I think drugs are awesome that it shows people the spiritual world? Yeah, but it's showing both sides of the astral, even the demon world. It's showing you the good and the bad. I don't think a lot of people are ready for that, and I don't think there's a lot of, like, let's be real, a lot of guys who deplete themselves too hard with MDMA. they talk about suicidal thoughts. So I don't really talk about, I'll never promote this stuff if this is the kind of place we're going to go to, right? Another thing, just to be selfish, karmically, I don't want that shit burdening me at all, right? So, first of all, can drugs open up the astral world to you? 100%. But you got to remember, the astral is not Devacon. It's not the higher worlds we're looking for. It's just your own personal things, your own bullshit, and your own sympathies and antipathies, your loves and hates. So for some people, it's devils. For me, it's having sex with two women that I'm gonna be honest, I could never have sex with these women again because I feel like in past lives they were like my friends, right? But the drugs eventually take you to these places and stuff, and I'm glad that I experienced that level of love. I love the idea that I could see two women in my most red pill phase as souls. I love that it opened me up for that second. But man, you don't get to keep that. As you know, there's a lot of these people who have beautiful MDMA experiences on drugs, and then they just go back to work. I don't think that's most people. I think these Shambhala types, they have drug experiences and they keep going back for more because they, you know, let's be real. Like everyone loves spirituality more than sex, more than friendship, more than family. They leave their homes. They search the whole world, every four corners of the earth. They search the whole earth for a spiritual experience. Everyone wants even a drop of spirituality in their life. Like that's what revives us. That's why we go to these raves and festivals just to feel a sense of group soul, a unity consciousness while we're on MDMA and all that. And you got to remember, the drug of choice for me has always been the most expensive one that I would get for free. I worked 5 years in a nightclub, and I'm like, I want to get good at talking to women, but I'm sleepy. And some gangster there was like, "Well, you're Albanian, Zherka. You're gonna like coke." And I was like, I think I was 21. And I'm like, no, 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 I don't do drugs. I've never even drank. I haven't even kissed, fucked the girl. I'm just that boring security guard. I'm just like a nobody. Like, I don't do any of this stuff. Look, you want to try it? Here's a baggie. And I'm like, I can't because if I do it, it's out of peer pressure. That's some gay shit. But I will keep that bag. And the bartender's like, yeah, sure, man. And I kept the bag. I'm like, if I'm going to do drugs, I don't want to be those faggots who get peer pressured. I want to do it alone, which is really bad because if you overdose and die, no one knows how to
Yeah.
help you, right? But I remember I play the chat song. I play the Lamborghini High, my chat song, right? And I'm like 21, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, I've got nothing going for me. I'm got $5 to my name and really poor. So I tell my roommate, I'm like, hey man, I'm gonna try cocaine. And he's like, okay, that's cool. He thinks like I'm joking. And I went to my room and kind of liked it. I did the cocaine and I'm like, oh, look, it taps into the subtle energy body, right? It shifts energy, right? So sometimes it shoots upwards, but it does activate the will. And then
I
I
feel
would
like the
go to the
Adderall is much stronger though. And when I tried coke, it was like free.
In my experience, Adderall is much stronger, but Adderall doesn't make you want to kill someone with a knife. Cocaine's a little different.
Yeah, a lot more confident, like calm,
Yeah,
confident.
and the crazy part is when you're in shape and you're winning fights on cocaine, you're convinced it's the cocaine, right? But it's not. You're literally in shape.
The halo.
You're literally an athlete. You're literally not dying from cigarettes and not you're literally beautiful on the feet. You're literally like an athlete. It's not the coke, but in your head you're like, I'm paranoid on cocaine. They want to kill me. These people want to fucking kill me. They can't kill me. I work here. I work in this club. Yo, Alicia, these what? They're coming at 8? Yeah, they booked the table. They're coming to kill me. They're coming to kill me. They booked the table. Give me a fucking 8 ball. You want to go to war? Let's go to war. And then you become like this fucking cokehead. And what the crazy thing apart about cocaine is you get good at whatever you're doing on cocaine. You never realize it. If you stay home,
Dopamine.
you watch Game of Thrones all day on coke, you know everything about Game of Thrones and you don't know what the fuck happened that week.
We're like lab rats, bro. We're literally
Yeah,
like lab rats.
yeah. But here's the crazy thing is it that your energy starts spiking, but your auric field starts opening holes. And now remember, the dead already work through us. That's why your emotions change all the time. They swim through you like fish. And look into Dr. Robert Gilbert's work, guys. Like, take it serious for real. But yeah, you're on drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, all this stuff. You have more holes in your body. Now, someone as good karma and pure as me, they can drag that on for a long time. But if you have horrific karma at 21 years old and you're getting into drugs, you will stab someone to fucking death. That's how much influence those ghouls will have over your body. You will stab someone to death, and you're gonna be like, how come I wasn't like Zherka? Because Zherka is literally a knight in his past life. I'm literally a fucking knight with a sword. You're nothing. You're literally a fucking sweeping horse shit, cobblestone and horse shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's why it's so dangerous to tell people MDMA, psilocybin, cocaine. These are dangerous things. If you don't got a lot of you guys thinking, "Oh, I don't think I have the right karma for it to be experimenting." If you think you don't have the right karma, you don't have the right karma, bro. That's when I was a
100%.
fucking 21-year-old virgin. I had just gotten head, but no sex, none of that. And I was like afraid to be around women, but total purity, Chad. But I knew I could get away with murder. Now, here's the crazy thing is, you know, all of your genius that you unlock on drug states or trance states or whatever, none of it is actual genius. You're going to look back in your life and be like, that lecture Zerka gave where he's sober is the best one. This one today, the sober ones are the best ones. And you're going to see that a lot of skill sets that you sharpen, like I'd say Adderall is good output for content, but I don't think it sharpens the skill set that
It
much at all.
sucks.
Fuck no, get the fuck. The only people who think Adderall sharpens a skill set perfectly are
Injectable.
people who have never concentrated on their own. Bro, if you, like, let's say you went through a bad breakup and you're concentrating on being the best fucking horse rider in the West, you will literally hit that. That transformation, that transmutation after your breakup with her will transform you more than Adderall, more than any drug. Fuck Adderall, fuck cocaine, fuck MDMA. And I don't want it linked to my karmic thing. There's a lot of young guys. Zerka, you got me into Christianity and cocaine. I'm like, please tell me you're joking. There's no fucking way. And then I realized, damn, I really do live for myself sometimes. Like most of the time, remember, guys, we're trying to be Christ-like. We're trying to live for other souls. We're not trying to live for ourselves. So careful with being irresponsible with this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying it to be like the PG channel, bro. I don't give drop dead, nigga. Who gives a fuck? I think my biggest regret on the other side will be fuck, this hurts to say, but I think that's my biggest regret because first of all, like a lot of my friends I should have platformed and they should have said, this Zerga guy he'll do more cocaine than the whole city combined and he will not drop dead of a heart attack. Now you try and go fucking coke for coke, nose for nose with him, you'll die. And if we're all in the same room, imagine how many kids how many kids would drop dead trying to go fucking, oh, this guy's just talking. This guy's just a YouTuber. This guy. Could you imagine how many people I would have snorted them to their death? That's demonic ass shit. And it's even more evil than my karma was really clean when I started. These kids, 18 years old, they have dog shit Aiden Ross karma. You know Aiden Ross, where you've got like you're finally getting your fruits of you're the ruler archetype where you get kingly level of money, but your influence is literally gay and stupid and waste of time, right? You're like he scratches his
Yeah.
ass. Aiden Ross's incarnation is to scratch his own ass. It's like really, something really depressing about that guy's life. Now imagine Aiden Ross viewers think they can become Christ Crusaders on coke. Bro, that's a terrifying experience. A lot of guys do coke their first time, and it's actually small town fentanyl, and they're dead. You know, so a lot of
Fact.
you guys think like you don't know how many times you're gonna want to be the cool guy in life, and you're gonna want to do that extra shot because that guy you watched on YouTube did the extra shot. And you're gonna realize you puke in front of your crush, and she doesn't want to talk to you anymore because you're disgusting her, you're creeping her out, you're a weirdo, and you're gonna be like, I don't like Aiden Ross, I don't like lean, I don't like promethazine, I don't like codeine, I don't like that he put that in my head. You're gonna listen to the song Molly Percocet, Molly Percocet. It's like a demon in your head, bro. You're gonna hate Future. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? And I'm telling you right now, there is so much shit that's going to drag you down when you live a sober life. No one talks about this. If you live a good, pure life, there's already enough bullshit. You do not want to open the floodgates with drugs at all. You
If
know?
you promote opioids, you're a faggot. But like I'll say this, bro, the coke don't go near it. Look at Scott Storch, right? And with the I haven't tried MDMA, but like some of the psychedelics, bro, like you have to have a strong fucking mind. Like to
Well, it's
like
a
you
little different. Some people who have they're not strong in the world, but they're strong inwardly, so they can go, into a deep like the strongest
yeah,
guy,
that's, yeah.
the strongest dudes on earth, like Andrew Tate. They will start crying if they meditate because going inwards like it's a different kind of strength, right?
Yep,
So
yeah.
some beta males, some of the most beta male guys can go through shroom experiences in a massive way, right? Bro, I've had some psychedelic experiences that'll make your fucking head flip, but I've never been that kind of guy that's like ever used them for partying. This is not like coke or stuff. This is
Yeah, yeah, don't, yeah.
I've
No,
never done.
alone.
I've always maintained that if you're ever gonna be in that environment, you're really asking for initiation, which means years of moral progression, years of esoteric training. Like I'm telling you it like this. I guarantee you, if you have one demon in the closet, he's going to turn into 1,000. I guarantee you.
100%.
And a lot of you guys are convinced that, well, Zherka has done cocaine, so I can do it. You're nothing like me. That's something that influencers don't tell you. A lot of influencers you're watching that are in their ego consciousness, they're in that because they're morally better than you. Yeah, that's why you're the follower. And literally, they did more steps than you did. A lot of influencers you watch, they did great in past incarnations, and now they're fucking it up. You're so stupid that you think as a follower, you're in more ego consciousness than the guy you're watching. No, you're literally a cell in his fucking body right now. And as that's why he's older than you usually. As you get older, you're gonna set into your own ego consciousness. Most of you guys at 28 are going to be like, I love Zherka, but I'm doing the things my own way. That's exactly what you want to do. 100%. That's literally what self initiation is, right? But I'm
Dude,
telling you,
I think you think too much of people, to be honest. Like, you're being responsible, which I fucking love, and I'm like really like happy that
yeah, most
how
people are
careful you are.
deeply unconscious losers. And bro, we got to start bringing
Yeah,
this word back. Loser means you didn't talk to the kid with special needs in high school. That's what you're a loser for not talking to him. You had nothing inside of you that wanted to talk to him. You just fucking ignored the kid. And the kid's just like in the corner of the classroom. You couldn't even talk to him when it was just you two alone. You couldn't talk to him in the hallway with his fucking teacher. Most people are deep unconscious losers who literally ignore if they see someone on a fucking wheelchair. Humans are fucking dog shit pieces of garbage, bro. You have no idea. There's nothing poetic about a human, especially in the modern time. There's when you think, oh, am I a piece of shit? Yes, you are. Don't ever compare yourself to me. What the fuck are you talking about? Most of you guys are unconscious. If you see some lady get fucking slapped up on the street, you guys will do nothing about it. That's what the whole Fight Club movie's about. That you're a deep unconscious fucking faggot loser. You need to wake the fuck up. And bro, Christ isn't gonna say it like this. That's why I have to talk. You guys love to use these kind of slang words and stuff like that. I have to bring your own language to you. But I'm telling you right now, you're gonna go through life thinking every chance I have to be a morally upright person, I'm gonna take that, right? Like some of you guys are convinced because I say faggot, I don't have gay friends. Dude, I love humans on earth. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you fucking retarded? Are you fucking ill in between your ears? And a lot of you guys are trying to look cool too much of the time, where it's like, dude, if you're not progressing daily, first of all, this video game is going to get boring to you. Let me tell you that. Okay? Why do you think we love Master Chief so much? Master Chief is you, bro. You got spiritual armor you're building. Okay, what do we got?
dude,
I take a different angle. I think it's like WWE.
Yeah.
You
what?
see all these characters, like you keep mentioning like Aiden and all these people. It's like WWE. Everyone's a character.
I gotta just say it, bro. Anyone else think Aiden Ross is just a piece of shit human being? Like, bro, I'm
Yeah.
not that. I'm
Did
the
you
kind of guy
mean?
that I love giving people the benefit of the doubt, but there's something about your whole existence is to push people into gambling. That's literally your incarnation purpose.
and
That's,
lean.
there's
Cough syrup.
nothing. Well, I don't mind the meme because that's more.
No,
That's more.
lean. Cough syrup. What the fuck? You're drinking cough syrup, you fucking loser. That's
That's
He's
crazy.
Jewish.
okay. Yeah, I didn't know he does that. But bro, there's something really demonic about, hey, every stream he says, "I love you guys. Can't do it without you guys," and it's just an ad for gambling.
It's
What the
because he's
fuck?
Jewish.
How much money do you, bro? After 40 million, you got to get bored of money, bro. You got
I
50.
mean, Eddie is losing money. Eddie's losing money on Aiden Ross, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
I predict in this lifetime, Aiden Ross is the type of guy who's gonna get a terminally ill cancer if he doesn't straighten the fuck out, bro. He's literally like the boy king. Everyone is gonna have the 12 archetype in the tarot. You're gonna have your turn to be a king archetype, and this is like an ego inflation challenge you're gonna go through, right? Look at Dr. Robert Gilbert's work, right? Rest in peace. But bro, when you get Boy King like Aiden Ross, which hopefully you get Man King because the Boy King is kind of cringe. It's kind of like Joffrey from Game of Thrones, and it's like I've never seen someone fuck up their incarnation worse than maybe because there was no gambling websites 5 6 years ago that were linked to streamers like this. But bro, for every piece of shit thing you do, let's say you scam people out of 350, $400,000, guess how it gets repaid? You go to prison for 3 years. Not for that scam, for something else. That's the exact amount of money you'd make if you were just working. That's how it's going to balance out. Or, God forbid, you don't, you literally don't get your karma in this incarnation, which is the scariest fucking. If you get away with it in this incarnation, bro, you are coming back with a fucking one leg and one eyeball fucked up. And, bro, you do not want to get your karma later. You want to get your karma immediately. Like, get your face broken into, jump on the street. Anytime three dudes jump you and you're like, damn, this is the karmic task today. Damn, I'm off my balance. That's a good thing. If you're getting hit hard, fucking hard with your karmas early, that's a beautiful thing because God forbid you hold that inwardly until the next incarnation where you're up one level, but there's a surprise. And bro, I'm telling you, the problem of evil is you're going to be shocked at how much of it is human. Aiden Ross is not the type of guy that'll lose all of his money. He's the type of guy that will get an aggressive cancer at the age of 36 and he'll lose out on so many years of life to equal out how much he's scammed people with gambling. And he has to go see what he's done to all those people he scammed one by one in purgatory, which, bro, that purification process of hell, for some people it's a few months, for some people it feels like fucking eternity. You do not want to be there that fucking long. Think about Trump, how long he's going to be there, right? Unless he does the right things. And
Hey, John.
without spirit, what's up, bro?
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just want to say I'm going to take the Andrew Tate side of this.
Yeah.
Don't you think Aiden Ross is like just like he's just scamming? Like if you have access to the internet in this day and age, and you're still gambling, don't you think like you deserve it in a way? Like you can't like
Yeah, how are you
Google
addicted to losing money? That's
No,
crazy
no.
to me.
exactly.
Check this out. It doesn't matter if these retards are giving their money for gambling and stuff like that. It's the fact that they're at a level of consciousness that's actually less than Aiden's. So because they're in a deeper layer of, they're
Is that
pretty much
possible?
not, they're not as conscious as Aiden. That's where the psychic rape is happening, right? It's kind of like me if I started fucking with mentally handicapped people, and I said, "Hey, if you join my secret society, you're going to gain etheric vision. You're going to see the Christ like on the road to Damascus with Paul's vision." And now these handicaps are like, "I want to see Jesus Christ right now." You guys would literally say, yo, that level of consciousness is raping and a lower level. And it's very evil. Like, you do not want to be, if you have a chat filled with poor people who gamble, they're already unconscious rats. You do not want to take their money. This is terrifying shit, especially on an ego inflation incarnation. Basically, when you guys have your rich guy incarnation where you're like, money isn't making me happy. I'm on my Aiden Ross incarnation. Bro, when you guys are in that incarnation, you're guys gonna remember what I said. It's gonna hit you, bro. That's why I speak with so much energy. So you guys, as much as you drink from the draft of forgetfulness, you will remember the stuff you're afraid of, and you're gonna be like, whoa, maybe I don't want a gambling sponsorship for 50 million. Maybe I'll stick with my 20 million and do whatever Kai does, or I don't know if did he scam as well.
I
Zherka,
don't know.
Yeah, what's up?
what's up, Shkipe?
What's up? What's up?
My Albanian nigga, what's happening?
Let's go. Let's go. What's up?
Um, quick question. You know, being Albanian and going down through the generations of like blood feuds, mine goes back all the way down to Peter Barty, who was like a great grandfather to Mother Teresa. Um, I always try to fix, like I still rage out, right? Crash out a little bit in anger, right? And I know that I have to subconsciously fix that, right? And I'm always interested in the things that you say, and it's just very eye opening. I was wondering, where did you learn all this information? Who was your mentor, and how did you download, or did you just self teach yourself?
Yeah, no. I had one mentor who was really fucked up person. Like I could easily say this guy's like demonically charged, right? At that time, he's just a friend. He's still a friend. We don't talk, but it's one of those things where it's like it's like me if I went the complete wrong way. And he got me into this stuff, and then I joined into a spiritual group kind of through work, and I just kept making fun of everything they were talking about until I started applying it into the real world, where the problem of evil always puzzled me. I'm like, how come my uncle's a paraplegic who can't walk? That's strange. Why would God do that to him? And so I'd get more into that, and then I'd have these awakenings where 1,000 petal lotus, identical to what they talk about, would be fucking opening in between my eyes under high pressure, high stressful events. For me, as a romantic thing, is like bad breakup. And it was interesting because I'm on and off with a girl, but I'm having this awakening event that's so aggressive and it's so cosmic. And I mean, like, something where you feel like you join the ethers of the atmosphere at like you're 1 million times the size you are. And it's like this self remembering process. And all of this is happening nonstop to me. It's like literally coming and going. It's very and it's with a lot of illusions too. There's a lot of it that was real and a lot of it that was fear based because I was very fractured, especially going through this breakup. I was very abusive too, and I would go on and off, and she would see that I'm not even looking at her anytime I'd be around her, like I'm looking right through her, and it was like everything. I started seeing the illusion of the veil, the Maya, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. If you fuck with your karma for over a couple of years, like the Theosophists talk about, it it doesn't come the way you think it'll come. You'll get right, but you'll keep fucking that up. And so obviously some of these experiences are totally sober, and some of these are drug induced, and some of these are fucking out of this world meditation sessions. And I'm like, holy fuck, what the fuck is happening to me? But I start speaking different. It's like almost like you know how people say there's like a different individuality in you? I don't feel that. I feel like everything I wanted, my deep obsession with poetry and how to speak correct started coming out of me. I was like, holy shit, it's like the unconscious was becoming conscious, like Jung says. And all this stuff's happened like around 25. I've had other experiences, but these are the intense ones. And then 28 is like, bro, I'm already a live streamer. What the fuck? This is even more intense. And I have a community of like 1,000 viewers who are legit. They do anything I say, right? To this day, they're like the best, right? And I kept taking breaks for stuff like this that's happening. So I'm like, there's got to be someone who experienced this. There's got to be mentors and stuff. And I knew who my mentors were. I just ran away from them because they're morally upright people. I don't like that. I thought they were pussies. I told them to their face. I was like, you guys are pussies, and they laughed. So I thought they're faggots. I thought, all the bad words. Like I knew they were intelligent, but I didn't want to be around guys like that. That's not me. which is weird because I'm telling them I'm having these experiences and they're waiting for me. They're like, what's taking this guy so long? Pretty much because they know exactly, like word for word, which experience I'm having. And it's strange because you can have a million different things that happen to you, but when you go through gates, you go through a solar gate, you go through any planetary gate you go through, you can explain the experience someone else has been through it. There's a lot of retards who go through gates and they talk about aliens, and you don't want to be around that crowd, right? And for me, I'm like, okay, these are the mainstream guys, but I don't like them because they're a part of this. They're not a part of the organization. The organization is stupid, but they're a part of Rosicrucian initiation science, which is like the Essene tradition that turned to mystical Christian tradition, which evolved into the Rosicrucian tradition, which today is kind of like the inner crowd of Christianity. Basically, it's like is basically the the heretics of the faith, the people no one wants to be around because these guys talk about Eastern stuff with their Western Christ-based theme. And you talk to a modern Christian, they'd be like, "Oh, those guys are fucking not it. They stay with the church, stay with this." They'll tell you to stay with the modern church and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but it's like a modern church has nothing for me. Like I can't talk to anyone about what I'm going through. So I go back to these guys, and eventually they become like friends where I start recognizing how their eyes sit. You ever see someone's eyes sit on their face where you know them from somewhere? It's not like you've seen the face, but it's like that familiarity feeling. And these people aren't people who loved me like family or anything. These are more people um, they like coworkers almost. They felt like they've got something to teach me. And why were all of their students fucking losers? I don't know. I don't mean losers like, I mean losers like way ahead, 10 years, 20 years training, but they didn't go anywhere with their training. And then there's guys who are in there for a couple of years who are really advanced. Like, bro, you have a conversation with one of them, they don't even want to talk to you. It seems like they're wrapping up this incarnation. They want to go to other places, and you start getting shocked. You're like, okay, then what's my potential? You start really getting intrigued with that. And all of this is changing for me as I'm like switching job titles, right? And I'm making fun of these guys, and I kept going back to them, and I kept being a part of their website and all that.
Are you just curious? Like, because
No,
I'm,
bro,
I'm
it's not
thinking,
it's
I'm
not
thinking, what humbled
curiosity.
you
I
enough,
I
bro?
literally looked.
Zerka, I would love to
I
get a
hunt
book
I
list.
hunted this group down that I've known for so long, and I'm like, explained this experience to me, and I spent 1.5 years, I think 27 years old, I spent literally running away from all of it back to streaming. I'm just
No,
making
no, no.
it.
That's not what I mean. I'm saying like you're like, dude, you're like 140 IQ. Like you are you at that level IQ. You feel like an alien, right? So then it's like, how did you feel humble enough to like feel like, oh, I have something to learn from this person? Like you said, the making fun of things. So I'm assuming you were just like very curious and asking questions, right?
No, I had cold sweats. I couldn't even
Mm.
fuck my girl. I had literal cold sweat because I'm like, holy shit, I'm not doing what I came here to do. And I'm not the kind of guy that has like a wine or alcohol. I don't do any vices. But if I'm gonna do a vice, let's do 20 lines of cocaine and 1,000 cigarettes and a fucking whores, and I go all the way like Hunter Biden. I'm not these fucking weirdos who drink a scotch every night. And what the fuck is that? Like I'm going to hell, right? I'm not. I don't do no pussy ass shit, which is weird because balance is the ultimate tool at the end of the
The
day.
laptop from hell.
Yeah. So, anyways, to me, I'm having cold sweats because if I go to my therapist twin brother, he will punch me in the face, right? And I remember telling him, I'm like, I'm having a spiritual awakening, and he gave me that look, like, are you sure? And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm too old to do the thing where you could go to a lot of people talk about you go to your family when you're in a crisis state. Sometimes your family members look at you like, are you fucking retarded? They'll literally look in your eyes and be like, are you fucking retarded? And bro, my girlfriend's screaming like, are we going to fucking Vegas? Are we going to And I'm thinking to myself like, how the fuck can I even have a conversation with her when what the fuck did I just go through, right? And remember, I'm terrified that the next one is going to be even worse. I'm like, these Kundalini awakenings of immense potential right? As soon as it's fucking channeling upwards, you read any psychogenesis book, anything about, let's say, Kundalini activation, you read that shit online, the first thing it says is many people snap their minds forever. And so I'm thinking like, oh fuck, if I don't get schooled right now and this happens to me again because I'm out fucking doing coke with this fucking bitch, I am cooked. I'm literally gonna be like those guys who, it's like and I promised I wouldn't speak about this. I didn't even speak about it for years. This is the first time I'm actually opening up because I know I'm never gonna snap. I'm never gonna go into mental illness. But these are some scary times where it's like, don't ever tell chat that, because then they're gonna use that against you and stuff like that. That if you ever go off your rocker, and I was watching videos I saw Fuzi go off his rocker. There's a lot of people who have awakenings that they go in a very wrong way, especially if you're karma, you got holes in your human atmosphere, your auric field. This is a terrifying experience if you're doing life wrong. Now, I had clean karma, but for the last 5 years, not so good. Not what I'm used to, right? And so I'm thinking to myself, like, oh, fuck, these karma fucking guys who talk, these fucking Christian mystics, these guys are, the way they live is literally, you could see in their eyes, they don't have the jitters, right? They're like, they have like this radiant will. It's fucking, they never talk about Christ. They literally just have a radiant will. And you just want to be like them. They don't have jitters. They don't have nerves. They don't have none of that. Like, I got to do what I got to do. And I'm like thinking to myself, no, these guys are fucking dorks. These guys are this. These guys don't have hundreds of millions of dollars, which is funny because one of them has like 20 million on Gaia TV. Like some of these guys are no joke, right? But anyways, I go into this crowd, and the scariest part is when you're in the group chats with these guys, right on the website, and you start realizing, oh fuck, the students don't know what they're talking about. It's only the guys, the masters that you can't even get close to. And I'm like, oh, I gotta fucking study the videos and stuff. Then I go to primary sources, right? Rudolf Steiner, nobody else, right? I don't go to Blavatsky and all this other stuff, these Eastern. And I'm like, okay, let's see if it's the truth. So for the first year and a half, I hated it. I hated it, bro. I hated studying it. I hated missing streams. I hated missing YouTube. I hated not chilling with the girl. I'm very used to a girlfriend life. I'm used to like loves and kisses, not just obsessing over. I've had 7 years pretty much alone, on and off with girls, but now I'm used to a more normal life. So I'm going through every single lecture, 7,000 lectures. And you can hear that I'm not sneaky on these guys. Like, I know what I'm talking about. You can hear that I went through 7,000 lectures. I went through a lot, man. And I'm telling my friend Destiny on it. And they're saying stuff like, fuck your faggot Freemason friends and stuff like that. I'm like, no, you got to check these monitors, these books, right? Destiny, what do you think of this? Because I'm like, he's an intellectual. He's got to know. And Destiny's like, spirituality is fucking gay as fuck, bro. And I'm like, oh, fuck these blue haired guys. I can't even go with these intellectuals. Like, there's nowhere. Let me have someone to talk to about this. Let's talk to that classroom.
There's no one.
The classroom doesn't know shit. And I'm thinking to
Yeah.
myself, like, fuck, I got nowhere to go. I got to go to primary sources. And then as I'm going through Steiner's work for the first year and a half, I'm like, this is all bullshit. I'm a Christian. This is all bullshit. This deeper Christianity is all bullshit. And then after a year and a half, bro, here comes the next heaviest fucking awakening. I'm like, no, I want to do more YouTube. I don't want to take a break from fucking content. I want to do more rock star shit. What the fuck? I've converted so many people. I'm on my Dharma. And it's like the fire for YouTube goes out. And the only fire I got left is this awakening. And this time, it wasn't that intense. I mean, it was intense, but it wasn't damaging. When you clean yourself up morally because you just know that you're going right back to the light. Bro, this time, holy fuck, all the pain in my left shoulder, right? At this point, it was my first dislocation 2 years ago, right? From some street fight that we made it even worse, the dislocation on that gay boxing match and shit with that fucking black guy. And bro, this is yo, I swear to God, if you want to understand what it's like Christ healing you or just the light, bro, the only thing I wanted besides wisdom is to have my arm healed when these fucking chakras start turning in my fucking heart, in between my eyes. And this is when I'm really good at meditation. This is something that came naturally to me too, but this is more like when I'm like, okay, come on, let's fucking turn the wheels now. And this is like the first time I'm actively doing it. But holy fuck, when I'm being initiated, my eyes go up. I look up, and it's not like I'm possessed or anything. It's literally a light, and my arm stretches out, and it makes no popping sound, nothing. It just completely healed, fixed, 1,000%. I've never had a miracle healing like that in my life, especially when I'm being initiated by my team. They're telling me, hey, they're talking about like mind healing and what I'm gonna go through, emotional blocks and stuff like that. But didn't we didn't talk about the body healing. I didn't even prepare for that. I didn't know that there's thousands of chakras all over the fucking body, just like a star system. I thought it was just the stuff I researched about. And when I feel that miracle healing, I literally in awe of this mystical experience. And for once, it's not with illusion. It's not with stupid shit. It's not with ups and downs. It's literally a perfect right into the light. And the whole time I'm thinking, keep one foot on the ground. Like, don't become those guys who become floaty. There's a lot of guys who have spiritual awakenings at the full end of their potential, the full end of their Kundalini awakening, the full. I'm not talking about just a little. Oh, what the fuck did I see? I'm talking about the full one. And bro, it was fucking glorious, man. It was like every fucking people are like, did you understand everything in the universe? Zero. I didn't understand anything. None of the universe. Zero. The people who say you get the secrets of the universe, bro, when you find out how many worlds above are larger, you feel even dumber and smaller. The only thing the only thing you know is immediately after initiation, go straight to your dharma. Just literally go straight. Don't talk to your friends. Don't talk to the other initiates. Go straight to your fucking dharma, man. Go straight to your mission. You don't want to be like those guys who I call them slowpokes. A lot of in the spirituality circles, there's a lot of people who talk slow, and it really turns me off. There's those kind of low energy people, and I get they want to stay in the middle. They don't want to up and down too much. I'm like, that's a little too extreme for me. But it was mind blowing. And I'm withholding telling my audience because I'm like, I hate people who talk about mystical experiences because a lot of times they're just ecstatic states from a heart chakra opening up. And which is not a full. A full experience is when all three centers are connected: the head, heart, and hands, right? Or the thinking, feeling, willing. That when the whole thing is channeled, and you're gonna feel like shit 24 hours later, but yeah, that's the full one. And it took a long time of like, bro, you gotta remember, I'm the darkest triad motherfucker. So we're expecting me to snap. But we've done some moral progression. We've done a lot of things. Like when I was popping off on the internet, I did a lot of stuff to prepare me karmically that just I slept good when I did that, right? Bringing people to Christ and all that. So I knew where I'm going with all that. And immediately I go back to Steiner's work, but this time, all of it, there was every 1 year and a half of hating his work and preparing for this, bro, I go literally in. I fucking understand all of it. All of it makes sense, every little bit. And I had mentors or higher ups, not mentors, but higher ups who were shocked because I can make things extract them more kind of neat when I talk about it on podcast. And they were shocked. They're like, well, you hated Steiner. Like, you're like our fucking red pill Christian. And I'm like, yeah, but there is no Christianity out there besides this one. If you're not if you pass that threshold of consciousness, which a lot of people will, like there's so many people around 28 will say I'm very different at 28, 29 than I was at 21. But now here's the crazy part is you get turned off from the superficial world completely, which is horrible because that's literally a part of your mission if you have followers, right? And now I would say I'm like the Alex Jones, that information overload Alex Jones, that I spend 8, maybe 10 hours a day, either studying, going for a run, 4-hour audiobook, finishing my lectures, but this time I'm preparing to repackage them for my temple, my online temple. And the crazy part is, I'm only 31. So that
At what age did
You're a
you
baby.
awaken consciousness?
I'll say is you're it comes through some different booms. So there was a couple different times, but I'd say 20 when you're 28, 29, 30, in
That's
both
when it
in
happened to me.
no
I'm
no no in
33.
those 3 years, you are 1,000 times more bright than a couple years before that, bro. I'm telling you, if you want mastery.
Zerga, it happened to me at like 28, 29, I think.
Why are you cutting him off?
Yeah, so
Sorry.
28, 29. Now imagine when you're at 32 or 35, you're going to think back and be like, this guy's an idiot compared to where I'm at,
Yeah.
right? But there are people who don't take on, um, they don't take on that suffering that I talk about. Those are people who don't want to mastery. I always go back to the Nick Fuentes thing. In life, you're either Nick Fuentes or Aiden Ross. Both are successful, but nobody on earth wants to be Aiden Ross. You want to complete your dharma like Nick, you know?
Bro, I disagree with this totally. Everyone thinks they're either the Joker or the Batman. No, bro, you're a fucking Gotham citizen, a random fucking dude,
Shot
bro.
card in, bro.
You're
Should have
not
go into
special
two
in either
star.
way.
Bro, chill out, nigga. Come on. Look at nigga
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so I would say
I've been up for
20,
2 days, my bad.
28 to 31 is like a full Saturn return, which sounds like hocus pocus until horrific shit starts happening to you and beautiful shit. And then you guys will come back and be like, holy shit, it really blossoms like that, right? But I'll say this, man. You know, most people on earth, they don't have a spiritual task. They have a regular task. Like, you know, LeBron James inspiring us to play basketball is a spiritual work for the Lord. Did you know that's actually for the Lord? Inspiring people to get up out of unconscious states is literally a dharma. It's LeBron James is literally doing his task. A lot of people don't realize there's a lot of souls winners who are doing what they're supposed to do, and you can't just say that guy's a mailman, so he's not doing it, right? There's a lot of things you'll think are nonsense that are actually completing that thing fully. You'll know when you're not doing what you came down here to do, when you have a drinking problem, when you have a drug problem, when you have a nervousness problem, when you have an idealism problem. Like a lot of Nick's chatters idealize Christianity in their own way and obsess over it too much, and they don't think of their own thinking, feeling, willing, how it structures their subtle energy body. They're more into it's kind of like whatever political Christianity and all that. You can get lost in like a million different traps. And that's the beautiful thing. It's supposed to be a labyrinth. And nobody realizes this, but that effort you have struggling to become more and more conscious as you get older, this is exactly what you want to do. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to struggle to get more conscious. I want to watch sports ball all day. No, you don't. You're going to hate that life, you fucking idiot. A man cannot stand a meaningless life, right? Maybe a woman.
Bro,
100%. 100%.
I have a question, Zerka. So for this, that you said the Dharma, and it's striking to me. Like I had a similar experience where, for me, I started imagining for someone. I feel like you talk about Jung more, right? Not Freud. When I read Freud, I started imagining like myself running to go connect with my super ego. Like that's the Dharma. I'm running towards that, the ideal version of myself, right? And that's kind of where I had that experience. So like, do you not like Freud so much? I feel like he has more like
No, he's
practical.
Freud stole his work from Brentano, the Christian mystic, and or the Christian Catholic, excuse me, the Catholic priest, but which he talked about like pointed consciousness. But I say it like this, bro. Freud is Jewish science. Okay, Jung is scratching the surface. I remember my game plan of getting people to Christ, then bringing their individuality game up in 2024 by bringing people into Jungian kind of explaining the unconscious, how you're going to go through shit, da da da. But ultimately, we're going to 2025, and until I die, it's the same care package. It's only Steiner. And the only reason I did it this way is because a lot of people around me, close to me, loved ones, and people that I work with, and pretty much my inner group, my inner squad, they don't like, they hate my game plan of get the advanced lessons out there. Humans who receive advanced lessons actually hate me. You know, it's kind of like kind of like esoteric Sufism has a lot of truth in it, right? But the regular Arab is so stupid and it's such a low level of consciousness. You want to save his soul, you're going to give him Islam. That's just how it works, right? You're not going to give him esoteric Sufi practices, which are literally on those meditation practices are like on steroids. Same with the Christians. You know, you want Christians to morally progress, you talk to them about Jesus, you give them the Bible, you don't tell them to meditate on scripture, you don't tell them to meditate at all, you don't tell them to concentrate, you don't tell them to choose their suffering and pick conscious suffering work to do. You don't tell them none of that. But if you come, a highly conscious person is going to be like, I don't believe in Jesus. You're going to be like, okay, let's get to Steiner's work. Go ahead, debunk him. And that guy is going to literally come to the light closer than if you give him regular Christianity. Now, check this out. A lot of people are like, the truth cannot be hidden and esoteric. It's like, bro, he spoke in parables. Like, do you know what that means? I'm telling you, right, a lot of truth. Like, for example, I love what the church did where they said, hey, don't teach them reincarnation right now. Get them right on their first incarnation. That was beautiful. How many souls did they save? Everyone went on to a different incarnation with way better powers, way better looks. And they're like, whoa, that was beautiful. That was a genius practice. Like, don't teach that part about being born again. Get these souls up to the next level. Tell them they got one life. That was beautiful, but it's evil to teach that today. In a modern framework, you have to teach the whole thing now, right? Well, there's a lot of stuff that they don't teach, but the next step is reincarnation because there's a lot of people getting trapped. We're in dense materialism. When I mean dense, I mean like an Islamic scholar plays Counter Strike. Like that's where we're at. There's no masters anymore. There's a Christian scholar is named Jordan Peterson, a fucking idiot, right? Like what?
You know what happened, bro? Everyone, they're like, okay, why, like amazing churches, like, like you know what I mean? And why is there no Da Vinci? Why are there no amazing artists anymore? And I literally think all these high IQ, you know, polymath shit, all got stuck to like the Jewish daycare and got
No,
the
Dr.
the
Robert Gilbert. As soon as Dr. Robert Gilbert came out with fixing the world and the truth and all this stuff, they killed him. Like, bro, when you come out with the truth, they kill you right away. You think that's just in the movies. No, that's in real life. That's why it's so good I develop comedy and all that. Nobody ever knows what the fuck I'm saying, if I'm telling the truth or not. Nobody, this is Zherka. He picks up bitches. I got the best smoke screen, right? But now if I'm dropping cancer, stuff that fixes cancer, like Dr. Robert Gilbert's work and shit like that, that's terrifying. They're literally going to off you, and they find you in the same day you post the video. 500,000 views overnight. Yeah, take this guy out. Yeah, go ahead, Josie. I,
I
Yeah,
think I
it's
think we're being dumb.
yeah, Josie.
oh yes.
Don't mind me. I
Yeah.
cannot stand when a woman talks. But go ahead.
Oh, then have them go ahead, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Zerka,
Josie,
can you
Josie, just speak. Just
yeah,
get it out. Get out off your chest.
No, let the men speak, it's fine.
no
Josie,
Josie,
what's the
go,
question?
Josie,
Come
go.
on, Josie. Don't make us slap you. Come on.
Come on. I've been up for 2 days. Like I'm about to crash out. Go, Josie.
Nigga, shut the fuck up, go to sleep.
All right. No, that's just funny. I'm not sure. Are you talking about a mushroom trip? Like a shroom trip? Like what? Sorry, I missed the beginning of this,
No, no.
please.
Listen, we do not promote psilocybin, cocaine, MDMA, none of that shit. Drugs are bad. Josie is a fucking hippie. Drugs are bad.
No, I don't do drugs. That's why I'm asking. But what happened? Like just like you.
I was prepared by let's just say my family. All right, this is my spiritual family, and let's just say the next 10 years you're going to be shocked, Josie, at what I do. You're going to be so shocked. You're going to be wanting to sin against my flesh, and I'm going to be like,
I'll be here for it.
yes, you will. You will literally be here, and you're going to be like, this is Like Josie, let me tell you this. I know you're sent from the devil to make my dick hard. We're not buying it today. We're with the boys.
No,
No, we know what you. First of all, you know, in initiation science, they split up the men from the women for this exact
I
reason.
thought you were a man of God. What is this?
Okay, so now you want to bring God into this. Yo, anyone else feel like this woman is just talking too much? Like, Sully, you
We're
feel
supposed
that?
to let the man speak.
Just one word, even.
Josie, have you ever been attacked by a man?
Yo,
I mean, yeah, but I got myself out of it.
How did you get yourself out of it?
I screamed to the cops that were there.
so a man got you out of it. A man got you out of it.
Yeah,
Wow.
I never said that I was a strong, independent woman. Why are you bringing that argument up right away?
Did the cops come?
Yeah, no, they were right there. Somebody tried to put me in the back of a car.
Was he black?
Yes.
Not surprised. Welcome,
Yeah,
Suleiman, to the stage.
blacks
Hi,
are.
Suleiman.
Yeah. Sully, we were just talking about esoteric Sufism. Do you know any of their meditation, concentration, their symbol concentration practices? Have you read any of this stuff?
Yeah, I'm like that's like my position. I'm a Sufi, isn't it? That's why I jumped up. I heard you saying that. I heard you speaking about
Because I
Sufism
always
and
remember Sully. I'm like, okay, this guy's a really intelligent Arab. And the first thing you ever said when we met, you're like, yeah, I'm not really into Islam. I'm into Sufism. And I'm like, I think he's just saying that because he follows my content. There's no way. You've said that on fucking debates. You're actually into this stuff.
yeah. So like in terms of sorry, you broke up there, so I didn't hear what you said. But the thing is, within
Sully broke
there of
up.
that actually this world
He had
isn't real.
connection issues earlier, I think.
Oh, is it? Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
No, we can't hear
No,
you.
no.
Oh yeah.
Now you're back.
Okay, yeah. So I was saying within Sufism we have this position that this world
You cut out again,
people
bro.
some are lucky that they can transcend into that for a short period of time, and then some are lucky that they can move in and out, and then some are like in the middle between those two where they basically disappear within the fake world. I mean, sorry, in the real world. So like remember, imagine you
Yep.
see this like this disabled person, and you think this guy's mental, he's crazy, he's lost his mind, but he isn't. Like he just doesn't, he's not in this world because this world is not real, and he can't come back to this world because he's too honest. So how it works is he's in the real world, he witnesses the real world, and he exists in the real world. Now someone who's not got that kind of perfect, like what's the word, like he hasn't got that kind of ability to differentiate, and maybe we're not as honest, we can play the game a bit, we can move between the two, but that's actually the lower form. The higher form is to be actually in the real world. And so you'll see this disabled person or this person who sounds like he's mental patient, and he like piss his pants, and you'll be like, oh, that's gross, like this guy's a loser. But in reality he's not, he's actually in the real world.
Bro, what?
No, he's at 100%. There's some of the highest level initiates, man. They are wild. They can do wild things. Like they can be in that world and this world at the same time. And here's the crazy part is, dude, you're all going to have these powers eventually. Everyone listening to this call is an Atlantean. You remember the biblical flood is talking about Atlantis. You need to study Steiner. You need let go of the Alex Jones and let go of all this stuff. It's time to level up your mind. This is the last thing you have to have as your study. You can still play your Counter Strike, your Fortnite, and all that. But let me tell you this, Josie Solomon, he wanted to ask you out on a date.
No, he didn't.
Oh, you
Wait,
guys know each other?
wait,
I
what's
don't,
his name?
I don't,
Steiner
I
what?
don't date Jews.
What's his first name?
Okay, you gotta go. You just have to leave. All right, who we got requested? Trying to make it funny for you guys too, but there's like 149 comments. What the hell? Um, yeah, shout out Gigi. Yeah, I want to say shout out Gigi for being the only YouTuber on earth who gets things right. From the esoteric crowd, she's the only girl who actually knows what she's talking about. Like everyone else just makes shit up. Like I've heard I've heard the weirdest shit from people. I've heard that. I'm a time traveler, bro. All right.
Yo, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about like the 144,000? Like getting into that topic, that
You know
esoteric
what,
season, hundred forty-four
bro?
thousand, where like
J-
people
yeah.
get a chance to get pre-selected ahead of time to be with Christ. What do you think about that?
I was gonna post about this, right? And this is like a deeply. This is like deeply esoteric, but bro, let me tell you this. If you read the Bible straight up, you're not getting it. There's like a vertical meaning, there's a horizontal meaning, there's a symbolic meaning, there's an allegorical meaning. The 144,000 are archetypes of redeemed humanity. Look at my notes. Check this out. The 144,000 are those who, through the forces of the Christ, have made their lower nature transparent to the Spirit. They stand as forerunners of humanity's future state. This is the Apocalypse of John, lecture given in Dornoch, 1908, by Steiner. 12 is the number of the cosmic order and the archetypal zodiac, right? And the 12 initiates around the Christ, which is the spiritual organization of humanity. You also have 12 senses, right? 12 is the perfected harmony of earth evolution. For 1000 is a power of completion and multiplicity. It expresses how these perfected types multiply through the whole of humanity. But I don't like you guys getting to numbers numerology unless you're doing a fun kind of meme to keep the community together. Other than that, I don't recommend that stuff.
Yeah, we Zerka, we have something similar in Islam, but and I've got my own thoughts on this. So we have, according to like certain narrations, there's this claim that there's 144,000 prophets, and what the Sufi said was that each of the prophets obviously presents certain characteristics and certain miracles. Obviously, miracles means the transcending of a human being
Yeah.
because. Like what a miracle in the past you can do it through mechanism now, but put that to a side, you can do it without a mechanism. So, for example, you're in the United States of America, I'm in the UK. We're able to speak with a phone, but the miracle is that you're able to do it without a phone. Now, this 144,000 archetypes that you're referring to is exactly what it is. So, and what happens in my view is it moves from generation to generation to generation. So, for example, like if you're the archetypical Jesus, you have if you transcend consciousness and you transcend to that level, you have his skills. So for example, within Islam, what was Jesus' skill? He was the ability to resurrect. And so if you have that ability and you transcend your consciousness, you have that, you will call it superpower, but that ability, that real human ability that's been dampened. And so you're able to, for example, maybe resurrect a human, or you're able to do all those things. And then lower level people maybe be able to like heal a person for like a day or a week or a month, but then the upper highest level is like basically doing what Jesus did.
It's amazing, Sully, that you have perspectives like this when normally you're into politics and news, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
that shows that you have an inner man you have built up. Your outer man, that's kind of like with the news in the world and all that, is built up. You're well known in the community, but you have inner interests that are, I would say, they're weirdo interests. Like, no, this is a niche of a niche of a niche thing, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I read like that's what like my thing has always been like to, and it's kind of selfish in a way, but but it's allowed this kind of conscious awareness is this ability like wanting to learn things that people don't know. So I read like all the classical books that people were like, you read this and this is disbelief, like you are going to be excommunicated from Islam, and I was like, bro, I want to read this. Like, what is going on
they,
here?
they say that to you. Yeah, they.
Yeah, like example, Avicenna was one guy who was like a G and he was really smart. He wrote so many of these kind of esoteric texts that link to philosophy and theology and these type of things. And so, for example, he's an example of someone where if you read it, he's considered a disbeliever according to like the more religious types. And I was like, nah, bro, I need to read him.
Yeah, no. The shocking thing is, it's the same thing with the Christians trying to fucking cut my head off, right? They're like, we don't like your Rosy Cross. We want to fucking end you. The Phoenix and all your fucking mythopoetic language is a fucking demonic. I get these emails, messages all the time, and I'm like, and it always shocked me too. I'm like, how come you just put the word esoteric in front of any faith, any religion, and you get way deeper shit? Way like Buddhism is stupid as fuck until you look at esoteric Buddhism, like from let's say Blavatsky's teachings, right? Which remember she said for her powers, she literally gives you a list of what you have to do, and you have to be a morally perfect human being. And this is a woman that just wanted higher levels of intellect from the Luciferic beings, right? Which are beings of tremendous light and all that. And Blavatsky, she shows the Buddhist tradition like perfectly, and it blows your fucking mind in the secret doctrine and stuff. But solely, I always found that weird. I'm like, bro, I don't like Arabs, right? Because they always have something to say on Twitter. You know, when you have that group of people that just never happy, and you're like, okay, this is the group I don't like. For me, that's like the Arabs, right? And they used to be all a part of my community and stuff. But it's strange to me how every single Sufi alchemist and before Islam is literally these people. I want to shake their hands. I want to hug them. These people are so intelligent. There's a channel, bro. There's a channel I followed. Some of these guys were getting to Spinoza's conclusions way before any of these people existed. I'm like, how the fuck do Arabs have that many geniuses? And bro, what is this modern faith thing where they have to kill the genius every single time? They have to literally murder the geniuses of every single fucking town. And I'm like, if you just search up any Sufi master, one quote of theirs will change your life. You'll be like, whoa, that's more truth than I've heard from Muhammad Ajab. And it's like, and I'm not that kind of guy that says the ancient stuff is just the truth. No, you gotta be a part of the spirit of the times. You have to evolve. You have to use electronics. But my God, bro, if you want to go in depth, uh, just put a Sufi mystic, and you can get them on AI now. They're built like AI. You can ask them anything, right? Put Sufi Mystic debates Nico and make that a YouTube video. See which Islamic scholar is higher level. You're gonna be fucking shocked, right? You're gonna be fucking shocked that you were incarnated in the age where you can use AI to get the information way quicker, which doesn't mean you're smarter. It could make you dumber if you don't know what you're doing, if you're not concentrating. But it is mind blowing to me that how come I know a lot of smart people like Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer believes in a literal talking snake. I swear to God, this guy's way smarter than me too. This guy's like 1,000 times smarter than me. He believes in a literal talking snake, not your spinal cord and the world of senses. He believes in a snake on the ground. I swear to God, this guy's Jay Dyer is someone who can spin circles around anyone in a debate, right? Which is terrifying. That's what cold intellectualism gets you, I guess. But same with Muhammad Ajab. I think he's a very intelligent guy, but I'm pretty sure he believes in 72 virgins and all this other kind of wacko stuff. Where you look in the esoteric literature, and this stuff means something. Like to be born as a virgin. Let's say you're a virgin birth in esoteric literature. It means you didn't accumulate sin in a way where you keep getting reincarnated angry and disgusting. A virgin birth would be a soul that has not been reincarnated 1,000 times with 1,000 mistakes. It's literally a free, pure virgin birth, and that's terrifying to be born again. That's what it means, right? That's terrifying because you go, whoa, wait a minute. Everyone on this call is an Atlantean, and I'm not saying that as like some those fucking history late night channels, ancient aliens. I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying like as spirit science, it's actual fact, right? But all of you guys listening to this call, you guys have incarnated many times. That means a lot of baggage, by the way. Like far from virgins, especially Josie.
But also, in terms of what you were saying, in terms of, I mean, you mentioned about Arabs, but it's not just Arabs, it's humans, right? So, in reality, most humans have been conditioned. The biggest issue you have with any human being, and this is why very early on within Islam, although it was forgotten, is this idea of taqlid, that blind following was never allowed, but everyone became a blind follower. No one was using their mind. They switched their consciousness off. So they did a few things. They switched people's consciousness off, and obviously this might be controversial, but I think the Jews redirected Islam as well and moved it away,
For real.
moved it away, moved it away from like a rationalist, esoteric religion to becoming like that is actual disbelief. Like like I would have a huge following. I mean, I've got a big following anyway, but I'd have an even bigger following if I was like just an average Salafi or what, having that position like Muhammad Hijab. But because I have these kind of Sufi positions, people are like, "Whoa, bro! Like that is crazy." We find it because these people have been demonized. Like all of the geniuses, and whenever these people go and be like, "Oh yeah, we had this genius within mathematics, Al Biruni, or we had this genius Al-Khwarizmi in chemistry," all these geniuses we had, they'll claim them, but then when you actually look at them, these guys say that they're disbelievers because what they did was they took the rational element of Islam and the esoteric element. And by the way, I believe that it's actually through the rational that is the apex of hitting the elite consciousness. Whereas, for example, through love, obviously, through like love, or is a way of hitting the esoteric unconsciousness, but it's a lower form. The highest form is actually knowledge. And so, if you take away the rational and the knowledge away from someone, and you make everyone a brand follower, do this, do this, and do that, and you just become a robot performing the action without thinking or believing or understanding or doing the meditations, then it just completely destroys you. And within Sufism, we have like different modes of meditation as well. We have, for example, people who are slow. It's based on the personality because each person's personality is different. Some people can't deal with this massive shot of spirituality that hits their heart and blows up the sin. And so the aim is to clean the sin from the heart, or you can say consciousness. And so you can either do that slowly. So what happens is they'll do 40 days of not lying, 40 days of not swearing, 40 days of, not harming someone, and you'll build and build and build. And that's the slow method. But that's done for people who have that slow personality. It depends on, like, it's not astrology, but it's based on your date of birth and when you're born and who you're born and where you're born and all these things. And you can work out the person. And then there's some people who you do it where they'll do certain meditations, they'll read certain words, and God will burn the sin from the heart. And so that's one. And then the final form, or the highest form, is knowledge based. It's the fact that you understand something, you meditate on the knowledge of, for example, the Quran, you understand what a word means, what the meaning of it, what the depth and breadth of it is, and it just takes you to another level. And then that knowledge is the highest connection. So yeah, that's what they did with the religion anyway.
Phenomenal. That's 100%. When I see practical practices like that, like they literally giving you A to Z what you're supposed to do, it's so much better than modern religion. And and modern religion will not even use words like elevate your consciousness. They don't have words like that because it's kind of like you just believe the head guy. But I want to take it further to what Steiner said. I think it was in Beat Roots to Buddhism, or I could be wrong. He breaks down the three versions of Christianity that we see: Orthodox, Protestant, Catholic, and how one is about the Father, one is about the Son, one is about the Holy Spirit. Protestants with the Holy Spirit, and the one with the Father would be the Orthodox, and the one about the Son would be Catholics, which makes a lot of sense when you start figuring this stuff out. But he also talks about how without um, Islam or without Arabs, we wouldn't have science, that they carried the scientific impulse first. And so we have a lot to thank them. But he also says they made a huge mistake not accepting the Christ impulse, which is that, remember, all religions, all these pagan gods, all these angelic hierarchies, all these spirits had at one point their impulse, it's like their turn to shine. And they did something good, and then they'd leave the temples, and then demons would stay at those temples and all that. But from all of them that had their turn to evolve humanity, because it keeps evolving, Christ is the eternal of all of them combined, like the only one you cannot live without. So it's a huge mistake to ignore the Christ. But I make the argument that many Arabs are not in that part of their evolution, right? Like they're
But also as well, when you're giving credit to Arabs, like I'm not trying to degrade them or anything, but a lot of these Sufi masters weren't actually Arabs, right? So like they were either a Persian, or they were for Central Asia, or they were from Afghanistan, some from Iran, some from, so I mentioned Persia
oh
as well,
right, like
Iraq. So
Zoroaster
it was,
type. Yeah, yeah, okay. It's like a Zoroaster
yeah.
bloodline, yeah.
Yeah, so like Al Biruni example was an Afghani. Avicenna was from Central Asia, but for
Aren't you
example,
gonna get
Persian
aren't you gonna
heritage.
get attacked for saying something like that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you're pretty much saying that they were even whiter skin, right? You're gonna live.
Well, I'm Pakistani, so we had hardly anybody come from our area.
No,
So,
it's funny that you'd say that out loud, right? Because now they're gonna say that that's like a skin washing argument, right?
well, I think what it is it's this ability to allow yourself to get out of the situation, and so and it's a having no fear. So, for example, when you had someone like Avicenna, what happened to him? He basically probably one of the greatest thinkers of all time when it comes to Islam is considered a disbeliever. And so when you take that risk, not many people are willing to take the risk. And so the question mark becomes who was willing to take that risk? When were they? And so with Arabs specifically, remember the religion did come out of from there, and maybe they became well, they did become too literalistic, generally speaking. And I think that's what that issue that occurred there.
Sully, you're like legit awesome for this. Have you noticed, Sully, when we look at the esoteric Christian circles, there are what we call spirit Christians who never talk about religion, but they're just really good people. Some of them are so open-hearted that they let you fuck their wife, like these really evolved white guys we see, which
That's probably devolved, bro.
well, that's the thing. It's devolved to us, but actually they're seeing it from our incarnation is short. He wants to go to the next side with higher levels of powers. He doesn't want attachment to his wife to hold him back, which is a lot of people's problems. You get attached to family members, friends, and all attachments lead to suffering. Shout out Yoda, right? That's my Griga, green nigga. But Sully, I find it interesting that you said that he was considered someone who didn't believe in the faith. Do you know that? Because have you noticed in history, a lot of guys they say didn't believe in God actually did believe in God, but they wanted to challenge the world into free thinking. Like Steiner says something so fucking crazy. He said most of the guys in the Enlightenment who said they didn't believe in God, they were actually the true Christians because they're trying to push people into free thinking, which is what the Christ impulse is. It's like you have to get to the truth on your own, eventually full circle. Don't just be afraid of a church, use your whole mind. And you said it is in the Quran, right? That you're supposed to use your mind.
Oh, 100%. So Avicenna as an example, and I always think about this, and I actually wrote my MA thesis on this. I was going to write on all 3 points, but I ended up getting stuck on just one of the points. So the reason they called him a disbeliever, and this is very much linked to what we're saying, is A, he believed the universal is eternal. And remember, people like Ibn Arabi also hold, who's a Sufi master, who says the universe is eternal because he says this current Adam is the 33rd Adam. So what does that mean? Does that mean that this is his 33rd incarnation? Does this mean this is the 33rd universe that was created? Does it mean that there's been 33 Zherkas? Does it mean that you acted in a different manner? Like there's many, many questions that arise from this. But the point is he didn't delve into any of these things, but he just said the universe is eternal. That was the first bit that he was considered. The second was he said that God doesn't know the particulars, he only knows the universals. Because, and the point about that is because if you're saying that the particulars in itself, they change. And if God is within time, if God needs to be within time to know the specific changes, and therefore obviously God can't be in time, and therefore he can't be God. So that was the second one. And the third one was the bodily resurrection. So he believed that there is no bodily resurrection, it's just the soul. The real thing is the soul. The standard Muslim position is that actually the body is going to be resurrected and the soul is going to be resurrected. His position, and actually it aligns with my position, I know it's problematic, is that actually this body isn't real, it's fake. The only real existence is the soul. Everything else is the mentation of the mind. And so a mind or consciousness or soul or whatever word you want to use. And so what's going to be incarnated is actually the soul when you go into the higher level, higher being, that next level, wherever heaven is, which I think heaven is something else compared to what people normally stay anyway. But that's kind of the three things that cause the issue whether they said he's a disbeliever.
Now, the interesting part is, as right as you are for a lot of that, the body actually gets spiritualized. So It's, well, they call it the Atman, the spirit body, but so it's not like fleshy and stuff like that. But here's the crazy thing: is everyone in this call, everyone linked together, we're all gonna see each other long times from now, but it's gonna come quick. It's gonna scare you. And it's gonna scare all of us, right? It's gonna scare the tough guys too. But we're all gonna see each other in our final forms. And outside of space and time means everyone's caught up, right? After all the suffering and all that. And I'm talking about like the hair that you have on your arms and legs are going to be standing up straight, but they're going to be beams of light. They're not going to be condensed material, right? Your hair is going to be full on your head, but it's actually going to be into a halo ring, and your skin is going to shine. You're going to be luminous and beautiful. And the crazy part is, everyone you meet, you're tied to, even if you just met them online. That's why there's even been circles who said online healing works from a fucking healing position. I don't want to go that far. I will go that far if she's hot. She, that spiritual bitch can heal you, right? But Sully, bro, go in deeper about what you said, because I want to know this. When you say that in this Sufi tradition, God doesn't go in the particulars, is it one of these more kind of new age psychedelic arguments that as you like, we'll just look at an esoteric Christian point of view, is you join the angelology system, or in the past they call them the gods, but not the fallen ones. I'm not Luciferic that stay in their own room, hiding away, making their own universe. I'm talking about like you join the angelic hierarchy. One is connected to your willing body, right? The next one is to your heart, and the last one is your head. And this angelic host you join, we would be the 10th spirits of love and freedom. That's the things we have to master. And everything would be on top of us, curious, dynamis, all those. And to join this, you're becoming more archetypal the more you go up. So you're becoming a thought form in the mind of God. You are right now a thought form in the mind of God, but you're entering even higher up there. So basically, you said the particulars in time and space is pretty much uh, God is so beyond in the Sufi tradition. God would be so beyond that it's more like the angels and spirits that are guiding you and stuff. And then as you progress up, then you matter more. But here you're kind of just like, I guess, insect play.
So there's two components to it. The first one is from Avicenna's perspective, which is the rationalist aspect, which is just the logical aspect of it, which is that God can't be within time and place. So if God is inside time and place, therefore he's construed or restricted by time and space. And so it's from that perspective. Then in addition to that, what the Sufis says in terms of the connection to God, they say that, look, okay, this is not really the Sufi, this is my opinion, but it's kind of comes from their idea, which is that, so I don't mean there's two gods, let's be clear on that in case someone's like Suleiman's a disbeliever, but you have like the God who is God, and then you have the God of the mind. And what I mean by that is because the God of the mind is what you're trying to connect to, because God himself is beyond time and space, is beyond all of these things. The God of the mind exudes these attributes, whether it's love or the mercy or whatever it may be. And then it's through those attributes that you're trying to connect to God. And the connection occurs by, for example, let's say you want to connect through mercy. The basic level is you show mercy to someone. The basic level is you be merciful when someone, needs that level of action. And then the higher level is where you just be merciful because it's the right, because it's in your nature. It becomes part of your nature. And then the final form is to connect to the mercy of God through your human mercy. And then there's that kind of divine connection, not literal but spiritual. And so there's kind of these layers that occur in it, and that's what occurs. And just to add to your other point about people, my own view is, and I believe I read it from Avicenna, so it's actually not my view, it's Avicenna's view, which is that our souls, the real place that they're in, for example, now, let's say me and you are like really good friends. The reason we become really good friends is because where the actual locale of the souls is actually close by. And so therefore, the closer you are to a person, this one like,
Cut out
or you
Suleiman.
it's really far away.
You cut out on the last bit. So if I'm close to a stripper, what happens?
If you're close to a stripper in the real world, you're probably gonna bang her, and then
I don't need to. I don't need no.
but the best thing is your
What
soul's not
the
close to any of
fuck?
them.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, I need listen, bro. This is not my fortune. I'm gonna marry the stripper.
Bro, if your soul is right next to her, it's over, bro. That means that was that connection. That means that means she's your bird forever. That's it. But I think in reality, like me, there's no chick next to my soul in the real world, bruv. Like that ain't gonna happen. So I'm all good. I think you're probably in a similar situation.
You know,
Sully, Sully,
it's
I was wondering. You said this is a Sufi position, right?
Yeah. Which bit? But yeah, most of what I said
Okay,
was.
okay. No, I was just wondering because I know a lot of the different sects also make takfir of Sufis, and yeah,
Oh
that's
my
why I was
god,
just
bro.
asking.
Come
Yeah.
on.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
they
I'm just
do.
saying
They
it's the
do. You're
truth, man.
right. No, they do. They try and demonize them. They'll call them like the head whirlers and all this kind of stuff. So they'll try and make them sound stupid. And also they'll try and say, yeah, they're disbelievers because they believe in this kind of higher level thinking, this connection with God. Yeah, you're right. That's what many of them
No,
believe
yeah,
for
because
sure.
I know most Sufi positions they take everything less literal and more spiritual, which I guess is like a positive or negative. I just think they do a few things a little wrong. You know what I mean?
Like what?
Like I've seen a lot of the tribalistic dances that they do. That I feel like that might fall into haram.
Yeah, but I don't, bro, think about this. So this book, have you heard of the
The
Jungle Book?
Jungle Book? No, no, I haven't.
No, Disney's Jungle Book. You never heard of it? Every kid's read it, bruv.
Disney's Jungle Book. No, I mean shit. Probably when I was a kid, but I have to jog my memory.
Ah, bro, you're missing out. Anyway, so this Disney stole that from Sufi classical books because what those Sufi classical books explained was that once there was this child and he was put in the middle of a rainforest, right? He ended up in the middle of a rainforest and a gazelle saw him and the gazelle brought him up. And what the book shows is the evolution of man. So for the first 7 years, that child was growing up. It was observing. It was looking at the different items. It was touching them. It was it was learning. It was experiencing. And then for the next 14 years, it start learning. It start using its intelligence. It start using its mind. It start looking at things around it. And so for the next 14 years, that's what it did. Then it looked across the world and it thought, look, this entire universe, it can't be here on its own. There must be a creator. Something must have brought it here. And he thought, look, yeah, he come to the realization that there's God. And so it was that intellectual depth that occurred. And then he realized, and intellectually he'd had his deepening, and he's had his experiences, and he developed, and he thought, wait a sec, that's God. I want to connect with him, right? And so for the next 14 years, he tried to connect with his creator. And first he thought, look, how am I going to connect to the creator? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm not going to harm anything the creator created. So if there's a leaf, I'll put the leaf back in its place. If there's an animal, I won't hurt the animal. I'll make sure that I respect the creation of the creator. And so that's what he did. And he thought, look, I've done this. It feels good, but I still don't have that connection. And so he thought, okay, how else can I get the connection? So he goes, I'm just going to leave this forest and I'm going to go to a cave. So he goes to a cave and he says, look, I'm in a connected creator. So first what he does is he starts whirling. He starts whirling and whirling and whirling. And he starts connecting. And he's like, oh my God, this is brilliant. I'm connecting. And he connects. And he says, oh, but look, I'm using this kind of physical movement to connect to the creator. That's a mechanism I'm using. Let me lay down. So he laid down and he started doing certain movements. Because he said I was using my legs first. And then he started laying down, he started using those movements. And he thought, okay, I'm connecting to my creator, but it's going on and off. And I think it's because I'm using a mechanism. And the thing is, I should be able to connect without using a mechanism because it's a crutch. I need to remove the crutch. And then he just laid there and he just connected. And so why I'm telling that, and then that was the highest level, and he just became one with the creator, not physically, but spiritually. Now, why I'm telling the story is when those people who whirl, obviously it's not the highest level of spirituality. It's a mode or mechanism they use in order to connect to the creator. But that's not, how is that disbelief? It's like they're just using a physical mode to do so. It's not the highest level, but it's not the lowest level as well. And so that's story tells you is a very basic story, but in terms of like path of by Tusi, by the path of a human being and what they should do in this world.
No, yeah, I definitely see your take on it. You're pretty much saying that, like, based on these certain movements, like, or you could say like a regular Muslim, just the prayer where it gets you closer to your Creator. You're saying like their dance rituals or whatever you want to call it, a dance, whatever, that brings them closer to the highest sense. I see what you're saying 100%, but I can also see why some people would like. I don't think it would be disbelief. I just think it would be haram. Like I don't believe.
No, they say it's bid'ah because what they say is those exact words about doing that exact thing is not mentioned exactly, literally in the Quran or Hadith, and therefore it's a bid'ah. That's what they say.
Okay, yeah. So they're saying it's a new innovation. Interesting. Okay.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
the
I
argument.
understood the Jungle Book halfway through. You're talking about Tarzan. At first, I couldn't tell.
Sounds a little bit like Romulus too, right? Zerk, have you ever looked into the Druze religion? It seems like it crosses over with everything you talk about, like
Yeah,
the
I know, like, I
reincarnation.
know everything about druids. Sully.
No, Druze.
Oh, Druze. No, I know nothing. Yo, Sully.
There's Shia Sufi. They believe in Shia esotericism, which is very similar to Sufi, but has different branches. Sorry, Zerka,
Oh,
go ahead.
right. I think, yeah, I went to a funeral with one of these guys. They do a song when someone dies, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they do. And actually,
Bro,
music,
they told
but
me,
is
bro, we went to this funeral and they told me to hold hands with everyone. They didn't tell me that they're going to start singing that loud. It was like everyone's holding hands like a Thanksgiving thing. Bro, I did not know what to do. And I don't want to talk about it too much because I feel like it's disrespectful. But like I was not supposed to, someone should have prepared me for that. And then I had a friend who told me they're not regular Muslims, they're Shia style. And I'm like, I didn't know that they have completely different things. Right?
they're an offshoot. They're an offshoot of Shia, but the thing is, when it comes to that spiritual element, that's also found within Sufism, traditional Sufism. So there's a tariqa. A tariqa means an order which is called just the order, which again they connect with God through music. Now I don't mean this kind of rap music, but through specific types of music. And obviously, you know, there's 7 different
Yeah.
levels of music, which yeah. So you basically connect through
Well,
that, and
and
that's
and
why
basically
again.
the dance they do. This is also in Gurdjieff teaching, and there's a lot of Sufi dances that are you mimic the stars and how they dance.
Exactly. That's where it is. And this is again why, if you look at the literalists, many of them end up saying music's not allowed. It's a bit weird that something that is helps you connect in a way of connecting with God. They basically all of these things became haram afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, if I had to bet money, dude, I'd be like anything modern's kind of fake. Like, let's be real. Like everything modern is fake. They commercialized religion. They commercialize everything. And the sad part is Protestants are like leading this wave. They're like, we're just going to read the Bible. We don't trust anyone. We don't trust power authorities. And it's like, dude, you don't want a dude named Brady trying to explain mythopoetic language to you. You don't want, like, when the Bible talks about stones, sometimes it means the physical earth, sometimes it means your bones, but a lot of times the esoteric word of stones means the two halves of your brain, right? Moses brought down the new law, which is in the brain, the stones. And this is terrifying to find out for the first time because there's a bunch of channels all over the internet that are pretty much just guessing. Well, 666 means this and that. And it's like, dude, you don't want a dude named Brady that's hopped up on who's that UFC fighter? They're trying to he's trying to relate his phantoms that he sees with the Bible, the Christian flat earther guy.
Bryce
He's
Mitchell.
just
Bryce Mitchell.
Bryce Mitchell, yeah,
Yeah.
it's getting terrifying, bro. You do not want a dumb fuck interpreting scripture for you. You want someone who has taken a vow never to lie because it's literally the same as killing someone. You want the Rosicrucian to break down that language. Why? Because he took a vow that he's not ever going to persuade you, right? Whereas all religions and all these fucking mega churches that you donate money to, they're trying to persuade you. These guys are taking vows that you get there on your own, but this is their point of view. They don't force it. It's an inner thing. They're not on in what is this mega churches? Someone explain. I know we Catholic gang, we got a lot of fucking dough. We got money. But these mega churches have like 20 private jets with Kenneth Copeland.
So
You don't see a demon in that nigga's eyes?
we have the same thing, Zerka. So in the Quran, it says they took their rabbi and priests as lords. So Muslims don't understand what this warning was. This warning was that, okay, this religion became an industry within Judaism and Christianity. Do not make the same mistake again. Do not make it into an industry where now the imams do the exact same thing. And that's literally what ended up happening, because in reality, religion was never meant to be a kind of, an industry that was used financially or in order to control the masses or to redirect them or to shut their brains off. And that's exactly what it did. Religion became the very thing, or for example, what Islam became now became the very thing that God warned people of.
Yeah. The Steiner and so many people, Gurdjieff, all these guys would talk about how a lot of religious people are actually doing the opposite of what they came here to do. So they talk to you like they're religious, but they're actually like, for example, someone goes through a trauma, you don't give them advice, right? You're there for them. You open your heart, and they feel seen. Attention is the greatest gift you can give them. That's it. These guys don't open their hearts to nobody, and you got to start asking yourself, like, bro, if this guy's got 20 private jets, what the fuck is this? And I don't want to say, like, I was a part of this big wave that it's like, as long as Jesus is on the title, let's go. No, I don't think Kenneth Copeland, am I saying it right? I don't think that guy should ever talk about Christ. That guy is demonic as fuck. And there's something about, listen, I'm not saying money is evil. Mon I, one I. I'm saying this, dude. Where there's billions and millions of dollars, you'll never see a good human being. Name one person around. Is it Elon? I like him personally for my personal efforts and for building X, so I can say any word I want. But let's be real. Like, where there's billions of dollars, you see failed incarnations every single time.
Zerka, I wanted to ask you because, like you said, like there's the Protestants, right, who take the idea of like, oh, it's just me and my Bible, and they stay at home. They don't do the religious gatherings or the rituals. And honestly, I understand that though, because in the modern world, whether you're Christian or Muslim, there's so much deception in between both faiths, and like so many people that lead you astray. So I understand why some people like, okay, it's just me and my Quran, it's just me and my Bible, it's just me and Christ, and they learn themselves like that. What would you say is the best thing for the
That's
modern man
horrific.
to adapt?
That is horrific. If you say I'm going to interpret the book however I want, that is a horrific way. Worship must be taught, and eventually you have to meditate on if it's the truth. You really think Jesus said that? Why don't you go to a clear state, meditate for an hour straight, and see if he said that? Right? The idea that one Christian uses, like for example, there's Christians convinced because of the interpretations they did by themselves, becoming experts on the Bible. They're convinced Israel means a plot of land. What the fuck? Some people think the word Israel
Zayos.
Yeah.
is a plot of land. And I'm not saying this just because I'm on team, I don't want to see dead babies, right? I'm not just saying this because I'm on one side of the team. I'm saying even if I was an evil Zionist, I still would never, ever come to the conclusion that Israel means a plot of land. That's the dumbest way to read scripture. It doesn't even, and you know what's funny? It makes every page of scripture sound fake immediately. It makes it sound stupid as fuck. It makes it sound like there's no spiritual covenant. It's like, it's wild to me that people interpret it their way. And what did they say? That's the Schofield Bible?
Yeah.
And that's devolution as well, Zerka, because I just think about myself when I initially was like getting into my studies or whatever it may be. I was trying to make sense of certain parts of the Quran, and I was trying to like do like mental gymnastics and some kind of like martial arts to try and make it fit in. And I was trying to like make so many excuses of like it could mean this, it could mean that. And then I thought, wait a sec, bro, this is just not the right way to do it. Right? This is just mental behavior. Like, actually, what does it actually mean? What's the context? What's the situation? And then you think, actually, nah, I was just playing too many games. I was just making it into something that it shouldn't have been based on my own desires. And so that's what happens in reality. It's evolution where you realize that the text isn't, you shouldn't mold the text to you. You should mold to the text.
100%. And it's like, we got to go down to, let's say, Sully. What's your what's your solution for, how about everyone that's not in the faith? What about all the billions of people that are part of a different religion? We answer it perfectly with esoteric Christianity. Modern Christianity gives you a very weird answer, right? Well, I guess it's not that. I guess like it's spread to the four corners of the earth. I get that, but what do you guys say that? Some people are just Buddhist, some people are just
Okay.
Hindu, just some people are. I would consider these.
Bro, you trying to get me cancelled, bro. I'm gonna have a fatwa on my head straight after this space. What are
Your
you doing?
your audience is way more terrifying. If my audience turns on me, it's like I'm some mad Christians. If your audience turns on you, it's over, bro. We just see your head as a profile pic. It's like,
And bro, this streaming thing really messes with your mind about that. Cause I was just doing a debate earlier and like it was effing up because I had a Zio attack. And I was like, fuck, the numbers are gonna be messed up. There's not gonna be good clips from this. So it really does mess with your mind in terms of the ego for sure. But look, I think it's a so my position is this. I think it's complex. So I think those who know God and then reject him, they're in a major problem because it's not like they're ignorant. It's not like they're stupid. It's actually they know and they reject. I think those people are categorically problematic. Now, in terms of who does that be? So so for example, let's say there's someone who's in the middle of, I don't know, like Venezuela, and he's working on some farms and he's working like 16 hours a day and he
fuck this
doesn't really have
communist.
time. Yeah, he's a communist. He cares about people. He's all about the love. And so what happens is he doesn't get time to think about the realization of God or that there's a creator. He's just so busy in life. And maybe someone like him, it might take him 40, 50 years based on the time span he has, time period he has, his intelligence, where his location is. And then there might be someone who is, for example, I don't know, born in a very religious environment and is taught a lot of things, is able to learn, gain knowledge. And then so for the, I believe that the time period for him would be a lot shorter. It'd be like 18, 20 years to come to the realization of God. And so I think those who reject God overtly, when they know there's a creator, I think those people are doomed. And the reason is because in Islam, there's this word, the word for disbelief is kufr. And kufr, the linguistic meaning of that is ungratefulness. It means ungratefulness to God. This is why I think the attribute of ungratefulness as a human is one of the worst attributes. If someone does something for you, be grateful. Minor version of this ungratefulness to God. And so ungratefulness to God is, he created you. He created your soul. He created you into the every aspect, every part or fiber of your being. And so rejecting him is the ultimate form of ungratefulness. So I think those people are doomed for their ungratefulness to God. In terms of those people who try and connect to their Lord through other means, then again, I think it's very based on darkness. So, for example, it could be a Muslim, Christian, Jew, whoever it is, right? But they're rejecting other religions or other ideas based on their own caprice, their own desire, their own ego, their own switching off the brain. And I think those things are extremely problematic. I think even those people are almost in the second layer of problem. And then what about the average Christian, Jew, whomever it is? Or the average person who hasn't fallen into any of those categories? I think for them it's a journey, and I wouldn't say they're outright going to go to hell. That's my kind of not trying to get cancelled answer.
I got a quick question for you, Sully. So pretty much, according to Quran and Sunnah, wouldn't it be that if somebody has not properly received the message of like of Allah or the message of Islam, then they cannot be doomed to hell for that. They can't fully be judged, correct?
Yeah, that's the Ashari position. So they say that look, if you receive a distorted message, then again you can't. So, for example, like if there's an average person and they've heard like it's like in America for the last 20 years, Islam is evil, Islam is demonic, Islam is jihadi, it's terrorist, all this kind of stuff. That's the version of Islam they've come accustomed to, and maybe they've only met these like kind of dawah bros, and that's the only Islam they've come accustomed to. And they're like, wait, this just doesn't fall within me. So yeah, then that there would not be someone who falls into any one of those two categories that I
Yeah,
mentioned.
because the story you gave pretty much like a random farmer in Venezuela who doesn't know. The position is that I think everybody is born with the inner idea of like a fitra, right? The inner idea of there being a creator. I think even when somebody's 3, 4, 5 years old, they are born with the inner idea that they are creation from a creator. So I feel like the only position that makes sense is if they've never fully received the message, because if somebody hasn't been notified and
That's
given the correct dawah, how can you expect them to find it on their own, especially like you said, a random farmer in Venezuela? You think they're going to receive the message of Islam?
so that's the what you mentioned is the Ashari and
Yeah.
Salafi position. The Maturidi Hanafi position is actually you're not born with fitra, you're born with a complete blank slate. But through the observation of the universe and through your experiences of seeing the universe, the creation of God, trying to connect to Him, you will come to the realization of God. And so the example they give is, Ibrahim. Or for example, in the story I gave you in terms of Sufis, that's one example. But in terms of Quranic example, is the story of the Prophet Ibrahim or Prophet Abraham, who, what does he do? He goes through that journey. He says, is the idol God? And then he says, look, this can't be God because I can physically throw it down and I can break it. And he goes through this intellectual experience of the elevation of the soul. And then he finally comes to the realization that actually my creator can never have a beginning, cannot have an end, is beyond time and space, is beyond our comprehension. And so then he comes to the realization that there's God, but that's based on his intellect and his mind. And therefore, I do hold the position, and this is the Hanafi position, is that actually, as long as you're not given a distorted version of Islam, you can actually come to the realization there's a God through your innate intellect.
Sully, what about someone that's just like very utilitarian? Like someone could hear your argument and then be like, "Well, there's no downside to believing in God, right?"
Yeah, Sully, I tagged you in something. It seems like it overlaps tremendously with every single esoteric tradition on the upper and lower astral, or pretty much karmically, your heaven building or your hell building inwardly. So be careful. And what's the quote is, man is only ever requited by what he himself brings forth. Hell and paradise are his own forms made visible by Futahat al Makiya. Who's this?
It's in the
Futuhat is by the one and only, the legend that is Ibn Arabi. So obviously, again, they think he's like a disbeliever as well. But Ibn Arabi is the guy who says the one. Remember when I mentioned earlier when I said this world is the 33rd
Yeah.
world, and he believes in the eternity of the universe. So he's that guy.
Oh, it's interesting. And that's like 33 vertebra of his meditations, right?
Well, he says this is the 33rd world. So you're the 33rd Zherka. I'm the 33rd
Really?
Suleiman. So it could be, but he doesn't explain what that means. Like, is it the 33rd
Yeah.
incarnation? Is it that there's been 33 universes that God created? Or is it, and that's something we need to like basically get into and delve into because he doesn't go into the specifics.
Yeah. Well, so far he's got it. He's got it correct because that overlaps with every single esoteric tradition. That there's a higher heaven world, Divikon, lower and higher, but before that, it's the one that's your personal heaven and hell that you're working through. And so basically, you're gonna get your cake, and then way higher up and way higher up you go. But a lot of people stay in their kind of, what they want to go through. So, which is interesting because the higher worlds built you, right? The God made you, so you want to go straight up to the top. But humans love their own personal heavens, which it is interesting, right? Now, the reason why you can't just go there right now until you have to be spiritually built up is you can have power to really hurt other people when your superpowers awaken. So you have to be morally right. That's why I tell people if you don't morally progress on earth, you're kind of just wasting your time. Like I'm telling you, You're gonna cry as a baby in the next incarnation. You're gonna be like, "What the fuck? I have to do this again." Except this time's even harder. I'm telling you, don't listen to Andrew Tate. Don't listen. Listen to the religious people. Get right, and don't get right out of fear and stuff like that. Get right to be better. Right? Everyone goes up with you, but yo, give us more of what this guy says. Sully, you're killing it.
I appreciate it. You just hit a thing what you just said about personal heaven. Like again, modern day Islam, if you asked an average person, he'd say, yeah, I'm gonna have a personal heaven. I'm gonna have, I want to have wine, I'm gonna have wine, I'm gonna have women if I want women, I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna have X and I'm gonna have Y. But actually that's not what the Quran says about heaven. Heaven is something that they try and explain through metaphor and allegory. And they try and do that in a manner that is like because our mind can't comprehend it. So just think about this, we can't even comprehend God. So how can we comprehend something which existence is created by God, but it's a totally different
Yeah.
existence? So I wrote, like when I wrote my book, I wrote this example. I said, imagine you're in the world of megabytes and bytes. You're the creator of Excel. And so the megabytes and bytes in Excel think, oh, I wonder how my creator is. Is it X byte? Is it X gigabyte? Is it Y gigabyte or whatever it is? But the creator is nothing like that. The creator of Microsoft is flesh and bone. But the people existing in that world of bytes can never comprehend it. And so similarly, that's with God, obviously, but specifically with heaven, in its entirety is entire allegory. And some key components when God talks about heaven that I feel like, or maybe I've got ego and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's certain points that have been completely missed. For example, they say that you're not able, in that there's certain actions that you do in that world that seems to suggest you have free will. But if you ask a Muslim his version of heaven, it's almost like a person who doesn't have free will. So there's a lot of things that have been missed out because of this kind of literalism and blind following.
I think he was just posting a tweet,
Yeah,
Zherka.
I just want you to keep going, bro, because you're literally spizzing, dude. I got nothing to add. Sully, you're the only person who can do better than me. Because let me tell you this, man. Why is it so interesting what you're saying and what Mohammed Hijab talks about is so boring? It's like, bro, it's like you've got truth is so much deeper than whatever these guys are talking about. It's like you're giving a counter argument against your own truth. You're letting everyone be open minded towards it. This is how you podcast. We're really tired of people finger wagging and telling us they got it all figured out. No, you don't. You don't got shit figured out. Sully, keep going. What else you got for us?
I mean, I got a question to kickstart Silly. I'm sure he probably knows about this as well. Um, in Albania, they originally stem from Turks, but there's a very small sect of Islam. They come from Sufis. They're called Bekteshis, right? So these are like Muslims that, like I said, come from Sufis. They do a lot of ritualistic dances, but they also believe it's halal to drink wine for their ceremonies. What do you think about that, Silly?
So this is just one example of where I've changed my position many times on this. So let me just be clear on that. And I'll tell you my final position. So obviously initially I thought alcohol is haram, right? And then um obviously I looked into the classical books and it's just a bit of complexity within the law. So within the Hanafi school, for example, Abu Hanifa held the position that actually alcohol was permissible, and and it's called nabith, not wine but like nabith, which was like alcohol. And the reason they gave was this: they said that it's permissible up until you get drunk, because what's impermissible is intoxication. It's losing your mind. So we have two different positions. The Hanafi position was that, sorry, the Abu Hanifa's position, because his students actually went against his position and that became the main position within Hanafi school. But Abu Hanifa himself said that it's the intoxication that is impermissible. So let's say, so hypothetically speaking, it took someone 5 glasses to become intoxicated, and then he drank the sixth glass. That sixth glass would be the thing that is impermissible. Similarly, but then the other side say, no, it's actually the content is actually filth, and in its entirety is impermissible. So I switched positions in that sense that I thought, look, I'm Hanafi. Abu Hanifa as a G. Like most of his views are legendary, so I've switched that. But now, after like developing from like a spiritual sense and from a rationalistic sense, I thought like, what's the most important thing? The mind is the most important thing. Rational consciousness is the most important thing. Anything that diminishes that a little bit destroys my connection with the Lord, destroys my reason for being in this creation, and therefore anything that harms that and decreases that is a problem. And also an average person as well needs rules and guidance, because if he doesn't, he just becomes completely misguided. So taking all of that into consideration, I switched my position and said back to like, actually, no, it's not allowed. Hi, Myron's here as well. Hi, Myron, how you doing?
Welcome, Myron.
No, yeah,
Hey, what's up,
I
guys?
think that's
It's
a
been a
very, very
while
base
since
take.
I've been on. What's up, guys? It's been a while since I've been on one of these spaces.
Let's go, Myron. What do you got for us?
Um, well, I think it's kind of gay that that dude that was wearing the costume, the Henrik Himmler costume, got arrested. That was gay.
Yeah, what you thought the guy is gay? I saw a lot of people attacking him. I don't
N-
appreciate that at
No, no,
all.
no, no. No, it's gay that he got arrested.
Oh, okay, let's
That
go.
was a hell of a nice
Yeah.
costume
I
too.
I think if
No, that costume was fucking lit, bro. That shit was lit. I
yeah.
was like, I was pissed off because I was looking at it and I was like, why are these fucking stupid bitches like pushing him and shit? Like, dude, they were assaulting him for like at least a minute or two before he did anything.
Yeah, I have an issue with that. Is like if you're gonna be wearing that jacket, can you at least fight back? You know, like well,
Yeah,
why
well,
we should
it's
get on.
gay, bro. Because dude, the problem here is that we live in a society now where like women don't deal with accountability for any of their actions. Like, even if a chick punches you in the face, bro, if you were to swing and cold cock her, you'll probably still go to jail. Like that's the America that we're in nowadays.
Oh, bro, I come from a world that if she slaps you, you can punch her.
Fucking base, man.
I
Myron,
mean,
are you getting an interview with Gypsy Crusader? Is that happening or?
I don't know. I don't know. It really depends on whatever he wants to do. So it's it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know about that guy.
Yeah, I saw it was low class actually by him.
Yeah.
There's something about being angry when you're trolling someone that looks really stupid, you know. And
Yeah.
Gypsy Crusader, a lot of these guys are just like angry at their own lives, and it's like, have we forgotten how to troll people? Am I the only effective troll? Like this idea that I'm sad and depressed, my life is gone to shit because you guys put me in prison. And it's like, bro, we get it, bro. Just you have a good life.
Well, I mean, I will say, bro,
Come
he's
on,
funny
bro.
as hell, man.
Bro,
Like
if I
it's very
saw
funny.
Myron talking about woe is me, I was in prison and shit, I'd be like, Myron, get it together, bro. It's like, you know what's crazy? You know what's interesting about Myron is he actually enjoys being the racist online. It's his dream job. Nobody realizes it. Gypsy Crusade, Gypsy Crusader is fucking dragging feet like a fucking pussy. The guy's just like he hates his life. Like, how could you guys do this to me? It's like, bro, lighten up, you know, like everything's going according to everything's going according to plan, bro. You shouldn't be panicking. And he
Bro,
just
it's like being on roids all the time. Like he was like, I can't go to Fresh and Fit because I'm gonna end up fighting them. And I'm like, bro, like you can't restrain yourself to go
yeah.
to a podcast and act civilized. Like, what world you living in? I thought this was about you claiming that you're civilized and other people aren't. And I was like, bro, this guy is just off it.
I
Yeah.
Well,
don't
no,
even
I
I gotta
mean,
I,
look,
say,
look, look, look. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Like, look, he gave some honest, like, honest concerns. Like, you know,
the
he thinks
dude's
like
a
my staff is
fucking
all.
retard.
Hold on,
Dude is a
Zerka,
fucking
hold on,
retard.
bro, hold on. He doesn't know my staff, but I like Mo and Bills, for example. They think he's hilarious, bro. We all do. We all think he's hilarious because we're all racist over here. So it's like we don't care. You know what I mean? But it's cool, bro. I mean, like I don't take offense to it. Like I'm just like it is what it is. You know. Yo, are
It's
you in
just
California? Where are you at? Are you in California?
yeah, I'm in Cali right now, but it's just this idea
Okay.
that if you join my side of the fucking internet, where you're like the racist guy and all that, you're the free speech channel, at least enjoy your position. Myron looks like he can't wait to go to work every day. Then you have Gypsy Crusader that literally you could tell it's like, wow, I didn't get married. I don't have a wife and kids. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Man, the fuck up. You didn't have a wife and kids, so now we gotta see you play the Joker for the rest of your life. Like, man, the fuck up. The fuck are you doing that pussy ass face? Like, is showing people like joining our team is a depressing something that happens if you don't get married. No, our side's fucking awesome. We love this shit. We love going through this shit. We love going to work. We love being the free speech team. Don't make it a fucking depression Olympics. You've been out of prison for years. Get it together, man. Get it together, little short man. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like Gypsy, but bro, it just feels like it's depressing at this point. Like, there's no butt of the joke. He's so serious. Like, he'll literally go on there and be like, "Oh, you're black" to these little kids, and just fucking just let it rip. And it's like, bro, there's no humor in that. There's no fun in that. And I like Gypsy. I like Gypsy. I grew up watching Gypsy,
Well,
but it's
I
like,
don't get
bro,
it. What's the point of trashing the kids? It's so they grow up and
yeah,
leave America. I don't get the point of the kids
it's
thing.
fucking stupid, bro. Because what are you gonna do? What's the message behind it? You're
But
just
I'm
letting
sure
them
he's
know,
talked. No, I mean, I'm sure he's talked about it. What's the goal?
I don't
bro.
think it
The
gets that
goal.
deep.
I'm gonna say how it is. He does just wants to get him the fuck out of here. Like that's his in his mind. He dead ass wants to get him the fuck out of here. That's an unbalance. There's
Well,
no balance in that message.
I can't talk shit because like there's like some 6 years old. I got them to do the Nazi salute. I guess I can't talk shit. But mine was out of a place of love. Mine wasn't like I hate you shit. And I don't know. There's something about, hey man, if you're gonna do the hate Olympics online, can you at least not look like it hurts you when you're doing it? Literally looks like the guy's hurt. Like, bro, when I look at mine, mine goes off and calls everyone whatever he wants. It feels like a Call of Duty. Mine is like this nostalgic Call of Duty room to me. Then you got Gypsy Crusader that looks like he's hurt, and I don't think he should be hurt. He's not in prison anymore. They literally ruined my life. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that if you're trolling people. Troll the fuck out of those kids. Don't fucking cry to me. But now check this out. There are even Gary. Have you seen Gary? Sometimes he's like, they fucking destroyed me, and they, bro, this is your 10th Twitter account. You need to relax. If you guys want to do politics online, can you at least enjoy it? So everyone in chat doesn't have that vibe of like, bro, is this guy gonna jump off a bridge? Why is Myron? Why do you love your job?
Also, he's living in
Which
fear. Because if you look at Myron, sorry, Myron, I'll let you go. Sorry, you go just to praise you a bit. Like Myron will go into any space. Like he'll go to like a white nationalist space, will chuck him out. He'll go to an FB space, will chuck him out. He'll go to a Muslim, Christian, politics space, whatever. He'll go to anything, right? And he'll just go and smash. And then you've got basically this guy who's literally writing that video saying, "Oh, I can't go because I can't go with Nigs. It's gonna destroy me. I'm gonna get abused. I'm gonna be attacked." And it's like you're being controlled by your audience. You've lost your autonomy. You've lost your individualism. You are no longer a person. You're now controlled. I think that was another major issue I saw.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, if you're the Joker, get chaotic. Let's go.
Sorry,
Well, I
Myron.
like Gypsy, man.
He seemed he seemed to imply
I
that
like
like
him. I think he's funny. I know some of you guys might not have different opinions, and that's fine. But no, I just no, man. It's fun, making fun of everybody and being able to have discussions on whatever. I truly do think that we're separated by race, but real niggas are united with racism. So that's what it is. And anyone that like gets offended by pejorative racial terms, like you're probably a faggot, right? And
Yeah.
it is what it is. And we need to bring back that Call of Duty. It's funny you said like Call of Duty space. We need to bring that back, bro. Back when we weren't offended by such little things. Nowadays it's like you got these people crying about using certain terms. Like one of the terms I use that people get mad at me when I call Jews kikes, because they are fucking kikes. They just did a genocide, and people are fucking mad when I say that they're a bunch of kikes. So whatever.
You know what's interesting is, Myron, when you say that, it doesn't sound like you have hate in your heart.
Yeah, no, because I go off of behavior, right? Is every single Jew a kike? Absolutely not. You got people like, Norman Finkelstein, Max Blumenthal, Katie Halper. I'm trying to think of some other Jews that are like Sachs, right? You got Sachs. All these guys are like doing a fantastic job of like exposing the genocide, even though they're Jewish, right? So Aaron Mate, there's a bunch of others. I just can't think of all of them, right? Dave Smith.
Greenwald.
So these guys aren't kikes. Like these guys are, telling the truth despite the fact that they're Jewish. So it's not really, and this is why I'm really careful to not like just, say, oh, I hate an entire group of people or say I'm racist towards an entire group. I absolutely, I go based on an individual level, right? And if they, if they're cool, I don't give a fuck what their skin color is or what they do. Some people say, "Oh no, all Jews are bad." I don't like subscribing to that retarded mentality.
because what ends up happening is you start missing people that actually have talents or traits that might be beneficial to not just yourself but everybody else. So some of the biggest voices that are pro-Palestine are actually Jewish. So yeah, I think condemning an entire group of people is just not a good idea most of the time.
I feel like the litmus test to see if a Jew is cool, I always go by, do you know you guys rule the world? And I mean, like, your ruling class is literally the ruling class of every fucking race. If you can admit that, we can go further. If you cannot admit that, I don't want to be friends with a dishonest person. And, bro, why are we pretending like you can be friends with someone? Like, if someone looks you in the eye, they're Jewish, and they say, no, I don't think we rule the world, I swear to God, they're lying every single time. Like, they talk about it with their aunts and uncles behind closed doors. I know these people, right? They're lying every single time. Now, what's weird is if it was Albanians that ruled the world, we'd say, yeah, nigga, we rule this shit. But these guys are
We
smart. These
run that
guys
They'd be
shit,
never
cloaked
nigga.
everywhere.
fucking they never fucking admit it, right?
They'd be
No, they
they'd
did
be
it
cloak everywhere as
109
well.
times. They finally
Yeah,
learned.
yeah.
They finally stopped doing it.
I think Myron makes a good point when he's talking about how real niggas are united by racism, but I think that's where Gypsy just kind of falls short is that he's not united by racism. He really just hates all black people. He really just hates all Jewish people. It's like I get where he's coming from. He's because apparently his life was ruined and shit on that sad boy shit. It's gay as fuck, but it's like,
But
are you?
was but
It's not
but
like
but was it ruined, or did they give him the greatest gift, a career?
no, they
They
did.
gave
Yeah,
him a
like it's
fucking
actually
identity. Before that, he was
yeah, it's
sweeping the
great.
streets. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
It's great. It's a huge opportunity for him. It's just gay as fuck because it's like even if we look at the way things are, like Nick made a good point when he reacted to it too. It's like, yeah, calling black kids nigger and fucking doing that shit, hating on them and shit, like that's not gonna do anything for the movement. That's not where the movement's headed either. Like that's not what Nick advocates for. Obviously, Nick's gonna be president one day. Like fucking that's not where anything's going. What are you just gonna be the angry guy who's like fucking 40, 50, still on Omegle, yelling at kids and shit, just sad boy shit because you couldn't get over the fact that a couple of people put you in jail? Like you're not going to evolve. You're just going to be the fucking angry fuck at his house, still mad while everyone else evolved. It's retarded.
Yeah, there's no fucking end goal with the guy. Like it's fucking depressing because, bro, Gypsy has a lot of potential. I mean, Gypsy has a fucking great mouthpiece on him. He's very smart, especially back in his like
Pause.
news reporting days or whatever he was doing when he was going to like what's her name, Jeffrey Epstein's wife, and he was going up to them asking questions. That was fucking amazing. But he can't do that anymore. He's scared to go out to the house. His end goal is gonna be Omi TV monkey. There's nothing else to that, and it's fucking sad.
He seems like he's trying to prove a point. Like I'm right about them guys. Like when he was talking about the staff at Fresh and Fit, he seemed to be implying like that he's gonna keep pushing it until the staff chimps out on him. Like it's not gonna be a good situation to be there. So like he's trying to like trigger the kids and shit and like look they're actually bad. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, but it's fucking retarded, bro. There's a couple people that he's like friends with that I've engaged with debates on his shit, and they'll have the same opinion. And
Bro, I
they
think
talk
you're
about
you.
fucking all this racist
I
shit.
can't imagine a bigger faggot than someone who hates kids. Like, bro, you clearly mad that you're not married. You didn't do that part. And look, that's not for every incarnation. I get that. But like, bro, I don't remember ever waking up and hating children. Like, oh, there's a black skinned child, and I'm like the furthest right on the internet. This to me seems like some faggot energy. Like, I don't remember Alexander the Great waking up and hating on kids. Like, this is not conqueror energy. This doesn't go anywhere. This is kind of like a I need to be the edgiest. Therefore, my audience, please don't leave me. I attacked the child. Like, okay, then why don't you go punch a child? You want to be the edgiest? Or don't you keep evolving that? You fucking faggot. There's a guy who actually punched the kids instead of stay on home TV. Like, come on, man. It's time to grow up.
Nah, type
Zherka,
shit,
can I
bro.
go
And
ahead? Yeah. Thanks, Zherka, for letting me speak. And Suleiman, how you doing, man? Great to be here. I just wanted to say something to Myron real quick. Myron, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Myron, I just wanted to say on behalf of the entire world, thank you for everything that you do, man. It's incredible to see you defend Palestine, especially a lot of people that can't voice their opinion and they've gone in a lot of trouble for voicing their opinion. I live in a country where there's not exactly that much free speech. So I just wanted to say, bro, thank you so much for everything that you do for the younger generation as well, especially Palestine and Red Pill and all this other stuff. So yeah, man, shout
No,
out to you.
I
Thanks.
appreciate that, man. You should also give credit to Suleiman. He's been kind of like my tag team partner in this fucking fight. So it's been good, man. It's been good.
Yeah, yeah, I've spoken to Suleiman multiple times. Yeah, he's great. He's allowed me to meet some really cool people and have, Ryan Matta and Ryan Dawson. I've had them on my spaces before. They're great people. We're just trying to make the world a better place, And thanks for your contributions to that, because I know a lot of people secretly agree with you, but they can't say what they think, and that I guess that sucks. So you're a voice for the voiceless,
No, I
So thanks,
appreciate
man.
that, dude. And just because, so as you guys know, I was kind of like doing these street debates in Miami, and like there was like this Jewish temple down the street from where I do it, and those fucking faggots would come over and start problems every single time they try to get my permit pulled, because you need a permit to do those table debates in Miami. And it just goes to show what I've always said is like they can't handle the truth. They end up jumping, trying to come on the stream and making themselves look like idiots. The clips go viral, and then instead of actually just taking an L and walking away, or trying to actually defend their points, they go to the fucking city council in the city of Miami to try to get my permits pulled because they're fucking faggots. And that's why I always say like censorship is a Jewish construct, right? Whether you look at the Bolsheviks when they took power, or the Zionists of today, or the Jews of today, that's how they play their game, is fucking censorship, where they basically de-amplify the voices of those that are dissenters and then amplify those. And I truly do think that we're on the cusp of censorship returning. Obviously, since the wars come down quite a bit in Gaza, Israel now has a lot of damage control to do, and they have to start pushing out a bunch of Hezbollah. So what I predict is going to happen is the procurement of TikTok was just step one in doing so. We already know that they have a big budget to, push out their propaganda. They got a bunch of money for that, and I predict that censorship might be coming very soon for anyone that's critical of Israel or talks about Jewish power. Man, I don't think we'll be able to ride this train that much longer. At least not on regular normie platforms like Twitch or YouTube or whatever. Like
Yo,
maybe on X
Myron,
we'll still be safe. Obviously Rumble, but I think YouTube, Twitch, and the normie platforms, Meta in general, they're gonna clamp down.
Myron, go in on my friend, bro. What do you think of the Emeru Mizkif situation? You are, how do we say? You
Oh,
are
I'm gonna talk about
you're
this on
the
stream
highest
tomorrow, bro.
level
This is a
red
problem.
pill. This is literally something you should know everything about. Don't say you'll come back later. Break it down. Is this girl, because I met her in person, she is a sweet girl, but I'm not going to pretend I know her like that. And I've met Miz, and he's a sweet guy. But isn't it strange how she's trying to look like an angel as she's ruining his life? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I was actually
she's
gonna do a
she's
full
doing
stream
the
about this
girly
tomorrow.
voice and everything. She's doing all that.
Yeah, I was gonna do a stream about this tomorrow. But
No, fuck
you
that.
know,
You owe me.
to
Drop it here. What the hell?
yeah, well, I'll just give a quick little, I guess, thing of what I'm going to talk about. But the long story short is he's a part of the problem. This guy missed. I don't even know who this dude is. Apparently, he's a streamer. What does he do? Does he play video games or something?
Well, he pretends to. I'm not being mean. Like, this is actually what he does. He just acts like a grown man child to his community, and that's the meme.
Okay. Um. All right. Well, yeah. So my thing is, when it comes to him, he talked about how he was being controlling or toxic by telling his girl Emmy, whatever the fuck her name is, that she can't do certain things. And I was like, why is this fucking guy apologizing for like doing his job? Like the reality is, right? And I know we have people in here, women in here, but I'm just gonna be very blunt about this. Women are stupid, and quite frankly, they don't really deserve that much autonomy. And I'll tell you why. The reason why is because when you leave women to their own devices, they always do some dumb shit and fuck themselves up, right? This is why fathers are so goddamn important. And if a father isn't there, she ends up being a whore and destroying her own value. And men, our job is to protect women from themselves, because I look at women as like delicate and sensitive. Like if you take a girl, right? A girl's like a cup of glass, or a glass cup. If you drop that glass cup and it shatters everywhere, it's going to be very difficult to put it back together. It's never going to come back the same. And women need to preserve their value. So the job of the boyfriend or the brother or the uncle or the father is to keep her from being a stupid whore and embarrassing not just herself but everybody else around her and her family. So when this dude is over here apologizing for saying, "Hey, I don't want you to travel by yourself. Hey, I want to make sure that you're not by yourself when you go to certain places. So I'm there." Or, you got to start dressing a little bit better or not wearing pajamas all the time. I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you apologizing for holding her to fucking standards? Because let me tell you this: when the shoe's on the other foot, women will never fucking apologize for holding us to standards. They want us to be a certain height, make a certain amount of money, have charisma, have game, have charm, all this other shit. But when it comes to what we want in women, oh, you're toxically masculine. Oh, you're controlling for saying this. Fuck that shit. These bitches are fucking stupid. They need guidance. Obviously, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And quite frankly, he's a pussy for fucking sitting there and apologizing for doing what he's supposed to do as a
Yeah.
boyfriend. Our job is to oppress women. I'm gonna be honest. Like, our job is to oppress them because they're stupid.
You said impress them?
No, our job is to
Oh,
oppress them,
Uh-huh.
and that's how they like it anyway.
I mean, if you give a chick like a credit card in her name, the Amazon credit card in her name, and she can spend, she doesn't have to work. Is it really oppression? I mean, that's a good trade-off.
Yeah. Yeah. I find it strange how nobody talks about where women are headed. Let's say, Myron, why are we pretending like in 30 years they're not going to be worse than they are now? I'm talking about they're
yo,
a lot of people think everyone's going to swing back to the church, but actually we're going to go deeper into materialism. It's
if
like,
if the suffragettes of the old age saw women of today, they would be like, "Where did we go wrong? What the fuck happened? This was a mistake." That's what they would say. That's exactly what would happen. I mean, we it's just absolutely insane where we're at today.
Bro,
It's
we
just
have
crazy.
female
Who are
pastors.
you, bro?
Like, female pastors. What the?
yeah, we're at a point where you could be with a beautiful woman about to get laid, and then something in your ear just says, don't do it with her. There's something fucking wrong with her. And then weeks or months later, you find out that was a good move. And she tries to make it sound like you're the woman that didn't just fucking take her and all that. But you sense that there's something fucking mental illness inside of that bitch. And I'm telling you, there's something about modernity that's like, if you ever have a hunch, chat, a hunch is not nothing. If you have a hunch that she's beautiful, but you don't want to go inside, don't go inside. The hunch is more important. And I'm not saying this like you'll fumble it. She'll actually like you more. You'll have more chances because you're the guy who didn't fuck her, right? You went on your own way. You're a mystical to her. But bro, these hunches are very real. You can pick up on her astral environment. Like, dude, if you ever meet a very confused, beautiful woman, men have been inside her. That's why she's confused. They're not confused when they're going through a dry streak, which, if you talk to Myron, there's no such thing as dry streaks with modern women. Like, if you talk to Myron, they don't have dry streaks. When you're going through
Never.
when you're going through lonely times, the men go through months, years, whatever. There's never been a woman in modern history that went 2 weeks alone. I swear, look into the studies. Bro, it is the best church women don't make it 2 weeks alone. The highest level reading Jungian psychology women that I'm around, they don't make it 2 weeks. And there's always some ugly dude or some guy, there's always something. And that's when you realize, holy shit, they have a more group kind of consciousness. They have to be around groups and people. And men are more solo dolo shit, solo players. But it's weird when your friend is Myron, but he keeps bringing this kind of news. And bro, I love my red pill, but I don't like how Myron updates so quick. Every 2 months, he's like, Zherka's out. He'll just drop something, time to update. And I like deep down secretly resent Myron for making me too red. Because when you find out women have gone maximum 4 to 5 days alone, before they're literally texting someone about sexual topics. And bro, by what I mean about this is like nice, beautiful girl who doesn't have any sexual traumas or issues. She, as soon as she breaks up with a dude, is literally sending outfit pictures to some fucking simp. And it's all harmless to her. And she convinces herself it's all harmless. But bro, I'm telling you, when you think you've been months alone, years alone, and she tells you, "No, I've been alone for 3 months." They're lying, bro. They're literally lying to you, and they're professional liars. And it's not something you should hate them for. It's they feel very naked and vulnerable, and by naked, it means we can see each other's flesh. We're supposed to be beings of light, right? Spiritual beings. We're not supposed to be of flesh, so we're embarrassed of our ugly skins, right? And we're in a fallen state. But when you look at the modern woman, it's like a lot of people want to call me a misogynist. Okay, why don't you? My mom thinks the same thing. Are you going to attack her for being a misogynist? Like, shut the fuck up with this shit, right? Why are we pretending like men and women fell at the exact same? Women have started following, they've fallen since the 1950s. They haven't even invented anything. What the fuck is this liberation movement if you're not going to invent any? Bro, the only intelligent woman in history was Helena Blavatsky. And she was her last incarnation was a man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here with this shit. Mine, bro, we needed you. Look at that. Zherka, fly over, do my podcast for 5 hours, get me to 50,000 views. I can't do 5 minutes on yours, bro. These fucking Arabs, man. Like, we need a new law out here, dude. I can't deal with Myron, you know?
Okay, we call him
I
Mordechai
put in the hours, bro.
Gainsbourg for
You
a
want to hear
reason, you
something
know.
wild though? Because as soon as this Saturn return at 28 years old, I met Myron. I think 28, 29. Myron in a past life was probably my dad. And I'm telling you, the people you meet 28 to 30 that are around your same age that you just bond with right away, that like literally surpass all your friends, you hang out with them all the time, all that, they're a part of your career. These people were your parents or brothers or something like that in past lives. So that's what's fucking wild is like Sneeko's family. I don't know what Sneeko is, probably a broski. Myron feels like a dad. He just like he got it right, right? But there's something about Myron
Mhm.
that I feel like Myron has karmas he's working on too. Does anyone feel like Myron's a lot like me? He's got a lot of dark energy still, you know?
I think it's, he's not like
Is
40
a,
or
is a,
50.
is
I
a
think
female
it's,
talking to me? Is a female? Josie, go ahead.
Did Myron disappear?
Yeah, he
but
just
God promised me that speaker spot
Why is the
3,000 years
dog
ago.
talking? Why is the dog talking? Go ahead, Joey.
he
Just
folded.
that,
He folded, Chad. You folded, bro. Talk to her. Why are you so afraid of her?
he's not scared of me.
He said,
I I don't
Damn
want
it.
to get canceled.
Hey, yo, yo, John.
he's
Don't
a
cancel me.
talk to her, bro. It's just a womb, and
Tell me to get back in the kitchen.
Oh, that's what you like. Hmm.
what the
You never do
fuck
what they
is
tell you.
this, bro? Slowly, bro. We gotta electrocute this guy.
Bro, he's failing badly. But I just wanted to add one point before I chip. I agree with you in terms of things are going to get worse. This isn't the bottom. Like things are going to get significantly worse when it comes to women. Just think about where we're at. It's
They're turning
they
into black women.
they are we're at a point where if you look at feminism, it's completely entrenched in all aspects of society. They even use it to attack like wokeness in terms of feminism. So feminism has just become the most powerful aspect that's just controls all aspects of every group. There's hardly anybody who speaks out against it. You have a few minor people like yourself, Myron, and a few others, but generally speaking, hardly anybody as a group identity do. And thus it is going to get a million times worse.
And the weirdest thing about the feminist wave, when it started, this third, what are we on? Third wave, right? Yeah.
Like fifth wave now.
Yeah, fifth wave now. But I remember when it started 2016 hard, and I said to my buddies, guys, we're supposed to fuck them. And all my fucking security buddies looked at me crazy. And I'm like, no, we're supposed to fuck. We're not supposed to argue. We're not supposed to get fired from our jobs. We're supposed to fuck these women. This wave of, hey, we're all super sexual open, it's going to get a little weird. A lot of these girls are going to be weirdos, but it's a wave, meaning there will be very attractive women who are throwing it out there. We're supposed to catch it. We're supposed to fuck them. We're supposed to, and so I was like the first one fucking these dumb, crazy liberal bitches that get me fired from my job. And I was like riding the wave because I knew I'm like, listen, these waves of sin, eventually we got to stop them. I was the first one on this. Everyone's too busy arguing with these bitches. I'm talking about spirituality with them. I'm going far. I'm going far in my individuation process. And I still remember, I'm like, I benefited the most from feminism because I just fucked all the hottest women in my city. I had to go viral, go to fucking LA. I had to keep running that choo choo train all alone though. No other dudes. Like this is not HS Tiki Talkie who runs a train with his best friend on some faggot shit. This is like one man solo. And I went on this mission. I started fucking all these feminists, right? Until they started turning trans. I was like, is it changeling? Anakin, no. And when they start morphing in front of my eyes, I'm like, okay, we're a little too close to the sun. I think it's time for full genuine reform. But I still remember thinking, I'm glad I wasn't these people who argued on podcasts all day. I did that, but really I was fucking them, right? And I just want to tell you guys right now, there's nothing better than fucking a feminist woman because there's this idea that she's super masculine and all that. No, they're actually, you can ask my buddy Calvin. He's fucked some liberals before, beautiful liberals. He'll tell you straight up to your face, they're like legit the most feminine when you're getting down. They're loud, they're masculine until you're getting down with them. Then they literally call you dad. They call you
Now,
dad.
now I like them over 300 pounds because everywhere you touch, it feels like titties.
Yo, stop, dude. Tell the truth, man. What the fuck, dude? What the
I can't stand a
I
feminist.
pee in their ass in the shower, free colonoscopy. They don't say nothing.
All right.
They don't
Tell
got
them.
no confidence. I swear, fat girls got no You literally shit on their face. Don't tell me how I know, bro. I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing n- non-virgin woman's opinion. Average fucking looking like shut the fuck up. And you know what I'm mad at? 100 years ago, some motherfucker woke up one day and thought, you know what? We should give fucking women right. Who was it? Just give me his name. What is
Julie
his
McJewishstein, I think.
What is his name? What is his name? This
It
motherfucker.
was Juberg. Juberg.
Shit.
Well,
What's going on, brother? How are
well,
you?
Zherka, the real test is whether you fucked them while telling them your actual political opinions, though.
Yeah.
Did you tell her the crime statistics?
No, I just speak German. I just start speaking German when I'm in there. And the interesting thing about liberal women is they always come around to the Hitler thing. When you're alone with them, they smile, they laugh at it, they kind of get down with it. In public, it's a different story, but there's something beautiful about the liberal woman that she thinks she's standing up for the truth and all that. There's something really gorgeous about that. There's something really ugly about the conservative woman who literally just she's like a mom, she's got kids, she's a great human being, and then she gets fucked by some big black stranger.
Zerka, you know what bothers me most about him?
I don't like the conservative women. I like liberal women.
Listen, they're all below fucking average. Like your fucking raccoon. One fucking wet wipe, I'll turn your face into back into the fucking factory setting. These
Yo,
fucking
facts.
hoes, these hoes, them never seen fucking beauty. Go to Ukraine, go to Albania, go to Russia, go to fucking these like Eastern European countries. They don't even have makeup on. They're so beautiful. Bitch over here wakes up in the morning. She look like fucking Smeagol from Lord of the Ring. Precious. Haven't washed her face. She opens her eye. The first thing she does, check her IG, 50 fucking DMs. Baby, you so beautiful. Baby, you so this. Let me fly you out. What kind of shoes you like? What kind of bags? Oh, baby, I want to marry you. Bro, if I was ugly and I heard this all day, every day, I'll start fucking believing in it. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
It's not their like it's seriously it's not their fault. Like these like when I see him, like bitch, y- your leggings can't even hide the cellulites in your fucking ass. Like
What the
how
fuck?
stupid this shit looks without fucking leggings. I swear I can see it. It's
Yo.
disgusting. And they think but you know what it is? Like you know what makes me happy is I know it's not guys like me and Zerka and LV and her DM gaslighting her. It's all nasty
Indians.
Bro, I don't want I don't want to say no names or any
Like,
people.
dude,
Bro, they're all
Bro,
fucking below average men that look like shit. But if I
Jamaican.
heard that all day, every day, I would have fucking thought of it. I'm beautiful too. That's the problem.
bro,
It's
this chick I had over one time. She's in the shower after I fucked her, and I see a notification come through. It's some Indian name. He's like, telling me I'm an Indian. Like they have fucking guys like sending them money to talk shit to them too. Like that's the level that it's at
Bro,
right
the
now.
worst one that I saw was Demi sucks in person. Her makeup doesn't match her fucking neck, and she was so sweaty, is like dripping off. It's like a fucking the painting is falling off slowly. The oil is fucking disgusting, bro. Like literally one of the
I
most
always,
ugly bitches I've
I,
seen.
I always found that so weird. Where she'd be like, "Why you fucking me so fast?" I'm like, "I'm racing the makeup." You know what I mean, bitch? I'm in a race for my fucking libido. I'm in a race for my stiffness. Are you crazy? But it is interesting that it's like we've all had that one beautiful woman that nobody in our life thought was beautiful except us, and to this day we defend her. Have you had that one girl where your buddy's like, "Yeah, you could do better than her," but you're like, "No, that's my favorite bitch." That's what is that about? Is that personality? Is that
no,
what
it's
is style?
charity work. Charity work. I've done a lot of those.
Fuck up, man. That's too much.
That's when you were trying to be
I'm talking
nice. That
about
was
it.
your nice phase.
I'm talking about Kelvin. You think of a 7 more than a 9, bro. You've had some hot ones, but there's got to be one 7 that dominates the 9.
Bro, I've had once where the next day I wake up, I'm like, holy shit, who is this? This who is this? I swear her lash was on the fucking pillow. I grab a sandal and start hitting it on purpose. She's like, what happened? What happened? I'm like, it's a roach. It's a roach on the pillow.
What the No, there's some women who they take off the lashes, they take off everything, and it's like, bro, you're devolving back into like those primordial fish at the start of evolution. Where the fuck are you going? And I'm telling you, you cannot. It should be illegal to be a completely different human with makeup. You can bring a 30% illusion to my erection, not 100%. I get fooled by a tranny. You don't want to fuck with me, bro. That's fucking evil. That's not good for your karma.
Bro, and they're all delusional. You can't tell them what you really think. You like dude, even if you go abroad. I was in Hong Kong, bro. This lady, she's like, dude, should I move to America? And I'm like, why? She's like, you've the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Like, what do you have plenty of freedom of speech here. She's like, my boss always tells me to stop talking. So
What the
so I
fuck?
think if I move to America, I was like, bitch, I want you to stop talking right now, you
you got
dumbass.
plenty of
Yeah.
freedom of speech in the kitchen making a sandwich. That's what I tell them.
No, yeah, I'll say this, man. Calvin, everyone here, Josie, you guys are gonna reincarnate. Everyone listen to this is gonna reincarnate as a woman. The maximum you can do as a man in a row is like me 7 times in a row. I feel like Calvin's on his fifth, sixth,
Nah, bro,
7th,
bro.
bro.
I was,
But
I
one
was,
day, Calvin, one day you and I are gonna have kids, bro.
my G, I was a happy Viking in Valhalla drinking ale from curved horns. I was fucking bitches with my Viking brother, threesome, tensome. Some motherfucker reincarnated me without my consent. Wait till I fucking go back and see him. I don't
Kelvin,
belong to
I
this
always,
generation.
Kelvin, I
Bro,
always think
Orthodox
about your
Jews.
story where every soul on earth they'll have like a big flame, a big passion. So for you, Thai boxing, and then a girl starts ruining it. She starts distracting
Yeah.
you from that mission, and you get into a vicious car accident which forces you to not you can't go down that your soul path. Where if you think about, look at the most vicious motorcycle crashes, it's literally a reality check. You're never the same person
My
after
life
that.
changed. I
You
was in coma 4 days with
but but
internal brain bleeding.
but here's the crazy part is like, what path were you going down that needed to happen? How bad could it that it's just some Thai boxing, right? Like where were you headed? You weren't destroying your life. It sounds like it was like
I was
healthy,
doing
right?
great, bro. Like I was kicking small banana trees with my shin. It
That's
was a great time, but again, yeah, I was dumb and stupid. Bro, we all been in love with a fucking hoe. At least once in our lifetime.
What is a hoe? Define hoe.
Just look at modern day
Oh, bro.
woman.
Yeah. What is the
First time in thousands of years, women close the gap in cheating with men, and they're 10 times less horny than us, bro. They're whores.
That's
Yo,
wild.
yo, John, let me
That is
ask you a
wild.
question. It's a Carl Jung question. Carl Jung was like, a virgin woman who hasn't been around doesn't feel complete and she'll like end up bursting out and go psychotic. But a woman who's been with a black man, white man, plumber, etc., once she finds that one
Dude.
man, she'll feel complete. What do you mean by that? What do you
Plumber.
Yo, he never said that. Stop that
think?
shit,
Nah, I'm
man.
so serious. He did, bro. Look, bro.
You're a plumber.
Yeah, I'll say this, bro. If I when I am dictator, and I will be, I'm gonna make it so women are they're not allowed to fuck unless the guy is Chinese first. Then she moves up onto a bigger penis, right? Maybe something white. And then that's the only way. She can't start off at a black cock and get all loose and then she goes to a fucking white guy. I would structure it so everyone gets their turn. We'll start with those dog. First of all, these people eat dogs. Like, why are we always defending Asians, attacking black guys on
John,
Twitter?
it's Korean to
Bro,
have
they
small
eat
dick.
dogs. It's what? It's Korean to have a small dick?
How does she know that?
She, Josie, did you Google that, or is this? Are you? Or have you maxed out
Ju-
your experience bar here?
Jewish science.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it because those are strange souls. Like Asian people are very strange to me. They're not the best, but they're not the worst. They're not evil, but they're not good. They're not. They're just not nothing.
Zerka
No,
Asians. So the only different, not the only, but the one of the major difference between Asians and Westerns is Asian, they understand logic, but they don't understand emotion. However, Americans understand emotion, but they don't understand logic. So if you think
Yeah,
deeply about it, like
100.
how often you see Americans like on TV, reality shows and stuff, they start talking about, oh, I went through this. This was for my family. They start crying. You
Yeah,
don't hear you don't see Asians do that. They don't understand emotion. So them eating
but
dog, I
you're pretty
understand.
much you're pretty much calling them like slave labor. Like they'll just listen to the emotional boss. That's what they'll do. They're gonna be machines.
Zerka, there is something evil about buying used panties from a vending machine, bro. Like Japan has some fucked up shit.
Yeah, I remember my first trip in Japan and found it weird how there's a culture about cheating. Like everyone cheats on their wife and the wives cheat on the husbands, but as long as everyone's away from each other when they do it, it's not a big deal and no one ever talks about it and everyone drinks so much alcohol. Like the way we do cocaine in America, they do alcohol, right? It's fucking wild.
Hey
Like
Zerka, have you
it
seen
is.
that the male hosts in Japan, they make like around $400,000-500,000 a month. They just sit there and
Yeah.
drink with the girls and they buy him like watches and stuff. And that was my plan B, but I made it in America, no problem.
Right. You definitely made it. You landed on your feet after that. But I'll say this, man. Those hosts don't do anything sexual. It actually looks classy. You know, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like the way that job would work in America. That's an escort. In fucking America that'd be different. But the way they do it, it looks like
Oh,
a
they
normal
don't
job.
fuck. Like it's very like very rarely that the host actually sleeps with them. They just like to come there, spend time, and be social with them, and they just wanna sit next to him and fucking drink. They bring him gift. They pay him hourly, and their rates are really fucking. I think you would do really good over there. I mean, I wouldn't mind to test it
Man,
out.
that
You
that would
want
be.
you want to go?
We should go. That would be the best live stream ever. Is me entertain. What do you got to entertain them too, right?
Yeah.
I entered, bro. I have the biggest dick in their country.
You in LA?
But I have been in Tokyo, and right now I'm in LA. Yeah,
Hit me
but
up.
dude, I have been at. Hell yeah, let's go, bro. Let's go. I've been here for like weeks, and I'll tell you this, man. I think
Nigga, you got
this
my
might
number.
sound.
We'll fucking go for a cigar. I'll take you to my favorite cigar lounge.
Let's go, yo, Calvin. I'll tell you this, bro. This might be the gayest thing I ever say, but I think I like San Diego better than
Bro, it's
LA.
fucking man Diego. It's nothing but fucking men in military over there. I don't know what you like about.
Why you LA people hate
It's
that
all
place?
fucking
Like
men over
it's
there, bro.
yeah.
Like,
The Navy. It's the
yeah, it's
Navy.
all the
Yeah.
navies.
Big
Oh,
strong.
fuck that. I like, you know what I like?
What?
40 minutes away from San Diego, TJ.
Oh, bro, I still haven't been. I
No,
feel like if I go there, I'll
I
get
was gonna take
arrested.
Fresh. He was with me yesterday, but he only came for 2 hours. I was like, damn, because I've been telling him that. Bro, it's like fucking Disneyland. You know what's fascinating? Listen to this.
Send links. Send links.
Muslims wouldn't go and pray in a synagogue. A Jew wouldn't come and pray in a mosque. They don't get along with each other. Kurds hates Turks. Turks hates Kurds. Arabs hates Jews. Jews hates. They all, but guess what? In Hong Kong and TJ, they all get along. Everybody's laughing. It's
Yeah, I've
Disneyland for
always been
adults, bro.
curious.
That was
I've always been
I have
curious. I
a
saw
I
the
have a spiritual
documentary, bro.
connection to that place. When you walk in, they have a big picture of me on the wall.
No, is it? People love
Oh, you
that.
have
Like they
no
talk about it
idea.
like it's the
You
Mecca.
have no idea. You go there once, you be like, dude, this is so stupid. Like, who goes out in fucking LA, spend $3,000-4,000 on a table, having bitches come there, drink your fucking alcohol, and end up going home with a nigga? Like, this doesn't make sense. You go there, but I don't drink, but they have the best fucking taco as well. Oh my god.
Taco like food, or are you talking
Yeah, yeah,
about?
yeah. Food. But they have other tacos too.
Okay, we're wrapping up here. Yo, shut yourselves up, guys.
Oh, shout out Knoxter, kick.com/Knoxter. Bang.
I put in the hours, bro.
Zerka, hit me up seriously. If you're here, let me know.
Hey Zerka,
Just
fuck that gooner nigga.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. All right, another
Let me get
one.
a follow back,
Shout
Zerka.
out Chief Dapper, kick.com/Chief Dapper.
We
Bang!
do another one tomorrow, guys.
I'll be there.
Zerka.